Chapter 493. At the early phase of the Tranquil Cloud sect being established, 1,000 things needed to be done. At the early phase of the Tranquil Cloud sect being established, 1,000 things needed to be done. These days, on the one hand, the Tranquil Cloud sect was so busy from top to bottom that their feet did not seem to touch the ground. On the other hand, the Tranquil Cloud sect needed to take over the heavenly evil sect's zone of influence. They also needed to contact the various major subordinate forces. For another, inside the sect reeked of a foul atmosphere caused by Mao Yuanji. There were too many things that needed to be tidied up anew. Mao Yuanji's residence was like a palace. When the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples went over to search, there was actually still a large group of concubines, each one of them beautiful as a flower. These women were mostly forcefully abducted by Mao Yuanji. They naturally had to let them go, and Yi Yuan was generally unconcerned with these mundane affairs. He revamped the heavenly evil sect's original sect protecting Grand Array and then entered close seclusion to cultivate by himself. Although the heavenly evil sect's sect protecting Grand Array could not compare to the Tranquil Cloud sect's Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array, the former was a middle-grade Tier 4 Grand Array. Through Yi Yuan's improvement, it could still accomplish withstanding middle-stage Soul Sea Realm martial artists. While Yi Yuan busied these few days, there was a pair of eyes silently observing him from behind from start to end. Clearly two people. But why do I keep on superimposing the two of them together? Yu Mengli frequently watched that back view, staring in a daze. Her thoughts drifted G.D. knows where to. But being together with Yi Yuan these few days, Yi Yuan frequently helped her to concoct some divine soul noise. HI+ing medication. Her illness did not flare up again. Unknowingly, Yu Mengli developed a liking for the feeling from staying by Yi Yuan's side. This made her very at ease. Yu Mengli even felt that it would be good if this kind of days could carry on continuously. However, busy yet peaceful days like this was very quickly shattered. Just several days after the Tranquil Cloud sect replaced the heavenly evil sect, an uninvited guest came to the new Tranquil Cloud sect. Wufang City's patrolling inspector, Bao Sangue, is here. Tranquil Cloud sect's people quickly come and welcome. Outside the gates, a voice penetrated the Grand Array, reverberating throughout the entire Tranquil Cloud sect. Wufang City? Actually came so quickly? Martial uncle, what should we do? Hearing this voice, Luo Qingfeng said with a frown. Sky Maple just happened to be present too. Hearing that, he knitted his brows as well and said, the heavenly evil sect was the Wufang City's subordinate faction to begin with. I heard that Mao Yuanji and Wufang City even has 1,001 link. Originally, I still thought that with the fierce Gale World's invasion near at hand, they have no time to bother with us. To think that they actually came so quickly. This is quite troublesome. Quickly send people to inform Yi Yuan. No need. I'm already here. Yi Yuan's voice came from the main hall's entrance. There were too many trivial matters recently. Yi Yuan was not in terminal seclusion either. That Bao Sangue's voice could obviously be heard. Seeing Yi Yuan, Luo Qingfeng and Sky Maple both heaved a sigh in relief. No idea since when they actually already started looking to Yi Yuan for instructions. This kind of SHI+FT was unconsciously influenced. Even they themselves were not aware of it either. Ever since after Yi Yuan came back from the fierce Gale World, his status in the Tranquil Cloud sect could no longer be replaced by anyone. From then until now, all the major and minor matters in the sect, Yi Yuan practically had the final say in all. Even exterminating the heavenly evil sect this time, it was also the location chosen by Yi Yuan. Actually, Luo Qingfeng and Sky Maple both proposed to find a slightly weaker sect to replace, but Yi Yuan stubbornly clung to his view. The reason was that the heavenly evil sect committed many evil deeds. Heaven did not take care of the heavenly evil sect, then the Tranquil Cloud sect would do it. Right now, even though Luo Qingfeng returned, this kind of momentum carried on as well. Compared to Luo Qingfeng, Yi Yuan was a little more like a sect master right now. But regarding Yi Yuan's special kind of status, Luo Qingfeng and the rest did not grumble about anything, because they all knew that Yi Yuan totally did not belong to the Tranquil Cloud sect. The talk of him fighting for power and money simply did not exist. Everything that Yi Yuan did right now was all for the sake of the Tranquil Cloud sect. Yi Yuan, this Wu Fang City's patrolling inspector? Luo Qingfeng asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, whatever nonsense patrolling inspector. Since our Tranquil Cloud sect replaced the Heavenly Evil sect, we'll be an independent sect in the future. Being Virginia's Sal's to anyone doesn't exist. But, what about that Bao Sangue? Just let him wait. He likes to throw his weight around and then give it a good throw outside the sect gate. Ignore him. Just a lousy whatever patrolling inspector, and he wants us to go out of the sect to welcome him? Who does he think he is? Luo Qingfeng and Sky Maple exchanged glances, both unconsciously sucking in a deep breath. Only Yi Yuan dared to say such doughty words. This patrolling inspector wasn't much. But the Wu Fang city behind him was the Northern Domain's top major faction. They could exterminate the Tranquil Cloud sect down to the last person by casually sending out an expert. Seemingly detecting Luo Qingfeng and the rest's worries, Yi Yuan said with a smile, Grand Elder and Sect Master need not worry. While Wu Fang City is powerful, to the present endless world, my status is irreplaceable. So, this little matter, Wu Fang City won't blame us. Even if they really placed blame, there will also be people blocking on our behalf. Finished talking, Yi Yuan left the main hall. Luo Qingfeng and Sky Maple exchanged looks. Both did not understand. Although Yi Yuan was monstrous, he was also just a sea transformation realm. Even if he could defeat Soul Sea realm experts, in this war which engulfed the two worlds, what part could he play? Bao Sangue waited outside the gates for an hour and shouted many more times again. The Tranquil Cloud sect actually did not even have a reply. As the Wu Fang City's patrolling inspector, no matter where Bao Sangue walked to, he was always waited upon as a distinguished guest. In the past, when coming to the Heavenly Evil sect, Mao Yuanji would come out to greet him personally from far away. But now, this whatever dog F*RT Tranquil Cloud sect actually dared to shove him to one side. Utterly preposterous. A few days ago, Bao Sangue was patrolling right around the area and just happened to hear the news of the Heavenly Evil sect being wiped out. He was taken aback with shock right then. This Heavenly Evil sect had been around for quite a long time. Under Wu Fang City's protection, although they did many things which went against heaven and reason, nobody dared to touch them either. Mao Yuanji knew how to get along with people very well. It was also uncertain what relations he went through to become acquainted with the third young master. These few years, the complaints to Wu Fang City were not few in number but were suppressed by the third young master. Who would have thought that a tiny sect which popped out from God knows where actually eradicated the Heavenly Evil sect. Exterminated, then let them be exterminated. He himself already made his ident. 1. Tie clear, but those bunch of fellows actually did not have a single person come out to welcome. Utterly preposterous. Preposterous. Bao Sangue berated countless times over fiercely in his heart. Humph. Refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Today, I'll carry out the duty of this patrolling inspector and destroy this tiny sect of yours. Bao Sangue was a 5th-level Soul Sea expert. He already inquired about it before coming. The strongest in this Tranquil Cloud sect was but a 1st-level Soul Sea. With his strength, destroying this sect was something effortless. The Heavenly Evil sect's sect protecting Grand Array, Bao Sangue knew in his heart too that it was basically the same as nothing to him. Bao Sangue arrived in front of the Grand Array, mustered up the essence energy in his entire body, and launched an attack abruptly. Boom! A tremendous backlash blasted Bao Sangue flying out several thousand feet. Chapter 494 Poo Work. Poo Work. Bao Sangue spurted a mouthful of blood, and his internal organs were actually wounded by the enormous backlash power. This grand array, how can it be so strong? Bao Sangue muttered under his breath. Originally he thought to take this tranquil cloud sect down a notch. Who knew that he would be knocked out a mouthful of his teeth? Bao Sangue stood outside the tranquil cloud sect's gates but was unbelievably embarrassed. Said. He, a distinguished patrolling inspector, acting out a play outside other people's gates alone. Simply disgraced all the way home. But for him to return to Wufang City like this, how would he give an account to his higher-ups? The heavenly evil sect was destroyed, and he, this patrolling inspector, did not even know who destroyed it. There was no way to report after returning. After all, his duty was to give an account to Wufang City at all times about its subordinate forces' matters. Although the heavenly evil sect was replaced by such a tiny sect, it was not something of a big deal to Wufang City. But he, Bao Sangue, ultimately could not avoid a crime of oversight. Tranquil Cloud Sect's people, listen up. You people offending me, this patrolling inspector, is equivalent to offending Wufang City. Within the next few days, Wufang City will send experts over and exterminate you bunch of fools who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Bao Sangue felt disgraced, and he could not resist leaving a vicious sentence. But this was not threatening the Tranquil Cloud Sect either. This place was in the scope of Wufang City's influence after all. They could not possibly passively watch a disobedient sect gain a foothold here. Bao Sangue had sufficient confidence to return and request for even stronger martial artists forward, and wipe out the entire Tranquil Cloud Sect. However, there was still an body who responded to Bao Sangue's ruthless words. Courting a rebuff, Bao Sangue also knew that he could not do anything to the Tranquil Cloud Sect, and could only plan on leaving with a dejected face. Reckon that it's a bunch of hillbillies from the countryside, right? Wufang City's might, you probably can't imagine it. Humph. Just wait for death, you all. Bao Sangue cursed and swore, then turned around and wanted to leave. Bao Sangue, why are you here? Bao Sangue was just about to leave but ran into a person straight ahead. Seeing the arrival, Bao Sangue could not help being overjoyed. Brother Zihue, you came just in time. Wufang City's sphere of influence was very large. So the patrolling inspectors were also divided into levels. Bao Sangue's middle stage Soul Sea Realm strength was already considered not bad. But he was just a second CLA's patrolling inspector as well, while this Su Zihue in front of him was Wufang City's first CLA's patrolling inspector. This Su Zihue's 9th level Soul Sea strength was an exceedingly powerful existence when looking at the northern domain too. With him and Su Zihue joining hands, he had faith that breaking this Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Grand Array should be nothing difficult. Seeing Bao Sangue's appearance, Su Zihue frowned and said, Sangue, why are you hurt? Within my Wufang City's sphere of influence, is it possible that there are still people who dare to attack you? Mentioning this, Bao Sangue said with an enraged look, who else can there be? It's this Tranquil Cloud sect that popped out from God knows where. Seeing Su Zihue, Bao Sangue's stomach full of grievance finally had a target to vent. Hence, he described the process of his humiliation, becoming more indignant as he talked. Brother Zihue, luckily I ran into you today. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to make a report this trip back. This Tranquil Cloud sect has absolutely zero respect for my Wufang City. Today, you and I brothers will join forces, and we will bathe this Tranquil Cloud sect in blood. Bao Sangue said indignantly. Bao Sangue said it enthusiastically. But he could not help looking over to Su Zihue. He noticed Su Zihue was currently looking at him with strange eyes. What, Brother Zihue? Is there anything wrong? Bao Sangue finally discovered a hint of something wrong. Suzihue patted Bao Sangue's shoulder and heaved a sigh, saying, "You haven't returned to Wufang City recently and don't know what major issue happened in the northern domain." Bao Sangue was dazed and could not help asking, "Major issue? What major thing happened? Could it be related to that earthquake and mountains shaking from a while back?" This matter of the fierce gale world invading, at present, was still only limited to those top figures in the northern domain who knew. Bao Sangue was always patrolling outside. Although he felt that the tremor that time was very seldom seen, he did not take it to heart either. Suzihue nodded and said, "Actually, that earthquake was because the realm Pa's sageway between the endless world and the fierce gale world had completely linked together. Now, fierce gale world martial artists already occupy the entire southern domain. This time, the three sects, Myriad Sword Sect, Heavenly Martial Sect, and Profound Ice Sect, sent out rarely seen, jointly signed hero invitations to convene the northern domain's various major forces chiefs to gather in Wufang City and discuss ways to deal with the fierce gale world. What? As such a major thing actually happened? Bao Sangue was taken aback with shock by Suzihue's words. This kind of thing, like another world invading, could be said to not be encountered for several thousand years to ordinary martial artists. How could Bao Sangue not be shocked? Suzihue nodded his head with a grave expression and said, "Just looking at the present circumstances, the situation is very unfavorable to our endless world." Hiss. Bao Sangue drew in a cold breath. His mind was somewhat in a disorderly mess. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked Suzihue, "But what has this got to do with Tranquil Cloud Sect?" Suzihue gave a bitter smile and said, "I'm here this time to issue a hero invitation to Tranquil Cloud Sect." What? Bao Sangue really jumped up this time. This news astonished him even more than another world's invasion. A tiny sect with only first-level Soul Sea realms, what could issuing them a hero invitation do? Thinking up to here, Bao Sangue could not help sweating profusely. "Brother Zihue, as far as I know, this Tranquil Cloud Sect only has 2 Soul Sea realm experts. Among them, there's even an alchemy king. Why would the 3 sects issue hero invitations to such a tiny faction?" Suzihue forced another smile and shrugged his hands, saying, "You ask me, but who do I ask? The name list was drawn up by the 3 sects and is issued under the 3 sects plus Wufang City's name. How much of what goes on behind the scenes do you think that minor characters like us can understand? Such a major matter, even early-stage divine traversing realm experts might not have the right to speak either." Bao Sangue was somewhat dejected as he said, Then the heavenly evil sex matters are dropped just like this? But how should third young master's side be given an account?" Suzihue said crossly, "What kind of time is it already, still talking about heavenly evil sect? If the fierce gale world attacks, even Wufang City might not be able to be defended. What the H*LL does a puny little heavenly evil sect count as? Moreover, this hero invitation is already given out. No matter how great third young master is, he isn't greater than City Lord, His Excellency, either, right? Characters able to receive this hero invitation aren't who you and I can afford to offend." Bao Sangue opened his mouth but did not speak in the end too. Characters that could receive the hero invitation were not who a minor character like him can afford to offend. "Fine then. This time old Bao, admit to my bad luck. However, since you're delivering the hero invitation, how about I go in together with you? I'm really curious right now just who in his tiny sect actually has such tremendous capabilities," Bao Sangue said. Suzihue nodded and said, "All right. But you must remember, regardless of what kind of person the other party is, apologize first when you see the master. Otherwise, SCREWING up this errand isn't what you and I can afford to bear." The matter concerns the entire endless world's safety. You and I are merely minor characters in this. Bao Sangue struggled for a bit, but still nodded his head. Chapter 495 Wu Fang City's first CLA, Des patrolling inspector, Su Zihui, specially came here to request an audience with Lord Yi Yuan under City Lord's orders, and to deliver the 3 sects and Wu Fang cities jointly signed and issued hero invitation. Su Zihui came in front of the gates and called out in a clear voice. Wu Fang City's first CLA. S. Patrolling Inspector, Su Zihui, specially came here to request an audience with Lord Yi Yuan under City Lord's orders, and to deliver the 3 sects and Wu Fang cities jointly signed and issued hero invitation. Su Zihui came in front of the gates and called out in a clear voice. After finished talking, Su Zihui stood with his hands by the side, silently waiting for Tranquil Cloud Sect's response. Lord Yi Yuan? Who is that? Never heard before that the Northern Domain has such a character. Is he the Tranquil Cloud Sect's sect master? Bao Sangue asked curiously. But Su Zihui shook his head and said, I don't know either. Before coming, City Lord, His Excellency, personally said the hero invitation to my hands, and told me this name Yi Yuan, making sure that I invite him cordially. As for who this Yi Yuan is, what he looks like, what kind of strength he has, I'm clueless. The more Su Zihui said so, the more curious Bao Sangue was. But in his view now, this Tranquil Cloud sect being so unbridled had the capital to be unbridled too. A character that could let City Lord, His Excellency, personally instructed to invite cordially was bound to not be an ordinary person. Him meeting a rebuff was also something within reason. Thinking up to here, Bao Sangue made up his mind with even more certainty to apologize properly in a while. Before long, a crystal formation realm disciple welcomed the 2 people in. Su Zihui and Bao Sangue entered the main hall. On the left-hand side sat an old man and a middle-aged man. A youth sat on the right side. Su Zihui swept a glance at the few people's cultivations. The elderly person and middle-aged man were both Soul Sea Realm experts, while that young man was only Sea Transformation Realm Sea Transformation. Seeing such a lineup, Su Zihui's heart unwittingly thumped. Could the one City Lord made him find be these several people? But what part could such strength play in the war between 2 worlds? However, he also asked Bao Sangue before coming in. The strongest in the Tranquil Cloud sect was merely first-level Soul Sea. Seeing these 3 people now, it was not too unexpected either. Be that as it may, Su Zihui did not dare to slight them and still gave a bow towards Luo Qingfeng and said, First CLA. S. Patrolling Inspector under Wu Fang City Lord's command, Su Zihui, pays respect to Lord Yi Yuan. Second CLA. S. Patrolling Inspector under Wu Fang City Lord's command, Bao Sangue, pays respect to Lord Yi Yuan. This Bao didn't know the inside story earlier and offended Lord Yi Yuan. I hope that Lord Yi Yuan can pardon my offense. Bao Sangue gave a bow too and said. Luo Qingfeng's face was somewhat unnatural, but it was not because these 2 people identified the wrong person. A 9th-level Soul Sea and a 4th-level Soul Sea bowing towards him seriously made him feel immense pressure. But Yi Yuan gave him a meaningful look to calm down. Luo Qingfeng could only just do his best to keep a calm exterior. Ha! The 2 of you identified the wrong person. He is Yi Yuan. Luo Qingfeng forced a smile and said. Honestly speaking, facing Su Zihui and Bao Sangue, especially Su Zihui, even if he did not deliberately give off the power of a 9th-level Soul Sea, it still made Luo Qingfeng feel fidgety. Such an existence could blot them out with just one hand. The reason why the other party was standing here talking to them courteously was entirely that of Yi Yuan. Once Luo Qingfeng's words were said, Su Zihui and Bao Sangue were both greatly startled. The person that City Lord, His Excellency, made him invite cordially was actually this young man who did not look older than 16 to 17 years old. His strength was not beyond second-level C transformation? This was too absurd, right? Suzy Hui was a little more dignified in the end and hurriedly gave a bow and said, Suzy Hui has seen Lord Yi Yuan. Only then did Bao Sangui react and hastily gave a bow too. He gave an apology to Yi Yuan once more. Yi Yuan waved his hand, indicating that this incident was considered over. But he asked Suzy Hui, that hero invitation that you mentioned, what's the deal? Suzy Hui hurriedly retrieved a bright red invitation and handed it up. Yi Yuan opened it, swept a glance over, then closed it. You go back and tell City Lord, His Excellency, say that Yi Yuan can go, but the sex elder is still imprisoned and is truly not in the mood to bother with other things. Gentlemen, please return, Yi Yuan said coolly. Suzy Hui did not think that Yi Yuan would actually reply like this. Suzy Hui was somewhat baffled, uncertain what Yi Yuan was doing here. Wu Fang City Lord personally issued an invitation to invite a sea transformation realm. This was such unparalleled glory. This boy was unexpectedly still putting on airs. A sect elder of yours was actually even more important than City Lord. His Excellency's invitation? Looking at this small sect, the elders were also merely sea transformation realm too. Could a minor character like this compare to the great matter of the endless world's survival or downfall? Suzy Hui was rather displeased in his heart. But, recalling City Lord, His Excellency's reminding him previously, he still forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. Furthermore, Suzy Hui was a shrewd person too. He had long seen that the actual person in charge of the Tranquil Cloud sect was actually this young man called Yi Yuan before his eyes. A second-level C transformation was actually summing in front of two Soul C realms. And those two people still had a look of not a single grumble. This youth called Yi Yuan was indeed not that simple. Actually, seeing Yi Yuan being so assertive, Luo Qingfeng and Skymapple's hearts were both thumping. It was not that they were unconcerned about Mei Jin's safety. It was just that their Tranquil Cloud sect seriously did not have much capital to bargain within the northern domain. Experts roamed like clouds here. A random one that came could wipe out the Tranquil Cloud sect. Zihui is slow-witted. Can Lord Yi Yuan express things clearly? Not afraid of Lord Yi Yuan laughing, but City Lord, His Excellency, repeatedly exhorted before coming to definitely invite you over. But now, Suzy Hui revealed a difficult intent. When he was talking, Suzy Hui could clearly sense Luo Qingfeng and Skymapple's nervousness. But this young man called Yi Yuan actually treated him like air. Such composure was absolutely not feigned. It was just that Suzy Hui could not figure out, even after racking his brain, just where this young man's confidence lay. Yi Yuan shot Suzy Hui a nonchalant glance and was suddenly a little clearer as he said, Since that's the case, both of you stay here for a few days first. After this Yi welcomes back the sect elder. I'll go together with the two of you. The meet will be happening in a couple of days. Delaying several days like this isn't good, right? Suzy Hui said depressedly. He discovered that in front of this sea transformation realm, he actually could not grasp the slightest initiative to speak. Right at this time, another voice sounded out again. Myriad Sword Sect's envoy, Fu Zhonghu, requests an audience. Yi Yuan was stunned, then became delighted right away. Really just so happened that what should come, came together today. Saved quite a bit of trouble too. Brother Su, since this Myriad Sword Sect envoy came, it can be some that I can leave with you guys today. Suzy Hui was uncertain what it meant. Why did it strike up a relation with Myriad Sword Sect too? But that name Fu Zhonghu, Suzy Hui had heard it before. When he heard this voice earlier, he was startled in his heart, and his eyes when looking at Yi Yuan underwent a transformation once more. This Fu Zhonghu was a Myriad Sword Sect's divine traversing realm expert. What matters actually troubled his grand presence? Even though the Northern Domain had many Divine Traversing Realm experts, the status of Divine Traversing Realm experts was exceedingly high. They generally did not show face easily. One had to know that Divine Traversing Realm experts had sufficient strength to establish a sect. Chapter 496. Returning to the Tranquil Cloud sect once again, Mei Zhen truly felt like a lifetime had said. Returning to the Tranquil Cloud sect once again, Mei Zhen truly felt like a lifetime had said. It was only after being detained by the Myriad Sword sect that Mei Zhen knew that the ones who nearly caused the Tranquil Cloud sect's destruction back then was actually this Myriad Sword sect. Him reporting the name of his sect was simply sending sheep to the tiger's maw. Those few days when he was just detained, his essence energy was sealed, and he did the lowest CHORES in the Myriad Sword sect. Whatever dirty work or tiring work would be done by him. He originally thought that he would be tormented to death like this very soon. Who knew that after several days, the Myriad Sword sect people not only removed his essence energy seal, they even provided good food and drinks for him. Although he had no way to leaving the Myriad Sword sect, compared to the days before, it was simply immortal-like. All the way until a couple of days ago, Fu Zonghu found him and told him with a mild tone that he was going to send him back to the sect personally. Mei Zhen first thought that he heard wrongly. When he confirmed that this was not a hallucination, it brought him great agitation. Furthermore, this in front of him was a Divine Traversing Realm expert. Fu Zonghu actually used a consulting manner of speaking when talking to him. What was this playing at? But on this trip, Fu Zonghu did not say why they released him back either. Although he was very courteous when talking, upon mention of this matter, he was always vague. But Mei Zhen did not haggle over this either. To be able to return to the Tranquil Cloud sect, he was already very satisfied. Grand Elder, Sect Master, you guys actually came back. When Mei Zhen saw Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng, he was stunned speechless. These two people were thrown in jail. With the Tranquil Cloud sect's strength, how could they possibly be rescued? Even if Yi Yuan's present combat strength was a Stony's HI+ing, it was not possible to charge all the way to the Heavenly Sky sect's towering peak either and rescue these two people, right? Hoo, same as you, we could return to the Tranquil Cloud sect all due to Yi Yuan's credit. Sky Maple said with a faint smile. Yi Yuan. It was really Yi Yuan. But how on earth did he accomplish it? Mei Zhen was even more perplexed. Alright. We'll talk in detail later. There are still guests around, Sky Maple said smilingly. Mei Zhen was dazed, then nodded his head and retreated to one side. There were still Gu Tianyu and Li Junjie standing behind Fu Zonghu. They were familiar with the situation here, so Fu Zonghu brought them along. Fu Zonghu came before Yi Yuan and said with a faint smile, "You're Yi Yuan, right? Indeed, heroes come from youngsters. This heavenly evil sex matters, I heard about it. You actually directly killed the first-level Soul C Realm Mao Yuanji with second-level C Transformation Realm strength. Truly inconceivable." Suzy Hui and Bao Sangue were greatly taken aback with shock when they heard these words. C Transformation Realm killing Soul C Realm? Was this really accomplished by the teenage youth before their eyes? The pair exchanged looks, both reading the astonishment in the other party's eyes. No wonder the City Lord, His Excellency, attached such importance to this Yi Yuan. Such terrifying talent, not regarding him highly would be weird. Those top juniors in the Northern Domain might not be on par with this young man before their eyes either. But Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "Senior is too kind. Yi Yuan's meager strength is most likely not worth mentioning in front of Senior." Fu Zonghu smiled slightly and opened his mouth and said, "We've already sent him back. Shouldn't you keep your word as well?" "That is so, of course." Yi Yuan was not melodramatic too. He lightly formed seals, releasing Qin Yen. Seeing Qin Yen, the others were still fine, but Suzy Hui and Bao Sangui were so shocked that their eyes nearly popped out. They finally knew what those incomprehensible words of Yi Yuan's meant just now. This boy actually detained the myriad sword sect's old ancestor's lineage grandson as a hostage to use to exchange for a puny little elder from his own sect. How was this touching the tiger's whiskers? This was simply directly plucking out the tiger's whiskers. Although that myriad sword sect's old ancestor was elusive in his whereabouts, his legends in the northern domain were still plenty. It was said that that old ancestor's temper was very explosive. But now, he actually swallowed his pride and endured in silence, and he really sent the person back. Suzy Hui sucked in a deep breath. He finally knew why the city lord valued Yi Yuan so highly. This young man was simply heaven-defying. Since the three sects and Wufang City jointly issued hero invitations, it meant that the myriad sword sect's old ancestor already let bygones be bygones regarding this matter. Did this boy stumble randomly, making use of the fierce gale world invading this node? Or did he plotted long ago? If he schemed long ago, then this boy's mind was also too monstrous. Fu Zonghu saw that Qin Yan only had his essence energy sealed, and did not have any injuries other than that. A boulder in his heart finally landed too. According to Qin Hongtao's intentions, as long as Qin Yan had any hint of injury, he would definitely make Tranquil Cloud sect pay the price. But before he came, Ning Yixian and Jing Xian both came to find him and made him to never take action against the Tranquil Cloud sect. This put him in an incredibly awkward predicament. There was no choice. He could only take it one step at a time and come to the Tranquil Cloud sect, and take a look at the situation first before deciding. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not make things difficult for Qin Yan, Fu Zonghu finally put his heart at ease. When Qin Yan saw Fu Zonghu, he could not help flu's Hi+ing red as he gave a respectful bow and said, "Grandpa Fu." Fu Zonghu and Qin Hongtao were in the same generation. Their relations, Hi+P, was pretty decent too. That was why Qin Hongtao could be at ease sending him over. When Qin Yan met Fu Zonghu, he would have to respectfully call him as Grandpa Fu. Fu Zonghu smiled slightly and said with a nod, "Yener, don't need to be like this. You lost to Yi Yuan. There's nothing to be embarrassed said about. No humiliation, then strive harder, that is how a man should be." Although Qin Yan was haughty, he was not that sort of ignorant silkpants. Hearing Fu Zonghu saying this, he could not help being dazed as he said, "I've embarrassed," said grandfather. "Grandfather, he doesn't blame me?" Fu Zonghu shook his head and said, "Yi Yuan's strength is already unrivaled among the young generation. You losing to him isn't injustice." Qin Yan's gaze turned intent as he exclaimed, "Unrivaled." Fu Zonghu nodded and said, "That's right. Yi Yuan's present strength can already kill a first-level soul C independently. Regardless whether it is you, or Guataochuan, or even Yin Yanhua, you are all not his match." Hiss. Qin Yan drew a cold breath. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with astonishment. Protecting himself in front of a Soul C realm, he could accomplish that when he examined himself. Even some slightly weaker Soul C realms, there was a possibility of him defeating them too. But to talk about killing, that absolutely could not be accomplished. And this youth before his eyes who was 7 minor realms lower than him could actually accomplish that. "Hu! Grandpa Fu, I know what to do already," Qin Yan exhaled deeply and said. Seeing Qin Yan's gaze, Fu Zonghu nodded slightly. Looks like the setback this time was not a bad thing to Qin Yan. "Come, I'll remove the seals for you first. Let's return to the sect together." As Fu Zonghu was talking, he plunged a strand of essence energy into Qin Yan's essence energy C. But very soon, his brows furrowed together. He was actually unable to remove the seal. Yi Yuan smiled slightly when he saw the situation and said, "Better let me." If forcefully breaking the seal, it will cause damage to his essence energy C. As he said, Yi Yuan came before Qin Yan and similarly fired a strand of essence energy into his essence energy C. The seal was removed very quickly. When Fu Zonghu saw Yi Yuan's actions from the sides, the amazement in his eyes was incomparable. Chapter 497. Seeing off Fu Zonghu, Yi Yuan then followed Su Zihui and Bao Sangui to Wu Fang City together with Sky Maple. Seeing off Fu Zonghu, Yi Yuan then followed Su Zihui and Bao Sangui to Wu Fang City together with Sky Maple. Along the way, Su Zihui and Bao Sangui accompanied very cautiously. The current Yi Yuan in their eyes was not as simple as just a C transformation realm. Second-level C transformation killing first-level soul C realm. A casually laid down essence energy seal actually could not be removed even by a divine traversing realm expert. Pray tell, which young genius could do it to such an extent? Just as Fu Zonghu said, Yi Yuan already widened the gap between him and the young generation geniuses. Forget about Bao Sangui, even Su Zihui looked incredibly cautious. But Sky Maple felt even prouder by the side. Su Zihui and Bao Sangui were very respectful when speaking with him as well. Sky Maple knew that this was all thanks to Yi Yuan. Otherwise, forget about going to Partic. 1. P8 in the highest meet in the northern domain this time, Su Zihui probably would have destroyed the Tranquil Cloud sect long ago. Actually, regarding Yi Yuan's growth, Sky Maple had long expected it. Hence, being Serpa S. said by a disciple, not only did he not feel ashamed, he felt very proud instead. Because Yi Yuan, this rare talent, was Tranquil Cloud sect's disciple. Apart from Sky Maple, Yumengli and Xiao Rian followed along too. Yumengli could no longer do without Yi Yuan now, while Xiao Rian wanted to experience the Endless World's alchemy world Holy Land too. Wu Fang City was a sacred city to the Endless World's alchemists. So, being informed that Yi Yuan was going to Wu Fang City, Sky Maple wanted to tag along as well to take a look no matter what. In the Endless World, this Wu Fang City could be said to be the place where alchemy skills were the most flourished. Hi+ing. Virtually all of the top alchemists all gathered here. Of course, this so-called flourished Hi+ing was completely not worth mentioning in Yi Yuan's eyes. On the path of alchemy, other than that fleeting and ephemeral alchemy G.O.D. realm, there was really nothing that could move him. Several days later, the party of 6 finally arrived at Wu Fang City. Upon seeing this majestic city, Sky Maple actually trembled all over excitedly. To him, this trip to Wu Fang City was no different from a pilgrimage. As for the meeting that practically gathered all the peak powerhouses in the northern domain, it did not hold much of a meaning to him. Because he purely came here this time as a companion. In front of those people, he could not chime in at all. Wu Fang City. Indeed well deserving to be my Endless World's alchemy holy land. Sky Maple was overwhelmed by his emotions and said. Su Zihui and Bao Sangui were proud too and said, "That's natural. In terms of martial power, my Wu Fang City might not be able to compete with the 3 sects. But even those 3 great sects have to show some courtesy to City Lord, His Excellency. Because my Wu Fang City doesn't have medicinal pills that can't be refined." Hearing these words, Sky Maple deeply felt that way too. But Yi Yuan could not hold back it and let out SN. 1 GGER. These 2 fellows, being conceited, had to have a limit too, right? Even the previous life's father and son did not dare to boast such big talk either, let alone a tiny little lower plains city. A frog at the bottom of a well was the most genuine portrayal of these 2 people. Su Zihui was experienced and cool-headed, but Bao Sangui's temper was quite explosive. Seeing that Yi Yuan was actually so disdainful towards this, he could not refrain from saying, "Young Master Yi came to the northern domain for the first time. Most likely, you're still unaware of my Wu Fang City's prowess. As long as you stay here for a couple of days, you'll be able to experience how great my Wu Fang City's alchemy path strength is. Although Bao Sangue was unhappy, he did not dare to offend Yi Yuan as well. Back at the Tranquil Cloud sect, Yi Yuan not pursuing his crime of offending already made Bao Sangue very grateful. Hence, while his words right now had resentment, it was said very tactfully. Yi Yuan naturally did not feel like stooping to his level, and he said with a smile, all right. I'll experience it well these few days. Said experience, but there was no sincerity at all. Bao Sangue was helpless but did not really dare to argue with Yi Yuan either. The present Yi Yuan in their eyes, his status was already extraordinary. The two of you don't look down on Yi Yuan. His attainments in the alchemy path are much greater than this old man. Yi Yuan did not speak, but Sky Maple could not resist voicing out. The two people were alarmed. Young Master Yi is actually still an alchemist? Yi Yuan smiled as he fished out that alchemy master badge and wore it, saying with a laugh, haha. Yeah. If you guys didn't say, I almost forgot that I still had this thing. This badge was a supreme honor to others. But Yi Yuan simply did not care about this thing. So under normal circumstances, it was thrown in the storage ring to rot. Alchemy master. Suzy Hui was dazed. This was also considered an alchemist? In Wu Fang City, not talking about alchemy masters, even alchemy grandmasters were apprentice level 2. Only by reaching quasi-alchemy king could one barely strike the fancy of some small forces. Only by going a step further to reach the alchemy king realm could one be considered attaining a higher level, becoming guest elders for various major factions. But alchemy king realm wasn't considered much in Wu Fang City either. Middle-rank alchemy kings like Sky Maple could be easily found in Wu Fang City. When Sky Maple saw Yi Yuan take out the badge, he could not help scolding with a laugh, you punk. Seriously. Such a long time and you don't know how to take part in an alchemist A.S. Association test too. Is taking out an alchemy master badge every day very fun? Yi Yuan said with a smile, the badge is just a mark. Having it doesn't represent a high level. Lacking it doesn't represent low level as well. The alchemist A.S. Association test is only the most basic. It's not accurate. Be that as it may, with the Alchemist A.S. Association's acknowledgement, it can avoid many unnecessary troubles too, no? Sky Maple urged. To the vast majority of alchemists, taking tests and getting badges were something universally accepted. Sky Maple was no exception either. That was why he tried his best to advise Yi Yuan to join the next test. After all, the position of alchemist was very revered. Under unnecessary circumstances, an body was willing to offend alchemists, especially high-tier alchemists. Yi Yuan thought about it, but he still shook his head and said, forget about it still. I'm afraid that if I go to the Alchemist A.S. Association, this alchemy king, that alchemy sovereign, will want to take me in as a disciple again, stirring up considerable problems instead. Sky Maple could not help being speechless when he heard that. He knew that what Yi Yuan said was the truth. Yi Yuan's attainments on the alchemy path threw him more than several streets behind. If he really went to take part in the alchemist test, striking the fancy of some important people was something very normal. However, these words sounded unbelievably arrogant to Suzy Hui and Bao Sangue. They admit that Yi Yuan's martial path was very strong. But alchemy path took time and effort. Even if one's perception was any higher, it was also very hard to train up a true alchemy path powerhouse within a short period of time. Yi Yuan's age was merely 16, and he had exceptionally high attainments on the martial path too. How could he possibly stand out above the rest on the alchemy path as well? But they knew that Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai was extraordinary. They also knew to consider Yi Yuan's posturing attitude. Young people, Sherry's I+ing face and being a little arrogant could be understood too. Moreover, he had sufficient qualifications to be arrogant as well, right? Clearly afraid of not passing, but still want to find this kind of lousy reason to avoid the test. Truly unaware of the immensity of heaven and earth. This place is Wufang City. Who knows how many young geniuses there are? Who the hell are you to let an alchemy sovereign take you in as a disciple? At this time, a cold grunt sounded out, the words were filled with contempt. Chapter 498. A discordant voice sounded from the side. Yi Yuan and other three turned around to look and saw a young man currently looking over at them coldly. A discordant voice sounded from the side. Yi Yuan and other three turned around to look and saw a young man currently looking over at them coldly. This young man had a displeased look. Clearly, he took all of Yi Yuan's arrogant words earlier into his ears. Seeing this young man, Suzy Hui and Bao Sangui's faces both changed. Young Master Rindong. So, it's you guys. Where did you guys find this country be, you? Mpkin, who hasn't seen the world, spouting drivel here. Rindong gave Suzy Hui and Bao Sangui a nonchalant glance. Clearly, he knew the two. This is... Suzy Hui was just about to explain but was cut off by Rindong waving his hand. Forget it. This sort of trash, I'm not interested in knowing too. Rindong took a look at Yi Yuan's alchemy master badge coolly with a scornful look. Puny little alchemy master. It's best to be more low profile in this Wufang city. The alchemist A.S. Association's test is not what some random body can pass. Finished talking, Rindong left with large strides. Suzy Hui pair actually did not even get to explain it. Hey, why do you, this fellow, talk like this? Just your alchemy skills aren't even fit to carry shoes for my master. To actually dare lecture my master here. Yi Yuan did not say anything regarding Rindong's contempt. But Xiao Ruyan could not put up with it by the side, yelling out to stop Rindong. This period of time, Xiao Ruyan had been cultivating the 1000-augmenting soul incantation and Triorigin's samsara art all along. Yet, only as her training went deeper and deeper did she realize the extensiveness and profoundness of these two things. She finally knew just how terrifying Yi Yuan's alchemy skills were. In the past, she only wanted to be his disciple in order to get close to Yi Yuan. But now Yi Yuan already became God-like existence in Xiao Ruyan's heart. This Rindong's badge indicated he was at the middle-rank quasi-alchemy king standards. Compared to Yi Yuan, they were totally not on the same level. Now, somebody was actually disrespectful towards Yi Yuan. Rindong just took a few steps. Hearing Xiao Ruyan shout like this, he could not help turning his head back and looked at Xiao Ruyan with an unkind face. You're certain that you weren't joking earlier? Do you know who am I? Rindong said with narrowed eyes. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Yu Mengli imparted the face-altering skill to Xiao Ruyan. At present, the two of their faces were very ordinary, so as not to let people stare covetously. I don't care who you are. Aren't you just a middle-rank quasi-alchemy king? You might not even beat me, and you still dare to insult my master? Let me tell you, my master just can't be bothered to go take part in the alchemist test. Or else, you wouldn't even be fit to carry shoes for him. Xiao Ruyan puffed up her chest and said with righteous indignation. She was all too clear about Yi Yuan's level. Back at the central capital, he beat the Tong family's Tong Wenchang until he had not one iota of confidence left. Now that his strength advanced another step, forget about ordinary middle-rank quasi-alchemy kings, even high-rank quasi-alchemy kings could not possibly be his match either. Regarding Xiao Ruyan's fervent supporting actions, Yi Yuan could only smile bitterly in his heart. He really did not have any intention of haggling over Rindong's insult. But Xiao Ruyan seemed to have received a tremendous stimulation. This little lass really could not tolerate anything unreasonable. Such high-sounding sentiments. In this Wufang city, Other than those veteran alchemy kings and alchemy sovereign experts, there really aren't many who dare to speak to me this way. Boy, since you're this La's master, do you dare to compete in a match with me? I want to take a look just who carries shoes for whom. Rendong pressed Yi Yuan. At this time, Suzy Hui whispered in Yi Yuan's ear to warn, young Master Rendong is the strongest person in the Ren family's junior generation. His age is not past 30, and he already has middle-rank quasi-alchemy king strength. It's said that he is already fully qualified to challenge high-rank quasi-alchemy kings. Young Master Yi, it is best not to act without due consideration. Suzy Hui had stayed in Wufang City for many years and was deeply aware just how difficult it was for a top alchemist to be born. Based on Yi Yuan's age, he absolutely had no possibility of winning Rendong. Rather than everybody looking bad, he might as well remind Yi Yuan a bit, to avoid this unnecessary conflict. Yi Yuan's current soul force already reached middle-rank quasi-alchemy king standard. Within quasi-alchemy king this realm, it was not possible for anybody to be his match. Towards such compet. 1. Tian, he really could not arouse much interest. Hearing Suzy Hui's high praise, Rendong could not help being pleased with himself in his heart. Competing with Yi Yuan, he did not have any psychological burden at all. Could a teenage youth be his match? As for the master in Xiao Rian's mouth, Rendong just took it as a joke to listen to. It was also unknown what kind of relation was between these two people. Saying these words was merely just raising Yi Yuan's status. Ha! Turns out that this elder brother is actually so amazing. Younger brother admires greatly. As for this match, I think it's better to forget about it, Yi Yuan said perfunctorily with a smile. The present circumstances were different from before. The reason why he took action against Tong Wenchang was that Tong Wenchang's actions had infuriated him thoroughly, while this Rendong was just a little haughty and did not do anything to him either. Yi Yuan naturally would not strike down the other party's confidence. Ha ha! Boy, looks like you still know your limits pretty well. However, Rendong took a look at Yu Mengli and Xiao Rian, heaved a sigh and said, this taste is really a little poor. Rendong was dripping with sarcasm when speaking. Evidently, he was very contemptuous of Yu Mengli's and Xiao Rian's looks. Hearing these words, Xiao Rian was enraged until smoke came out of her nostrils. Women, especially beautiful women, what they could not stand the most was other people saying that they were not beautiful. Moreover, Xiao Rian was one of the capital's dual absolutes in the fierce Gale world. Her beauty could be imagined. Master, this punk needs a beating. Why are you avoiding a fight? Xiao Rian stomped her feet angrily. Yi Yuan was just about to say a few words of consolation when the Yu Mengli, who did not say a word the entire time, actually opened her mouth to speak too. Yi Yuan, I know that your alchemy skill attainments are exceedingly high. But I still have yet to see before. How about you let me witness it today, all right? Goodness gracious! The good-natured Yu Mengli was enraged too. Rendong, this brat's one sentence really lit the firecracker. Looks like this alchemist test, he had to take part no matter what. Women, especially beautiful women, were never to be offended. When Yi Yuan heard Yu Mengli's words, he unwittingly sweated profusely too. In his eyes, Yu Mengli was forever that quiet and elegant. Although she was very calm when speaking just now, the faint fury in those words already radiated out. Furthermore, this was still Yu Mengli's first time opening her mouth to beg Yi Yuan. This made Yi Yuan completely not know how he should reject. Fine then. Isn't it just refining a medicinal pill? How big of an issue is it? Yi Yuan said helplessly. Not refining a pill that simple. Master, you mustn't stint on materials. If you are competing with him, you have to let him know what true alchemy skills are. Xiao Rian pointed at Rendong and said. Yi Yuan could not resist turning back to take a look at Yu Mengli. Yu Mengli did not speak, but the expression in her eyes seemed to be able to talk. That meaning was like saying, "Properly teach this naive child how to behave." Yi Yuan could not help shooting Rindong a sympathetic glance and said, "Brother, it's not that this younger brother, I am not helping you. It's that you really shouldn't have provoked them." Chapter 499. Rindong was very displeased. These people treated him utterly as they pleased. Rindong was very displeased. These people treated him utterly as they pleased. Regardless where he walked to in Wufang City, he was always the center of attention. When had he been underestimated by people like so before? Just two ugly girls. I can't even say it? Want to challenge me, is it? Fine, I'll give you this opportunity. Today, I just happen to be going to take part in the Alchemist A.S. Association's test as well. Let's compete to see whose medicinal pill is more outstanding. Yi Yuan had an indifferent look as he said, "How to compete? When taking the test, we'll refine the same medicinal pill. Whoever's quality is higher, he wins. If the grade is the same, I'll invite the Alchemist A.S. Association's elders to judge whose medicinal pill is better." Rindong said it very haughtily, as if fearful that others did not know he knew the Alchemist A.S. Association's elders. Yi Yuan said indifferently, "Do it as you say then." The Fierce Gale World's Alchemist A.S. Association's headquarters was at Central Capital, while the Endless World's Alchemist A.S. Association headquarters was at Wufang City. But comparing Star Abyss's status in the Fierce Gale World, the Endless World's Alchemist A.S. Association's chairman's status was evidently not as high as Star Abyss's. This is because the Endless World had many sovereign-level alchemists. Just within this Wufang City, there were two peak alchemy sovereign alchemists. One of them was this Alchemist A.S. Association's chairman. Of course, the Endless World's alchemy standards were much higher than the Fierce Gale World. Star Abyss's level, when placed in the Endless World, could not rank in the top 5. The party came to the Alchemist A.S. Association. The A.S. Association's personnel clearly all knew Rindong. Many people came up to greet him. "Honorable nephew Rindong, what breeze blew you here today?" Rindong brought Yi Yuan and the rest into a side hall. An old man immediately greeted warmly when he saw Rindong. "So, today is Master Wu Xian managing things. Little nephew has seen Master." Rindong gave a bow respectfully. This elderly man was an early-stage alchemy sovereign. He could naturally receive Rindong's courtesy. Wu Xian waved his hand and said, "What are you still being so courteous with me for? I heard that you were in close seclusion for very long. Coming today, could it be to A.S. Salt high-rank quasi-alchemy king?" Master Wu Xian knows me better than anyone. I came today precisely to partake 1P8 in this high-rank quasi-alchemy king test. However, Rindong took a look at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Taking care of some inexperienced fellow while I'm at it. This is to let him know what's called the immensity of heaven and earth." Wu Xian followed Rindong's gaze and looked at Yi Yuan, and he could not help being a little amazed. This youth was so young and was actually already second-level C transformation strength. How extraordinary! He saw Suzy Hui standing with his hands by the side respectfully too, and could not help being even more astonished. A second CLA.S. patrolling inspector like Bao Sangue completely could not enter Wu Xian's eyes. But a 9th-level Soul C expert like Suzy Hui, Wu Xian naturally knew. He was the City Lord Manor's first CLA.S. patrolling inspector. Why would he be so respectful towards a teenager? Looks like this youth had some background. "Honorable nephew, what's with this talk?" In front of Rindong, Wu Xian did not put on any senior's airs. Clearly, he regarded him quite highly. "I came to find Master Wu Xian, to boldly request Master to be a witness for us. In a while, during the test, we'll refine the same medicinal pill, and ultimately determine the victor with the medicinal pill's quality. Rendong said with a cold grunt. This time, Wu Xian was really astonished. He said in surprise, "You and him? Quasi-alchemy king versus low-rank alchemy master? Honorable nephew, aren't you being a little too much of a bully here?" Heh, master didn't hear how arrogant this boy's words were. He said that as long as he randomly took part in the test, whatever alchemy king and alchemy sovereign would be contending to SN. ATC. H him to be a disciple. Furthermore, he would even find it troublesome. Rendong said with a cold smile. When Wu Xian heard these words, his expression could not help darkening too. A puny little alchemy master uttered such wild ravings. Indeed, this person was unaware of how high the heaven was and how deep the earth was. "You really said that before?" Wu Xian asked in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan nodded his head, counted as admitting it. Actually, he just casually said it to use to placate Sky Maple, who knew that it just so happened to be heard by Rendong. But the words were already said. Yi Yuan naturally would not deny it. Furthermore, what he said was only the truth. How could those alchemy kings and alchemy sovereigns be worthy of being his, Yi Yuan's, master? What an unbridled brat. Fine. Today, I'll help you guys be this witness, and I'll see if a puny little alchemy master really has such heaven-defying talent that can make me view him in a different light too. Yi Yuan admitting it so shamelessly made Wu Xian very furious too. Yi Yuan just shrugged when he heard this. He did not have the intention of disputing those words. The place for this test did not seem to be any different from back then when Yi Yuan was at the state of Qin. It was just that the pill refining rooms here were of much higher quality compared to the state of Qin's. All manners of decorations and equipments were much more extensive too. In the hall, one could likewise see everything in the pill refining rooms from the light screen projection. Alright, the test will begin soon. What kind of medicinal pill do you guys want to refine? Wu Xian asked. Yi Yuan had yet to speak when Rendong jumped in and said, Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill. Yi Yuan could not help being stunned when he heard that, his eyes looking at Rendong rather strangely. Rendong clearly saw Yi Yuan's gaze too, and thought that Yi Yuan could not refine it. He could not help saying delightedly, What? Can't refine it? Or completely never heard before. There's still time to back out now, but there has to be some punishment, don't you agree? Yi Yuan smiled wryly and shook his head as he said, All right then. Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill then. Yi Yuan's surprise was obviously not because he could not refine it, and even less because he never heard of it before, but because this Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill was seriously too easy for him. He originally still thought that Rendong, being so aggressive, should have picked even more formidable quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills. Who knew that he actually picked one without any difficulty. However, Yi Yuan was a well-fed person who did not know how the starving people had suffered. This Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill was already the highest-ranking medicinal pill that Rendong could refine. The Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill was a high-level quasi-tier 4 medicinal pill, but it was also just an entry-level medicinal pill. It could at most only be considered slightly difficult among the entry levels. Most of those who came to join the alchemist test just barely reached this level. They would naturally choose other entry-level medicinal pills for the test. Rendong being able to refine out high-level quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills at this age was already very impressive. To make him pick some highly challenging high-level quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills was naturally something impossible. But Yi Yuan's expression in the eyes of those who did not know the inside story naturally thought that he could not refine it. But Yu Mengli and Xiao Ruyan, even Sky Maple, all of them knew that this should not stump Yi Yuan. This expression of Yi Yuan's could only say, this medicinal pill was too simple. Wu Xian saw Yi Yuan's expression, and he could not help shaking his head secretly in his heart. This youngster's strength was decent, but his temperament was too poor. Unable to refine, then why he pretended to know? Even if a puny little alchemy master really could refine some quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills, how could he possibly refine those high-level medicinal pills of the same tier? Now, the true colors were revealed and the jig was up, right? Chapter 500. Alright. Since the two of you don't have any objections, then begin. Wu Xian said. Alright. Since the two of you don't have any objections, then begin. Wu Xian said. Hang on. Xiao Ruyan suddenly interjected. What? You this ugly girl want to go back on your words? Rendong said with a grin. The temperature in the hall instantly dropped several degrees. This Rendong really had no idea of death. Xiao Ruyan said with a cold smile, since it's an alchemy duel, there has to be some stake, right? Rendong could not help being stunned when he heard these words. The smile on his face became even brighter straight away. Haha. What kind of stake do you want? Just say it out. Just bet essence crystals then. 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals. Dare to wager? Xiao Ruyan had a compelling look. Once these words were said, everyone drew in a cold breath. Although Yi Yuan still had some wealth right now, to take out 100,000 essence crystals in one go, he really could not do it. 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals. No matter where it was a huge sum of money. After the shock, Rendong calmed down very quickly and looked at Xiao Ruyan with a half-smile as he said, Heh? You this ugly girl talks so big. 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals, can you take it out? Xiao Ruyan flipped her hand over. A storage ring appeared in her hand. There are 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals in this storage ring. Since this Lord Sovereign is the judge, let him confirm it. As she said, Xiao Ruyan very casually threw the storage ring to Wu Xian. Wu Xian was also slightly astonished when he saw the situation. He inserted his divine sense into the storage ring and counted them. Indeed, there were 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals. This little lady, such a grand display of one's wealth. 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals were not considered much to him as an alchemy sovereign. But to ordinary people, it was absolutely a tremendous amount of wealth. Even for Rendong as the eldest young master in his family, adding up all of his possessions, it was most likely just this amount too. That's right. It's indeed 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals. Wu Xian nodded slightly and said. Hearing the affirmative answer, Rendong could not help looking at Xiao Ruyan in slight amazement. This ugly girl's looks were far from attractive. To think that she was actually so wealthy. People really could not be judged by their looks. But Rendong naturally did not mind this as well. He only treated it as a little girl in a fit of pique. With money one can be willful, but one also has to bear the consequences brought about from being willful. Deal. I'll wager with you. Rendong likewise threw Wu Xian a storage ring and said, Master, this storage ring has high-grade, middle-grade, and low-grade essence crystals. The total sum should be 100,000. I have to trouble you to do a check. Wu Xian briefly counted, and he then nodded his head slightly and said, Only a few dozen pieces short. Not a big problem. Since both parties have agreed to this wager, then this seat will be the intermediary party. These two storage rings will belong to the final victor. Now we can start the test. Yi Yuan and Rendong entered the medicine warehouse. They chose the medicinal herbs the Dragon Buddha Jade Void pill required, and then they entered the pill refining rooms respectively to refine the medicinal pill. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Xian pulled Suzy Hui to one side and asked softly, What background does this boy have? Are you sure that he isn't here to cause trouble? Suzy Hui had a bitter look when he heard that and said, This lowly one doesn't know either. Young Master Ye's talent in the martial path is unparalleled. But whether he knows how to alchemy or not, I really don't know. As he said this, Suzy Hui briefly recounted the matter of inviting Yi Yuan to join the Northern Domain's upper echelons meeting, leaving Wu Xian with shock in his heart. This Yi Yuan was actually even stronger than the 3 sect's head disciples. Truly inconceivable. But his complexion became dark very quickly as he said in a low voice, martial path talent being so heaven-defying, but at his age, how could he have the time to learn alchemy skills too? He's truly messing around. Su Zihui clearly did not feel that Yi Yuan could refine out a high-level quasi-tier 4 medicinal pill either and said with a forced smile, Master Wu Xian, this lowly one has interacted with young Master Yi for several days, and more or less has some understanding regarding his temperament. A young man's character can be understood. Since young Master Yi has the badge that the Alchemist Association issued, he presumably isn't utterly clueless about alchemy skills. Since he wants to mess around, just let him run wild. Or else, if he really gets offended and walks away, City Lord, His Excellency, will flay my skin for sure when I go back. Wu Xian said with a long face, this old man, an exalted alchemy sovereign, is actually accompanying 2 juniors to mess around. Seriously preposterous. Su Zihui smiled obsequiously and said, at any rate, young Master Rendong's standards are not for show. To think that he can actually refine high-level quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills so soon. At this speed, he'll most likely become our Wufang city's youngest alchemy king expert. After Shi Zihui mentioned Rendong, Wu Xian's expression became a little better as he said with a nod, this boy's talent in alchemy is indeed exceptionally strong. The Ren family finally produced a decent junior again after Hongling that Laos. Forget it, today I'll just take it as witnessing Rendong this boy's growth then. Wu Xian pair chatted for a while, and were just about to go to the light screen to watch Rendong's refinement when the door of the pill refining room that Yi Yuan was in suddenly opened. Yi Yuan slowly walked out from inside. When Wu Xian saw the situation, his expression involuntarily darkened as he said, young man, alchemy skills are not as simple as you imagine. A day's work cannot refine out high-tier medicinal pills. If your strength can't compare to others, you have to accept it with an open mind. A momentary dispute caused by personal feelings will do no good for your growth. Seeing that Yi Yuan actually came out so quickly, Wu Xian already confirmed that this Yi Yuan was making a fool out of him, and could not resist lecturing a few sentences with a senior's capacity. Yi Yuan was disinclined to refute as well and just gave an apathetic ORH and retreated to one side. Xiao Rian's eyes lit up, and she asked Yi Yuan in a whisper, Master, what grade? The composed Yu Mengli also could not resist moving closer at this time. But Yi Yuan made a mystery out of it as he said with a smile, leave a bit of suspense. Making it known now won't have any meaning anymore. After 2 hours plus, Rendong finally came out from the pill refining room. It was only to see him drenched in sweat all over, as if he was hurled out from a river. This Dragon Buddha Jade Void pill was still a little too forceful to Rendong. But Rendong's face seemed to be looking very excited. Clearly, the refinement succeeded. Rendong saw Yi Yuan sitting there calm and composedly, looking as if his soul force and essence energy both virtually had no expenditure. Rendong could not help giving a disdainful smile. Resigned yourself to your fate, right? Alchemy isn't as easy as you imagine. Quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills are not tier 2 medicinal pills that can be refined as long as one's realm is sufficient, Rendong said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan just smiled and was not in the mood to argue with him. Before long, the employees submitted the medicinal pills refined by the 2. Wu Xian already had no interest to look at the medicinal pill Yi Yuan refined at this time. He directly unveiled the vessel used to place Rendong's medicinal pill, his face revealing a satisfied look. Not bad, not bad. Actually able to refine a middle-grade Dragon Buddha Jade Void pill already. Looks like you didn't slack off in the slightest recently. Wu Xian said in satisfaction. Master Wu Xian is too kind. Little nephew is somebody who has the resolve to salt the realm of peak alchemy sovereign. How can I dare have the slightest hint of remiss? Rendong was pleased with himself in his heart, but spoke humbly on the surface. Wu Xian nodded his head and unveiled Yi Yuan's medicinal pill carelessly. His expression involuntarily changed drastically. This Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill. Hiss. Young man, do you have a master? Wu Xian asked. Chapter 501. Everyone was stupefied by this question from Wu Xian. What was going on? Everyone was stupefied by this question from Wu Xian. What was going on? Wu Xian was not talking about the medicinal pill's quality, but he asked about Yi Yuan's master first? But everyone understood it very quickly. Wu Xian was trying to take Yi Yuan in as a disciple here. Understanding this subtle question, Rendong's face was already black like a pot's bottom. He still clearly remembered that he just happened to be into the sight of Yi Yuan saying that alchemy kings and alchemy sovereigns would be fighting to take him in as a disciple. Wasn't this scene right now exactly verifying Yi Yuan's words back then? But the problem was that Yi Yuan did not even expend much essence, energy, and soul force. How could he possibly refine out a high-quality Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill? Master Wu Xian, the medicinal pill that he refined? Rendong clenched his teeth and asked. Only when Wu Xian looked at Rendong did he realize his loss of composure. But very soon, he took pity on Rendong. Rendong's talent absolutely bore no complaints. But compared to this Yi Yuan, it was simply a world of difference. He said the medicinal pill to Rendong and said with a sigh, You take a look yourself. Rendong received the medicinal pill in puzzlement and swept over the medicinal pill with soul force. His expression became even uglier. Transcendent grade. It was absolutely transcendent grade. A transcendent grade Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill. How was this possible? Yet, the reality was right before his eyes and not up to Rendong to believe or not. Everything in the pill refining room could be projected on the light screen and be recorded down. Yi Yuan's refinement completely could not be faked. Could it be that this boy's alchemy standards actually already reached such a monstrous degree? As an alchemist, Rendong was all too clear about the disparity between middle grade and transcendent grade. Comparing using a firefly and the bright moon was not overboard at all. Master is master. Indeed amazing. How is it, great young Master Ren? Convinced now? Xiao Ruyan clearly identified the transcendent grade medicinal pill too, and she could not help striking down Rendong with a proud look. Yet, Rendong completely did not hear Xiao Ruyan's words. He was currently still battered out of his senses at present. The eyes of Yu Mengli behind Yi Yuan glimmered at this time, staring hard at Yi Yuan's back view. It was also uncertain what she was thinking about. You're called Yi Yuan, right? I wonder if you're willing to enter this old man's tutelage? This old man will exhaust everything I have to aid you to reach the divine realm. Wu Xian also said somewhat agitatedly. Yi Yuan sighed slightly. As expected, it still went back to this topic. Is the test considered pass said now? Yi Yuan's reply avoided the question. Of course. Of course, it's pass said. Wu Xian was dazed for a bit and replied. Then, give it. Give it? Give what it? Wu Xian discovered that he completely could not follow Yi Yuan's thoughts. The badge. I came to take the test for high-rank quasi-alchemy king. Now that I've said the test, shouldn't you give me the badge? Oh, those 2 storage rings as well. Yi Yuan said crossly. In Yi Yuan's eyes, he totally did not have any awe towards an alchemy sovereign. Only then did Wu Xian come to a realization. He hurriedly instructed, Come, men. Make haste to produce Yi Yuan's badge. These 2 storage rings are yours. Yi Yuan, I wonder if... Master Wu Xian, actually, I have a master. If it's acknowledging a master, I think forget about it. Yi Yuan received the storage rings and interrupted Wu Xian's words rudely. Having a master doesn't matter as well. Wufang City is the alchemy holy land, and Lord Chairman is even a peak alchemy sovereign powerhouse. If this old man isn't qualified enough, I believe he has the qualifications. With Lord Chairman coming forward, I believe that your master won't say much either. With your talent, with the Alchemist A.S. Association's fostering, ascending to the divine realm in the future is practically a shoe-in. Wu Xian was clearly unwilling to give up and still wanted to convince Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan felt his head swell up and he waved his hands and said, "Master, his elder self treats me very well. I don't have plans to change factions. Lord Wu Xian, I still have important matters on hand, so I won't stay any longer. Brother Zihue, after the badge finishes manufacturing, I'll have to trouble you to send somebody to collect it and send it to my residence." Finished talking, Yi Yuan left without even turning his head back. In a tranquil courtyard inside City Lord Manor, an old man with a fierce glare was currently drinking tea in the pavilion. This old man was precisely the person with the highest authority in Wufang City. City Lord Ren Xingchuan. Opposite Ren Xingchuan sat a middle-aged man. Between the latter's forehead had some likeness with Ren Xingchuan. "Yujie, these few days, Wufang City will have a meeting of wind and clouds. You have to be more wary. Especially those few old fellows from the three sects, they have to be entertained upon carefully. Best to not have any trouble occur," Ren Xingchuan said. "Father, rest assured. I've already prepared everything. This time, the state of affairs is extraordinary. Those few most likely won't intentionally stir up trouble too," Ren Yujie said. Ren Xingchuan nodded and said, "I really didn't expect that my endless world would actually suffer such an undeserved calamity. If those few old fellows still don't cease at this time, they will be the endless world's sinners. Other than their 3 schools, have the others all arrived? There are still several people not yet here. But we've already received the news that they are already on the way. It's also a matter of these 2 days," Ren Yujie said. "And then that's good. Oh right, that boy called Yi Yuan will be of vital importance to this meeting. What kind of strategy we take against the fierce Gale world will all fall onto his brain. I made Suzy Hue go and invite him. I wonder if he's here yet or not." "Already here. I've already arranged for him to be at Fengya Pavilion. Speaking of this boy, he's really impressive too," Ren Yujie said with glistening eyes. "Impressive in what way?" "Yesterday, Yi Yuan just entered the city. No idea how, he mped on to Donger. The 2 of them actually carried out a pill-fighting match." With this, Ren Xingchuan's interest was aroused as he asked curiously, "Oh? There is still this incident? I heard that this boy's martial path is exceedingly formidable, even detaining Qin Hongtao's grandson. Could it be that he also has exceptionally high attainments in the alchemy path? What's the result of the 2 of their face-off?" Ren Yujie snickered and said, "Why don't father make a guess?" "Hiss. Hearing your tone, could it be that Donger lost? Donger's talent is not at all inferior to Hongling's. It can't be to the extent where he lost to a boy from the countryside, right?" Ren Yujie nodded his head. His eyes were clearly still carrying disbelief. "How is it just lost? It was simply an utter defeat. When I heard this news, I suspected that I heard wrongly myself too. For this, I even specially sent people to the Alchemist A.S. Association to inquire about it from Lord Wu Xian, only to hear that this is true." Ren Xingchuan briefly recounted the matter of Yi Yuan and Ren Dong battling on refining pills. Ren Xingchuan drew a cold breath when he heard the story. Transcendent-grade medicinal pill? Even if this boy started cultivating in his mother's womb, it's also not possible to be monstrous to such a degree, right? Ren Xingchuan said in disbelief. "That I don't know. But this youngster called Yi Yuan, his background is indeed filled with mysteries," Ren Yujie said. Ren Xingchuan nodded and said, "This matter, I got it. You go and console Donger properly. He has been arrogant at heart and haughty in manner since young. He has never suffered such a setback before. If he make use of this setback properly, it will be a facilitation for him instead. Hong Ling is already thoroughly crippled. Our Ren family's future hope is all on Donger. We must make sure that nothing goes wrong. Hearing that, Ren Yujia's expression dimmed, wanting to speak. But he said nothing. Chapter 502. Whatever you want to say, just say it. Don't act like I'm a target for venting, Ren Xingchuan said unhappily. Whatever you want to say, just say it. Don't act like I'm a target for venting, Ren Xingchuan said unhappily. Ren Yujia heaved a sigh and said, so many years have said already. The wood has become a boat. Father, you still can't let it go of it in your heart? You doing this, younger sister will hate you for the rest of your life. Boom. Ren Xingchuan slapped a palm down. The stone table in the pavilion immediately turned into a pile of powder. Hong Ling was originally the successor of my mantle with outstanding talent, but she was abducted by that stinking brat. Now, Hong Ling became a cripple because of that stinking brat. How do you want me to not be angry? Ren Xingchuan suddenly seemed to have become another person, stern in voice and countenance. Father, it has already been so many years since the incident. Our Ren family has Donger too. Brother-in-law brought younger sister back to apologize for their mistake. Isn't it good enough for our family to reunite together? Why must it be a life-and-death struggle? Ren Yujia said carefully. Although Ren Yujia already reached middle age, he still did not dare to talk loudly in front of Ren Xingchuan. Ren Xingchuan flicked his sleeves and said with a cold grunt, it will be hard to vent the hatred in my heart for so many years without killing that stinking brat. Don't mention this matter again. After the meet this time SES, immediately carry out the death sentence on that punk. Ren Yujia shook his head and sighed again. Then turned around and left the courtyard. Yi Yuan, the four of them stayed at Feng Ye Pavilion. The next day, Sky Maple was too impatient to wait and left the house on his own to look around Wufang City. Of course, a part of the reason for him doing so was because he did not wish to hinder Yi Yuan and the two beauties' privacy. Him, an old man, always hanging around young people, it seriously could not quite be justified. Master, let's go out to take a look too. Although this Wufang City isn't as big as our central capital, in terms of bustling degree, it's only greater and not lesser. Furthermore, I heard that just the alchemy sovereign experts here are close to as many as 10. This level of strength truly makes our fierce Gale world look up to it. Ever since Xiao Ruyan broke away from her family's fetters, her entire person became much more cheerful. This happy look suited her age more. But Yi Yuan did not have any interest in Wufang City. However, Xiao Ruyan, his eldest disciple, was in such a mood to enjoy things. It was not nice of him to brush off Xiao Ruyan's intention either. As for Yu Mengli, she had an indifferent look. As long as it was accompanying by Yi Yuan's side, it would do. The trio were just about to leave when Suzy Hui just happened to stop them. Young Master Yi, this is your high-rank quasi-alchemy king badge. I sent people early in the morning to help you retrieve it. Suzy Hui already used honorifics when speaking. This trip here, he was already prostrating on all fours in admiration before Yi Yuan. At a young age, not only could he cross a major realm to battle in terms of the martial path, he could even refine a high-level transcendent grade quasi-tier 4 medicinal pill. Such monstrous talent, just thinking about it made people despair. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and received the badge. The 3.5 stars on it twinkled. Because Quasi-Alchemy King was similarly a special realm, being in between Alchemy King and Alchemy Grandmaster, the Alchemist A.S. Association's badge had 3.5 stars on it. Yi Yuan casually threw the badge into the storage ring and did not have the intention of adorning it. When Suzy Hui saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Alchemists being so casual with their badges. It was most likely just this guy, right? In other people's view, after getting this badge, they would absolutely be like obtaining a supreme treasure, carefully pinning it on their chest and finding it hard to take it down again. But this lord actually spurned it. Yi Yuan kept the badge, but then he fished out a medicinal pill and threw it to Zhihui. He said to him, "These few days I've troubled brother Zhihui. Younger brother isn't able to refine tier 4 medicinal pills right now, so I can only use this medicinal pill to express my thanks. If brother Zhihui has any son or nephew descendant, it can come in handy." These few days, Su Zhihui fussed around as if Yi Yuan was his master, serving him very meticulously. Although he came here because he received Wu Fang City Lord's orders, Yi Yuan appreciated it too. Moreover, Yi Yuan gifting the pill was naturally because he still had a request. Su Zhihui received the pill and took a look, and he could not help drawing a cold breath. Transcendent grade medicinal pill again. Young Master Yi, this medicinal pill. Su Zhihui completely did not recognize this medicinal pill at all. Yi Yuan smiled and explained, "This is a sea-gathering pill. It can allow someone to advance one minor realm in the sea transformation realm unconditionally. If brother Zhihui has any sea transformation realm son or nephew, why not let him give it a try? This medicinal pill is too valuable. I can't take it." Hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, Su Zhihui immediately realized just how precious this medicinal pill was and hurriedly "Pass," said the medicinal pill back. But Yi Yuan did not take it and said with a smile, "Brother Zhihui, keep it. I still have a matter to request brother Zhihui." Su Zhihui struggled briefly but still could not resist keeping the medicinal pill. His son just broke through to the sea transformation realm. This medicinal pill came perfectly in time for him to use. Su Zhihui naturally could not bear to part with it and return it to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's medicinal pill was given with perfect timing. Then Zhihui thanks young Master Yi very much. My son just broke through to the sea transformation realm and could just happen to use this sea gathering pill. If young Master Yi has any request, just say it. Zhihui is incapable, but I can still say a few words in this Wufang city. Su Zhihui was already shedding tears of gratitude right now towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Haha, then I'll thank brother Zhihui first. Actually, I wish to ask brother Zhihui to help me find 2 people. Who? These 2 people are a husband and wife pair. One is called Yi Hang. The other is called Ren Hongling." Ever since Yi Hang and Ren Hongling left after leaving behind the letter, although Yi Yuan did not show it, he kept it in his heart all along. Now that the Tranquil Cloud sect moved north, Yi Yuan naturally had to inquire about his parents' news. Wufang City's sphere of influence in the northern domain was Ma's Civ. Requesting Su Zhihui to inquire about his parents' news was perfect. When Su Zhihui heard Ren Hongling these 3 words, his expression could not help changing. But Yi Yuan took in Su Zhihui's expression into his sight and could not help but be surprised. He asked, "Is it possible that brother Zhihui knows these 2? Su Zhihui lowered his voice and said, "It's really a coincidence. City Lord, His Excellency, has a daughter. Her name is called Ren Hongling too." Yi Yuan's mind flashed like lightning when he heard that. His parents had never talked about their background. Was it possible that mother actually still had such a startling background? Thinking of this, Yi Yuan was even more overjoyed and hurriedly asked, "Then where is that City Lord's daughter now?" Su Zhihui sighed and said, "City Lord's daughter came to a premature end long ago already. It's too bad for an alchemy genius." "Oh? Why is this so?" Yi Yuan could not help becoming curious. Back that, City Lord's daughter had peerless talent. At the age of 18, she was already a high-rank alchemy grandmaster, greatly surpassing those of the same age. But sadly, the heaven is envious of the gifted. That Ren Hongling actually got inflicted with a terminal disease and left this world. City Lord, His Excellency, was even heartbroken over this for a long time. Listening up to here, Yi Yuan already basically confirmed that this Ren Hongling was not the other Ren Hongling. Because his mother did not have any trace of essence energy undulation in her body and was only a normal person. She naturally could not possibly be the city lord's daughter in Su Zihui's story. Chapter 503 Then it's really quite a pity, Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. Then it's really quite a pity, Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. Xiao Rian was a high-rank alchemy grandmaster at 20 years old and was already a peak existence in the fierce Gale world. An 18-years-old high-rank alchemy grandmaster was absolutely a peak existence in the endless world. Such monstrous talent but pas, said Wei Young, it was indeed quite pitiful. Yeah. But the heaven does not cut off all paths. City Lord, His Excellency, later got another grandson, that is Rin Dong. His talent is similarly a top existence when looking at the junior generation, Su Zihui said. Yi Yuan nodded his head. Regarding Rin Dong's talent, Yi Yuan did not have any disagreement. To the lower realms, Rin Dong's talent was already rather decent. Yi Yuan described Yi Hang's and Ren Hongling's looks and characteristics to Su Zihui in detail, and he instructed, these two people's news will be entrusted to Brother Zihui. If your son needs any medicinal pills, Brother Zihui doesn't need to be courteous. Just come and find me will do. Su Zihui was overjoyed when he heard it and hurriedly said, I'll thank young Master Yi on behalf of my son first. Martial artists' cultivation could not do without medicinal pills. With Su Zihui's strength and status, he naturally did not lack medicinal pills. But just looking from Yi Yuan casually taking out the sea-gathering pill, his alchemy path strength absolutely could not be compared to ordinary high-rank quasi-alchemy kings. Su Zihui was 9th-level Soul Sea Realm strength and had mingled in Wufang City for so many years. His horizons were absolutely exceedingly high. But he had never heard before a kind of medicinal pill which could unconditionally raise the level of sea transformation realm by a minor realm. This Yi Yuan's background was absolutely not ordinary. Building up a good relations, HI+P with a future peerless powerhouse like this was absolutely worth it. Seeing off Su Zihui, Yi Yuan was just about to bring Yu Mengli and Xiao Rian out, but then he saw somebody was pacing around outside Feng Ye Pavilion's gates with a conflicted look. Looking closely, who could it be but Rin Dong? Great young Master Rin, it's not that you can't take a loss and want to take back the essence crystals, right? Xiao Rian said derisively. It was uncertain what Rin Dong was thinking about earlier and completely did not see Yi Yuan trio come out. Hearing Xiao Rian's words at this time, he involuntarily lifted his head and looked over. With this look, Rin Dong could not help drawing in a deep breath. This woman before his eyes was seriously, absurdly beautiful. That exquisite face took Rin Dong's breath away. Taking a look at Yi Yuan's side again, Yu Mengli's beauty was actually a level above Xiao Rian's. Rin Dong's mind could not help short-circuiting. This miss, you are? You're not. Not that ugly girl yesterday, right? Hey! You try saying that one more time. Xiao Rian's expression instantly became cold. Only then did Rin Dong come around to his senses and hurriedly waved his hands, saying, Ah, no, miss, I don't mean that. I was saying. Rin Dong thought for a long time and could not figure out how he should organize his words. Those two ugly girls yesterday actually became celestial deity-like girls today with a sway of their bodies. These two beauties before his eyes were simply even more gorgeous than all the women he had seen before added up. He was still criticizing Yi Yuan's taste yesterday. He only discovered now that he was the real blind man. Such remarkable beauties, being able to get one was already incredible fortune. Yi Yuan actually embraced one left and one right, enjoying the bliss of dual company to the max. Was this wanting to make every man in the world feel ashamed of their unworthiness? No wonder these two beauties changed their looks to that appearance yesterday. Turns out that they were afraid of trouble. Rin Dong did not know that his words yesterday thoroughly stimulated Yu Mengli and Xiao Rian. Going out today, the two of them refused to disguise themselves no matter what. Xiao Ruyan even took care of her looks today meticulously, appearing ephemerally beautiful. Such beauty was not what the mortal realm should possess. The other girl, Yu Mengli, was a born beauty. She just recovered to her original appearance, and that already made the entire city's women fade in color. Yi Yuan felt an endless headache too. Ignoring Xiao Ruyan, Yu Mengli's original disposition was very quiet and elegant and never cared about other people's view. No idea what wrong medicine she took today to actually mess around together with Xiao Ruyan. Actually, even Yu Mengli herself probably did not understand either why she would care about her image so much. Say what? You dare to say that you didn't say it just now? Xiao Ruyan pressed on the point to death. Rendong's forehead was covered in sweat. In front of Xiao Ruyan, he actually did not have that imposing manner yesterday. Sorry. It was me who have eyes but failed to see. To actually treat a mortal realm's absolute beauty like Miss as a commonplace girl. Truly a sin. Such a sin. Enough. Look at how your eyes are glued. Knew that you aren't anything good. Must be an exceptionally lecherous person. Yi Yuan really could not carry on watching by the side, and he could only speak up. All right, Ruyan. Yesterday, you guys altered your looks to that extent. Young Master Ren's misunderstanding is normal too. You don't keep harping on the matter. Xiao Ruyan pursed her mouth and actually did not dispute, retreating behind Yi Yuan unwillingly. Rendong was even more stupefied when he saw the situation. This woman looked to be so fierce and unreasonable, but she actually did not dare to say a word back to Yi Yuan. This Yi Yuan's methods to control women was truly remarkable. Young Master Ren, you aren't really finding me to ask for essence crystals, right? Yi Yuan looked at Rendong and said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Rendong hastily shook his hands and said, No, the essence crystals is just a small matter. That. Can we go in for a talk? Rendong looked around for a bit, his expression somewhat embarrassed. Said. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and knew that he was afraid of him losing face being seen by people, and he nodded his head. Coming to the inner hall and sitting down, Yi Yuan could not help being very helpless too. Looks like wanting to go out to take a stroll around wasn't very likely. What you have to say, you can say it now, right? Yi Yuan said. That, is it possible to teach me how to refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills? Rendong rubbed his hands, appearing very embarrassed. Said. Evidently, these words took immense courage to come out of his mouth. But Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard these words. He could tell that Rendong was the kind of person who viewed himself very highly and was extremely haughty. To think that he would actually say something like that. Young Master Ren, according to what I know, your grandfather is a peak alchemy sovereign powerhouse. Alchemy, this sort of thing, seems like you shouldn't be coming over to ask me, right? Yi Yuan said curiously. But Rendong shook his head when he heard that and said, Even though my grandfather is a peak alchemy sovereign, he has no way of refining transcendent-grade medicinal pills when he was at your level. The way I see it, you should have some special skill that can refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills, right? Hearing that, Yi Yuan's expression could not help becoming strange, and he said with a cold smile, Even if I have ways to refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills, why should I teach you? The process of us becoming acquainted didn't seem to be very merry, right? Rendong's expression was rather ugly. Him suddenly dropping in to find Yi Yuan to teach him alchemy was indeed very brusque. But he thought about it for an entire day after he went back yesterday and did not sleep the entire night. He was extremely curious about Yi Yuan's pill refining technique. Today, not knowing why, he actually came to Fengye Pavilion at the behest of supernatural powers. Rendong looked at Yi Yuan and stood up abruptly. But this action gave Xiao Ruyan a fright. She hastily blocked in front of Yi Yuan, like a tigress protecting its cubs, and she said fiercely, What do you want to do to Master? Rendong did not bother with Xiao Ruyan, and suddenly he kneeled down with a thud. Chapter 504 This action of Rendong threw Yi Yuan Trio into a confusion. This action of Rendong threw Yi Yuan Trio into a confusion. What are you doing? Yi Yuan asked in surprise. I'm willing to acknowledge you as master. Please teach me how to refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills. Rendong said with a stubborn look. This action from Rendong made Yi Yuan view him in a different light. He did not look down on Rendong because of this. Rather, he felt that only such a person was worthy of bearing the word alchemist. Yi Yuan could feel Rendong's intense thirst for knowledge. That sort of extreme desire, Yi Yuan himself had it before too. Alchemist was an occupation held in great esteem. Many people lost their original goals during the process of growing stronger, indulging in the opulence of the secular world and being unable to extricate themselves. Those kinds of people, even if overflowing with talent, their accomplishments would be extremely limited too. What if yesterday, I happened to refine a transcendent-grade medicinal pill by chance? Yi Yuan said. Of course, Yi Yuan would not take him in as a disciple so easily. Yi Yuan had always prioritized quality over quant. 1. Tai when taking in disciples. Even if he did not take any disciples in his previous life, his followers were all carefully selected through a strict process. Regardless whether it was talent or conduct, Xiao Ruyan was a top choice. That was why Yi Yuan agreed. The first impression that this Rendong gave Yi Yuan was not good. Yi Yuan obviously would not relent so easy. Early this morning, I went to the Alchemist A.S. Association and examined your refining process yesterday. It's simply a magnificent work of art. Although we're both quasi-alchemy kings, your alchemy skills flung me more than several streets behind. Rendong said. The refining process that the Alchemist A.S. Association recorded, normal people naturally could not view it. But Rendong's ident. 1. Tai was extraordinary. Wanting to check it was not hard. Master, who knows what intentions this fellow has? You mustn't fall for his trick. Xiao Ruyan slandered him by the side. You're really his disciple? Rendong suddenly asked. Otherwise, what do you think? I'm Master's eldest disciple. Xiao Ruyan said with a proud look. Xiao Ruyan was increasingly convinced by Yi Yuan when following him to refine pills now. This period of time, although Xiao Ruyan did not break through realms, her alchemy skills level had a qualitative leap, and her foundation was much dear compared to before. Hence, she admitted to being Yi Yuan's disciple now was without any pressure at all. In fact, she felt very proud. This master, she acknowledged correctly. Rendong mused for a moment and suddenly did a loud kowtow towards Yi Yuan and said, Master Yi Yuan, please take me in as a disciple no matter what. Rendong perceived some things from Xiao Ruyan's expression and strengthened his resolve to acknowledge Yi Yuan as his master even more. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, I don't have any method that can refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills. So, you don't need to acknowledge me as master. Rendong became anxious when he heard that and hurriedly said, Is master still blaming me for yesterday's incident? Me apologizing to you for my offense still won't do? Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, You're thinking too much. I really don't have any technique to refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills. No alchemist has such a technique. But I saw Master's alchemy skills. Too amazing. There were many areas where I couldn't understand at all. Rendong said. Yi Yuan looked at Rendong and suddenly asked, There's already a peak alchemy sovereign powerhouse at your home. Why do you go so far as to barter the trunk for the branches, and you come to acknowledge me as your master? Rendong suddenly heaved a sigh and said, Although I haven't learned grandfather's alchemy skills fully, I've already gotten 50% to 60% of the essence. What's left is just the polis. Hi+ing of time, as well as the ACCU, mulation of experience. Following the prescribed order like this, I believe that I can also cultivate to peak alchemy sovereign one day. Rendong paused a bit, and he suddenly became somewhat agitated. But I know that grandfather's alchemy skills are already at his limits and is incapable of ascending to the divine realm. If I walk along his old path, it's simply impossible to surpass him. All the way until I saw the image of you refining pills, then only did I know how great the gap between us was. Yi Yuan nodded slightly. This boy's ambition wasn't small. But if one could not even achieve ascending to the divine realm, where lies the talk of walking to the extremes of the alchemy path? Yi Yuan took a look at the Rendong with a face full of antic 1ation and suddenly said with a smile, "Do you really want to acknowledge me as master?" Rendong was overjoyed when he heard this. "Master is willing to take me in? Hoo, you want to enter my tutelage, it's not prohibited to. However, you have to pass my test. No matter what kind of test it is, Rendong will definitely accomplish it." Rendong was still fully confident in himself. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Didn't you want to know why I can refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills?" Rendong nodded his head fiercely but showed a difficult expression. If Yi Yuan's test was to refine a transcendent-grade medicinal pill, he could not accomplish that. "Ha! Don't need to worry. I'm not making you refine a quasi-tier 4 transcendent-grade medicinal pill. Lesser phaseless art you should know, right?" Yi Yuan asked. Rendong was dazed. Lesser phaseless art was the most basic refining technique. Even for a puny little alchemy apprentice, it was impossible to not know either. Rendong was a high-rank quasi-alchemy king. How could he possibly not know the lesser phaseless art? Yi Yuan smiled, and suddenly took out a stalk of Tier 1 herbal GRAS, his fingers moving like phantoms. At this movement, Rendong's expression could not help changing dramatically. "Refining pills barehandedly. This is lesser phaseless art? No, wait. His fingers' technique and seals are indeed the lesser phaseless art without mistake, but why can it be performed to such a level?" Rendong muttered under his breath. It was only to see that the medicinal herb bounced up and down non-stop in Yi Yuan's hand, as if it was alive. And the one who gave it life was precisely Yi Yuan. After 20 breaths, a tiny medicinal pellet appeared in Yi Yuan's hand. T transcendent grade. Using the lesser phaseless art to refine a transcendent-grade medicinal pill barehandedly. Even though it's only a Tier 1 medicinal pill, but how is this possible? Rendong was in a complete mess, speaking incoherently. But the astoundment in his heart was written on his face currently. As everyone knew, alchemists all needed to borrow medicinal cauldrons and flames to refine pills. Refining pills barehandedly were completely forsaking these two, directing with essence energy and barehandedly refining finished product medicinal pill. The degree of difficulty of doing this was hard to imagine for ordinary people. Don't simply look at how Rendong was a quasi-alchemy king. To make him refine a Tier 1 medicinal pill barehandedly, he simply could not do it. I don't need you to refine pills barehandedly. You just have to use the lesser phaseless art to refine out a Tier 1 transcendent-grade medicinal pill, and I'll take you in as a disciple. Yi Yuan's voice shocked Rendong awake abruptly. Only now did he recover to his sense. Surprised, he said, "Using the lesser phaseless art to refine a Tier 1 transcendent-grade medicinal pill? How is that possible?" The moment he said that, Rendong wanted to smack his own mouth. Didn't Yi Yuan just refine out a transcendent-grade medicinal pill just now? How was it impossible? Furthermore, Yi Yuan even used barehanded alchemy technique to refine it. Although it was a Tier 1 medicinal pill, the degree of difficulty in it, Rendong felt despair just thinking about it. Whether it's possible or not, that's your business. This is my initiation test. If you can't do it, don't mention this matter again, Yi Yuan said coolly. With Rendong's standards, going to refine a Tier 1 medicinal pill, he naturally could refine out a transcendent-grade medicinal pill. But to let him use the lesser phaseless art to refine a Tier 1 medicinal pill, it was impossible to refine no matter what. The lesser phaseless art was the most basic refining technique, being extremely simple. There had never been anybody who could use such a simple technique to refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills. This test was too hard. Rendong's expression flickered, and he finally gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll definitely do it." Chapter 505 Rendong immediately went back to practice the lesser phaseless art after leaving Feng Ye Pavilion. Rendong immediately went back to practice the lesser phaseless art after leaving Feng Ye Pavilion. Only after witnessing Yi Yuan's methods did Rendong suddenly become aware that he seemed to have found a different sky. He, a high-rank quasi-alchemy king, was too undeserving. This strengthened his resolve to acknowledge Yi Yuan as his master even more. But with this disturbance, the mood of Yi Yuan and the two girls going out to sightsee dulled as well. Yet, right at this time, Suzy Hui came back after leaving not long ago. His expression was very ugly. "Young Master Yi, not good. Elder Sky Maple He got detained by exquisite Jade Pavilion," Suzy Hui said somewhat anxiously. Yi Yuan knitted his brows when he heard that and asked, "What happened?" Suzy Hui hurriedly explained, "Elder Sky Maple challenged the exquisite Jade Pavilion's 1,000-query wall. The result was that he failed. Elder Sky Maple was unresigned and disputed a couple of words with them, and he got detained by exquisite Jade Pavilion. I went to exquisite Jade Pavilion after being informed of the news to ask for him. Also don't know what wrong medicine they ate, to actually not give me face and held Elder Sky Maple in custody, refusing to release him no matter what. In this Wu Fang city, there are actually still things that your city lord manor can't settle?" Yi Yuan said curiously. This was Yi Yuan's first time here. His head was covered in a fog about Wu Fang City's forces distribution. In his view, although Suzy Hui was not a divine traversing realm powerhouse, a 9th-level Soul Sea realm expert absolutely could be considered a famed and prestigious character in Wu Fang City. Furthermore, Suzy Hui was even the City Lord Manor's first CLA's patrolling inspector. There were actually people who dared to not give him face. Suzy Hui forced a smile and said, "Young Master Yi is unaware. Although City Lord, His Excellency, is one of Wu Fang City's strongest alchemists, Wu Fang City's forces are intricate and complex. Some families, their forces are only slightly inferior compared to City Lord Manor, and can fully not give me any face." Suzy Hui briefly introduced the exquisite Jade Pavilion's situation. Yi Yuan became absorbed in his thoughts. This exquisite Jade Pavilion was a force belonging to Wu Fang City's Chao family. This Chao family's strength was exceedingly powerful too. The old patriarch in their family was middle-rank alchemy sovereign's strength. While it was not as strong as City Lord Manor, it was also an extremely powerful faction in this Wu Fang City. If the City Lord or other divine traversing realm experts in the City Lord Manor came forward, exquisite Jade Pavilion would of course sell them the face. But Suzy Hui's ident. 1. Tai was a little inferior. Except that it was kind of weird thinking about it. Even though Suzy Hui was not considered the City Lord Manor's upper echelon, if it were just causing some small dispute, the exquisite Jade Pavilion would not go so far as to be so domineering. In between this, there should have some other reason. How about I go to City Lord, His Excellency, to report it and request his elderly self to come forward? Suzy Hui asked probingly. But Yi Yuan did not speak and was pondering about something. Only after some time, did Yi Yuan look at Suzy Hui and ask, "What relations Hi+P does the heavenly evil sect and Chao family have?" With Yi Yuan saying this, Suzy Hui was dazed, and then immediately revealed a look of sudden realization. Sigh. Look at this pig brain of mine. The heavenly evil sect precisely belongs to the Chao family's sphere of influence. The Chao family's third young master, Chao Fang, has close ties with the heavenly evil sects Mao Yuanji. Oh, Chao Feng is the person with the greatest alchemy strength in the Chao family's junior generation. He is just slightly inferior compared to young Master Rindong. He is also already middle-rank quasi-alchemy king right now, Suzy Hui said. Suzy Hui's gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with admiration. He himself had yet to even think of this aspect, and Yi Yuan, an outsider, actually guessed to such an extent already. Yi Yuan nodded after listening and said, "What is this thousand-query wall?" This thousand-query wall is one of the Chao family's main attraction. Countless alchemists come to Wufang City, and many of them come for this thousand-query wall. Suzy Hui explained. Turns out that in the history of Wufang City, the Chao family had been glorious before too, even producing many generations of city lords. Among them, one of the city lords set up a thousand-query wall right in this Wufang City. The specific era was already unverifiable. The so-called thousand-query wall was where alchemists placed their own queries on this wall, offering a reward for other alchemists to come and answer. Through so many years ACCU mulation, the questions on the thousand-query wall were already more than 1,000 long ago. The questions on the thousand-query wall, as long as it was answered, it would be removed from the wall. But the queries raised by alchemists were far more than the queries resolved. With the ACCU mulation of months and days, the questions on this thousand-query wall was already rather sizable. Furthermore, through the countless years of filtering, the difficulty of the questions on the thousand-query wall also became increasingly greater. Many of the problems, even peak alchemy sovereign powerhouses could not answer them either. Challenging the thousand-query wall, one first had to pay a certain amount of essence crystals. These essence crystals would belong to the exquisite Jade Pavilion, which was owned by the Chao family. If answered correctly, the alchemist would be able to take away the reward. If unable to answer, they could naturally only return empty-handed. Even the essence crystals from before were gone too. With so many years, the Chao family relied on this thousand-query wall to earn countless riches. But even so, there were still countless alchemists advancing wave after wave to come to the exquisite Jade Pavilion to challenge the thousand-query wall. One could say that the reason why this Wufang City could become the endless world's alchemy holy land, this thousand-query wall's contributions could not be foregone. Hearing Suzy Hui's explanation, even Yi Yuan had no choice but to gasp in admiration at that generation's city lord's outstanding wisdom and resourcefulness as well. Such exchanges absolutely had tremendous advantages towards the heightening of alchemy skills. This thousand-query wall could be said to be an immensely valuable asset left behind by that generation's city lord. Through so many years, many people who raised the query were no longer around anymore. Those questions naturally become ownerless objects. And these questions, each one of it being answered, had tremendously important meaning in promoting the development of alchemy skills. And the Chao family guarding such a treasure mountain could actually decline. It could be seen that this Chao family was really rotten mud that could not even stick to a wall. Want to challenge thousand-query wall, one must leave their background on the contract. The contract won't be publicized. But the Chao family's people most likely have ways to see it. If this matter is really Chao Feng playing tricks behind, it's rather troublesome, Suzy Hui said worriedly. Looks like that Chao third young master dug a pit for Grand Elder to jump into. Hee, really thinking my tranquil cloud sect is easy to bully? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. When Suzy Hui heard Yi Yuan's tone, he knew that things were not good. The upper echelon meeting had yet to begin. Once Yi Yuan had a conflict with the Chao family, it would probably incur many unnecessary problems. Young Master Yi, how about? I still report this matter to City Lord, His Excellency? I think that in consideration of City Lord, His Excellency's prestige, Chao Feng wouldn't dare to not give you any face, Suzy Hui urged. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, City Lord, His Excellency, has to attend to a myriad of state affairs every day. This kind of minor thing, there's no need to trouble his elderly self. This matter, I'll settle it myself. Brother Zihue, bring me to exquisite Jade Pavilion right now. I want to experience just how incredible this 1,000-query wall is. As he said, Yi Yuan's figure moved, directly leaving Fengye Pavilion. Su Zihue could not stop in time, and could only bemoan and follow after Yi Yuan. Chapter 506. I wonder what does this sir needs? Medicinal pills, weaponry, martial techniques, cultivation methods. Our exquisite Jade Pavilion has everything that one desires. I wonder what does this sir needs? Medicinal pills, weaponry, martial techniques, cultivation methods. Our exquisite Jade Pavilion has everything that one desires. Yi Yuan walked into exquisite Jade Pavilion slowly. It was really befitting of its name. There was a dazzling array of beautiful exhibits here. It could really be said to have everything that one desires. Many things that could not be seen in the outside world, this place basically had it all. It was just that their prices were too outrageous. Yi Yuan toured for a bit after entering the door, and a very beautiful female came up to greet him. Within the words actually carried a slight bewitching ring. Yi Yuan virtually confirmed right away that this woman definitely cultivated bewitching arts before. Furthermore, her attainments were not low. Ordinary people who enter would probably suck. Be to it unknowingly and willingly by some things to go. Yi Yuan's divine soul was incomparably tempered. How could ordinary bewitching skills enter his all-discerning eyes? I heard that inside this exquisite Jade Pavilion, the most incredible thing is the 1,000-query wall. It's my first visit to Wufang City, but I came because of its fame too, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. When the girl saw that Yi Yuan's eyes did not have any turbidness at all, she could not help being very surprised. Such a young age, and actually had such powers of concentration. Presumably, he was not simple. This woman had read countless people, and virtually saw through Yi Yuan's uncommonness at first glance. So, sir wants to challenge the 1,000-query wall. Ling'er could not tell. This way please, sir. Ling'er brought Yi Yuan straight to the rear hall. After a few turns, it actually became bright and open. An enormous temple was in front of Yi Yuan. And in this huge temple, the most eye-catching were several 100 feet tall racks. The shelves had a total of 7 levels. On each level, there were many tags sorted into categories. However, the further up it went, the lesser the tags on the shelves. Very clearly, the further up, the harder the problems that those tags represented. Yi Yuan swept simply. On the highest level shelf, there were only 100 over tags. Miss Ling'er, I wish to challenge this 1,000-query wall. I wonder if there are any restrictive conditions? Yi Yuan inquired. Ling'er smiled sweetly and said with 1,000 charms, challenging the 1,000-query wall doesn't have restrictions. As long as you have sufficient essence crystals, you can even challenge all of the problems. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said smilingly, then that's good. I wonder how much essence crystals are required to challenge once? Ling'er said with a smile, according to the different levels challenged, the fees are not the same as well. Oh? I wonder how many essence crystals does challenging the 7th level require? Yi Yuan asked with a smile. Ling'er's smile could not help freezing. This boy had such a big tone. Opening his mouth, and it was the 7th level right away. One had to know that those problems on the 7th level were all getting dusty year in year out. Some problems were even placed there for several thousand years already. During these several thousand years' time, how many alchemy sovereign powerhouses had Wufang City given birth to? But not a single one of these alchemy sovereign experts could answer those questions. It could be seen just how perverse this 7th level was. Although Yi Yuan's strength was not bad, his age was too young after all. Ling'er did not feel that Yi Yuan could answer the 7th level's questions. It's not that Ling'er is belittling, sir, but it's just that the problems on the 7th level are a little too difficult. Sir is at the C transformation realm. The corresponding ones are the 4th level's tags. If Sir wishes to challenge the 4th level, it's 500 middle grade essence crystals, Linger said with a smile. Yi Yuan beamed and said, I have essence crystals. Miss Linger doesn't have to be courteous with me. I came today just to witness the 1,000 query wall of the legends. Spending a few essence crystals to experience the most difficult problems, I'm willing to. Linger criticized him in her heart. This boy really has too much money with nowhere to spend, in a flurry to burn. But on the surface, Linger would not say it out. Deceiving a person on account of his generosity to spend unnecessary money, she would be more than willing to take them. Furthermore, Linger knew that while such extravagant wealthy people were rare, there were still that one or two who appear every period of time. The further up, it naturally becomes more expensive. But the rewards are even more plentiful as well. If it's the 7th level, 100 high-grade essence crystals per tag. Linger said. Even for Yi Yuan, his face changed when he heard it too. The 4th level was 500 middle-grade essence crystals, which was also 5 pieces of high-grade essence crystals. But, at the 7th level, the prices actually flipped 20 times over. This was simply robbing essence crystals. No wonder Suzy Hui said that the Chow family was wealthy until they flowed like water. Such fees, it was hard to not be wealthy. He just won 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals from Rendong there. Adding it up, it was also just enough to exchange for 10 tags. It was really such a scam. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Linger was contemptuous in her heart. Abu, Mpkin from the countryside. Scared silly by the price already, right? 100 high-grade essence crystals was not a small sum. Using it to take a look at the 7th level's problems was truly a bit too wasteful. But Linger had really seen before people throwing out money just for the sake of taking a look at the 7th level's problems. But very clearly, this boy before her eyes did not have that level of strength. I see that Sir is a man of striking appearance. Maybe you can really resolve the 7th level's problems? How about you exchange for 2 to give it a shot? Linger's words sounded like flattery. Actually, it was a mockery. Although Linger felt that Yi Yuan was not ordinary, conversing to this extent, she already placed Yi Yuan in the ranks of morons. Maybe only morons would have no reaction to her bewitching arts, right? How could Yi Yuan not perceive the meaning in Linger's words? But he really did not care. If I answer the question, can I exchange for the reward on the spot? Yi Yuan asked again. This boy is an idiot, right? Really think that you could answer the 7th level's questions? But a wealthy fool, not earning from you would be a waste. Straight away, Linger smiled sweetly and said, that is of course. The owners of the questions deposited the rewards with our exquisite jade pavilion. As long as people can answer the question, the rewards will be theirs. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, then that's good. Give me 10 tags first then. As he said, Yi Yuan casually threw out the storage ring he won from Rendong. T10? That's 1,000 high-grade essence crystals. Linger's brain was a little short-circuited. She had seen before alchemists who spent money just for the sake of taking a look at the 7th level's problems. But she had never encountered a customer who opened their mouths to ask for 10 tags right away. Wasn't such a way of burning money too profligate? Yi Yuan nodded and said, the essence crystals in this storage ring, when added up, should be around 1,000 high-grade essence crystals. You can do an inventory check. Linger inserted her divine sense into it and briefly did a count. Indeed, it was 1,000 high-grade essence crystals. Linger could not help drawing a cold breath and thought to herself, extravagant. This was really extravagant. Earning 1,000 high-grade essence crystals in one go, the commission today was not small. Linger gloated to herself endlessly in her heart too. Linger beamed widely and said, Sir indeed carries yourself in an imposing manner. Come over here first to register your alchemist badge, then you can choose the tags. Yi Yuan nodded and followed Linger to one side to register. When she saw Yi Yuan take out the high-rank quasi-alchemy king badge, Linger's expression could not help becoming stiff once more. Such a young high-rank quasi-alchemy king? Yi Yuan finished registering, and he seemed to have thought of something. He said to Linger with a smile, "Oh right, forgot to tell you. Hurry up and notify the exquisite Jade Pavilion's manager to let him prepare a bit more essence crystals. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you all won't have enough to pay in a while." Chapter 507. Linger gave Yi Yuan a strange look with her eyes. Now, she finally confirmed that this person was a moron. Linger gave Yi Yuan a strange look with her eyes. Now, she finally confirmed that this person was a moron. Or perhaps, this Yi Yuan was an impetuous person who did not understand the other person's meaning. On the 7th level, over half were questions left behind for 1,000 years. The other half questions were also left by some top alchemy path powerhouses within 1,000 years. Without having peak alchemy sovereign strength and realm, it was simply impossible to resolve. This boy in front was merely 16 or 17 years of age. Putting aside resolving it, whether he could understand them or not was also an issue. Prepare essence crystals? You have got to be kidding. These 1,000 high-grade essence crystals, Big Sister will accept it in your place. All of a sudden, the expression of the staff responsible for registration changed and gave Linger a look. Linger understood and moved closer. You look, this boy and that old fellow are from the same sect. Skymapple's matters had just died down. The exquisite Jade Pavilion was very sensitive to the Tranquil Cloud sect, these 3 words. Hence, that staff noticed something wrong right away. When Linger checked, Yi Yuan's background was indeed the Tranquil Cloud sect. With this, Linger was even more filled with disdain in her heart. Even the Alchemy King was taken care of. What could a sea transformation realm brat do? Linger shot that staff a look. The staff understood and left. But Linger herself came in front of Yi Yuan in all smiles. I wonder which tag Sir is going to choose? There are a total of 136 tags on the 7th level, from number 1 to number 136. Number 1 is the question left on the 1,000 query wall for the longest time, and also the question universally acknowledged to have the greatest difficulty. The most recent one is number 136. It's already 5 years since then and was issued by the Alchemist Association's chairman, Lord Danchinzi. The reward is 1,500 high-grade essence crystals. Linger explained to Yi Yuan with a smile. Linger's and that staff's behaviors, Yi Yuan noticed it all. But Yi Yuan pretended to not know. Like that, huh? Doesn't that mean that the tags closer to the front, the greater the reward money? Yi Yuan asked curiously. That's how it is. The reward for the number 1 tag has already reached a sum of 5 million high-grade essence crystals to this date. This is an astronomical figure to martial artists. It's just, the number 1 tag has already been there for several thousand years, but body could crack it all these while, Linger said smilingly. Linger was incredibly disdainful in her heart. It was really a toad ting after a swan's meat. Since ancient times, how many major powers wished to crack the problem in the number 1 tag? Among them, there was no shortage of some major powers who ascended to the divine realm. But up until today, the number 1 tag still was on the rack quietly. How could wanting to crack the number 1 tag be that easy? Yi Yuan nodded slightly when he heard and said, Then give me tags number 126 to number 136 first. I'll solve them for fun first. For fun? Hee, don't snivel in a while. Brat's still wet behind your ears, to actually dare run to the exquisite Jade Pavilion to act wildly. These 1,000 high-grade essence crystals are probably not a small sum to your sect as well, right? Linger started gloating at others' misfortune inwardly. Ever since she knew Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Linger was unwilling to give even the tiniest bit of favorable impression towards Yi Yuan. Before long, there was a staff who took down the last 10 tags from the 7th rack and presented it before Yi Yuan. and this action caused a considerable stir as well. This main hall was very large and could accommodate up to 10,000 people, and the alchemists present at the scene was probably in the thousands as well. Furthermore, those who dared to come to the 1,000 wall for a challenge were mostly arrogant at heart and haughty in manner too. They were people with some strength to begin with. Of course, these people would pick the tags corresponding to their own strength. On the tags would have a summary of the corresponding problem. These alchemists would all select problems according to these summaries. And body dared to be like Yi Yuan, crossing levels to challenge problems. After all, anyone's essence crystals were not cabbages to simply use to throw at the exquisite jade pavilion. Among the alchemists present, the highest was also just a peak alchemy king. If alchemy sovereigns did not have the need to, they would not come here. Hence, to these people, the 7th level was virtually a forbidden area-like existence. Apart from wanting to experience it a little, there was simply no one who dared to challenge the 7th level. And Yi Yuan drawing 10 tags in one go immediately caused a sensation among the crowd. 10 7th level tags, is he crazy? Even Danshanzi and City Lord wouldn't dare to challenge 10 7th level tags in one go too, right? He also don't know which wealthy and influential family's young master is this? This is gambling at high stakes. 10 tags, can he understand? Sigh. This boy is so young. Maybe he doesn't even know what alchemy skills are at all. Such a pity. How great would it be to let me enrich my knowledge with these 10 tags? So what if let you experience it a little? Isn't it still pointless? For a moment, many people's gazes all looked towards Yi Yuan. But majority of the people all had disdainful looks. After all, a wealthy person spending large sums of money lavishly like this was the target for other people's envy everywhere. Actually, Yi Yuan was really not a magnate. But since the Chao family dared to dig the ground on top of his head, he would make the Chao family pay a corresponding price. As an overlord of Wufang City, Yi Yuan did not believe that the Chao family did not know that he received the city lord's invitation. Even so, the Chao family still dared to provoke him. Then he did not have the need to give face to the other party anymore. Sir, these are the 10 tags that you chose. There is a jade slip in the box stuck to the tag, and the question that the employer raised is inside the jade slip. You just have to inscribe the answer in the blank jade slip inside. Our exquisite jade pavilion has a consultant team made up of 3 alchemy sovereign powerhouses, specialized in being responsible for evaluating the answers. As long as your answer gets a pass from the consultant team, you'll obtain the reward of essence crystals. We've prepared a quiet guest room for you. Sir can go to the guest room to slowly answer the questions, Linger explained with a smile. Although in Linger viewpoint, this sort of explanation wasn't necessary at all, running into such a sucker, it was still better to provide a corresponding service. Yi Yuan looked at Linger and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "That's to say that even if I answer correctly, this consultation team can say that I'm wrong?" Linger's facial expression changed, the smile on her face becoming rather stiff. Yi Yuan's words were clearly directed at Sky Maple. In reality, Sky Maple had indeed answered the question. But the consultation team still denied his answer. That was why Sky Maple would have a dispute with the exquisite Jade Pavilion in a moment of anger. What is Sir saying here? The reputation of our exquisite Jade Pavilion is well known in the entire endless world. Or else, how can there be so many experts who issue rewards at our place? There has never been anybody who dared to question our exquisite Jade Pavilion's reputation. Linger's words already carried some threat. But Yi Yuan did not care a whit and said with a smile, "This is my first time here. I really don't dare to believe your exquisite Jade Pavilion's reputation that much. So, I wish to add one more person to your consultation group." When Linger heard that, her face could not help darkening. "This, sir, is it possible that you're here to cause trouble? Our consultation team has 3 alchemy sovereign experts. Who has the qualifications to join them? Ling's voice had yet to fade when an aged voice sounded out. I wonder if this old man has this qualification? 0. As some of you who are more astute, number 126 to number 136 is a total of 11 tags, not 10. Author fail math. I'll leave it as it is because it affects the other chapters when they go through. Chapter 508. It's Master Wu Xian. Why is he here? It's Master Wu Xian. Why is he here? Master Wu Xian is an alchemist A.S. Association's elder. Other than being on duty in the A.S. Association, he rarely makes an appearance. Why did he show up here? Could it be that he's here for this youth? Who on earth is this youth? The arrival was precisely Wu Xian. Yi Yuan obviously could not run to the exquisite jade pavilion alone foolish. This was other people's territory after all. Other people had the final say no matter what. The Alchemist A.S. Association was above worldly considerations. Coming here was all too perfect. Before coming, Yi Yuan told Suzy Hui to invite Wu Xian here to back him up. Even though Yi Yuan's attitude that day was not very good, looking at Wu Xian's thirsting after talent appearance, most likely, he was willing to provide this help. As expected, Wu Xian really came. But this favor, Yi Yuan would remember it. In the future, there would naturally be reciprocation. And Master Wu Xian, why are you here? When Ling saw Wu Xian, her expression became somewhat unnatural. The Alchemist A.S. Association meddling in the exquisite Jade Pavilion's matters, this was not some good omen. Furthermore, Wu Xian's status was extremely high. He was not what a little less like her could cope with. This old man heard that there was somebody challenging the 1,000 Query Walls 7th level. Such a grand event naturally cannot be missed, Wu Xian said coolly. But, Ling did not know what to say. Right at this moment, a voice sounded out, Master Wu Xian, gracing us with your grand presence, it really honors the exquisite Jade Pavilion tremendously. However, Master said that you wanted to join the consultation team earlier, isn't that rather inappropriate? The arrival was dressed in black robes, his appearance looking rather young. A badge was pinned on his chest. He was shockingly a middle-rank quasi-alchemy king. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed. Barring no accidents, this person was most probably that whatever third young Master Chao. Wu Xian stroked his beard and said smilingly, I'm only here to be a witness. And body has challenged the 7th level's questions for very long. This old man is only here to join in the fun today. Chao Feng's face fell slightly. With Wu Xian holding down the fort here, some things were not nice to be done in a flagrant manner. He shot Yi Yuan a vicious glare, but then he said to Wu Xian with a pleasant countenance, Isn't Master Wu Xian stirring too much of a commotion? The 7th level already had no activity for 5 years. How old is this youth only? Merely here to take a stroll. Could he really stir up anything? Wu Xian gave Yi Yuan a look with a deep meaning and said with a smile, Although this old man isn't harboring any hopes either, I'm also looking forward to some pleasant surprise. I'm just here to be a spectator. I believe that the Chao family won't forbid it, right? Chao Feng hurriedly said, Dare not, dare not. Master Wu Xian normally can't even be invited. How will our Chao family dare to shut the door in your face? Welcome, welcome to the utmost degree. Chao Feng was very depressed. Every alchemy sovereign's status was incredibly extraordinary, even if Wu Xian was only a low-rank alchemy sovereign. An alchemy sovereign expert coming over to be a spectator, Chao Feng seriously could not find any reason to refuse. Furthermore, he was just Chao family's junior and completely did not have the qualifications to refuse either. But with Wu Xian here, it was not very good to play tricks. It was true that the Chao family's consultation realm was famed for being impartial. But on this earth, what place were there that could really achieve true fairness? Within a very small boundary, Chao Fang could still make use of the Chao family's prestige to do some things. But if Wu Xian was here, Chao Fang would be unable to do that anymore. That would ruin the Chao family's reputation. With reputation, the Chao family's 1,000-query wall would not be able to carry on running too. This would be a catastrophic blow to the Chao family. Of course, Chao Fang did not believe that a puny little sea transformation realm like Yi Yuan could really answer the 7th level's questions too. Chao Fang looked at Yi Yuan and said with a playful smile, "This distinguished one is really so courageous, taking on 10 tags in one go. Even City Lord and Lord Chairman don't have such breadth of spirit either." Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Merely just 1,000 high-grade essence crystals. Just playing around. Maybe among these 10 questions, I'll happen to know that 1 or 2 maybe by chance." "You really dare to say that?" The questions on the 7th level, even the one published by Lord Chairman 5 years ago, N.O. body has answered them successfully to this date. You, a little sea transformation realm, actually dare to engage in such wild talk. Chao Fang was very displeased by Yi Yuan's disparaging attitude. Hearing these words, Wu Xian smiled faintly and said, "Honorable nephew Chao is looking down on Yi Yuan here. He already said the high-rank quasi-alchemy king test at the Alchemist Association yesterday. Now, he's already officially a high-rank quasi-alchemy king. Moreover, he defeated Ren Dong yesterday." When Wu Xian's words came out, everyone was amazed. A 16-years-old high-rank alchemy king? What kind of concept was this? Even Chao Fang was stunned too. He only heard his subordinate say that a tranquil cloud sect disciple came, but he was unaware that Yi Yuan actually had such strength in alchemy. Ren Dong was the rival of his lifetime. He was an opponent that Chao Fang was unable to defeat even when he used all of his might too. But the target that he had no way of Sing was actually defeated by this 16-years-old youth before his eyes. This was a little too jarring. But it was precisely so that he knew why Wu Xian would make an appearance here today. This youth is actually a high-rank quasi-alchemy king. My God! How does he train alchemy? Isn't this too monstrous as well? Furthermore, he even defeated the City Lord Manor's Ren Dong. Doesn't this mean that he's already the current junior generation's #1 person? Indeed, heroes come from youngsters. Looking at these young people, I instantly feel that I'm old. 16 years old high-rank quasi-alchemy king. In the future, he's bound to be a peak alchemy sovereign existence. Perhaps he even has the possibility of shattering the void and salting the divine realm. Wu Xian's words caused a huge stir among the crowd. Wu Xian looked at Yi Yuan with a smile and said, "Yi Yuan, since you've already obtained the badge, why aren't you wearing it?" After Yi Yuan just registered his badge for a bit, he kept it again. Hearing Wu Xian say so now, it was not good to conceal it anymore. He could only take the badge out and wear it. This kid really doesn't have the habit of wearing badges. "Master Wu Xian, please don't take offense," Yi Yuan said with a flattering smile. This punk really left me speechless at what to say. Other people treat it like a treasure when getting the badge, but only you cast it away like a pair of worn-out shoes. Sigh. Wu Xian scolded while smiling. Yi Yuan slightly lightly and did not explain either, and he said, "Better not waste any more time. Let me take a look at what kind of questions are inside these 10 jade slip." As he said, Yi Yuan came right in front of box number 136 and swept over that jade slip with divine scent. Seeing Yi Yuan's actions, even Wu Xian held his breath too. Tag number 136. It was the contents that Lord Chairman published. As the Alchemist Association's chairman, Wu Xian was all too clear about the contents inside the jade slip. Yi Yuan's speed of checking the jade slip was very quick. He only used several breaths of time and then placed it back. "How is it? Any confidence?" Wu Xian could not resist asking. Yi Yuan smiled mysteriously and said, "Let me take a look at the others first." Chapter 509. When Wu Xian saw the situation, he could not help laughing in spite of himself and said, "You this punk are even keeping people in suspense. I'm really helpless against you. Forget it, forget it. You take a look first." When Wu Xian saw the situation, he could not help laughing in spite of himself and said, "You this punk are even keeping people in suspense. I'm really helpless against you. Forget it, forget it. You take a look first." TCH, don't know means don't know, pretending rather well. Even if you're a high-rank quasi-alchemy king, so what? These 5 years, a total of dozen over alchemy sovereign experts had challenged the number 136 question. Among them even included Lord Chairman. But not a single one succeeded. With the likes of you, can you even answer it? Chao Feng laughed mockingly. Although Chao Feng's words were not pleasant to the ears, the alchemists present all secretly approved of it. Ren Xingchuan and Dan Chenzi, the two of them practically represented the endless world's alchemy path's highest standard. Questions that even they could not answer basically meant that it was unsolvable and could belong to the conjecture category. This kind of conjectures, with the endless world's standard, there was simply no way of answering. Except, they were unaware that Yi Yuan's alchemy standard Serpa said the endless world's standards in the first place. Yi Yuan gave Chao Feng a look, but then he said with a faint smile, "Third young Master Chao, if I can answer this question number 136, I won't take a single penny of Lord Chairman's essence crystal reward. All for your Chao family, how about that?" Chao Feng's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard that and asked, "What terms do you have?" "Release Elder Sky Maple, and you offer an apology to him. How about that?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Chao Feng had long foreseen that Yi Yuan would say this, and said with a cold smile, that old fellow failed the challenge, and even slandered my exquisite Jade Pavilion's reputation. He naturally can't be forgiven easily. My Chao family has stood in Wufang City for several thousand years. What we rely on is reputation. This word. How can wanting to let him go be so easy? Unless that old fellow is willing to come forward himself and admit that he slandered the Chao family. Chao Feng saw that Yi Yuan looked like he had a well-thought-out plan, but Chao Feng was reluctant to give in, shoving reputation this word over. He initially thought that Yi Yuan would fly into a great rage. But Yi Yuan just nodded his head lightly and said, "Then that can't be helped. Third young master, better hurry and go raise the essence crystals now. I'm afraid that your Chao family can't bring out so many essence crystals in a while." Yi Yuan's calm and collected manner was as if everything was under control. Looking at his manner, this 7th level's question number 136 was like a pile of CRAP in his eyes. Of course, this was not how others saw it. In reality, these questions were indeed a pile of CRAP in Yi Yuan's eyes. Yi Yuan's objective was very simple, which was to challenge the 1,000-query wall. He wanted to challenge them all the way until the Chao family went bankrupt. These essence crystal rewards were under the Chao family's charge, but they would not lie there untouched. The Chao family naturally wasn't willing to do something so silly. Those essence crystals they would definitely use to do other things. But these several thousand years, all of the alchemists who answered the questions, the Chao family would pay out the full sum according to the reward amount. There had never been a missing sum, even if the person who raised the question was already a dead person. It was also precisely because of this that the Chao family could ensure its powerful reputation. Yi Yuan had long known that the Chao family's reputation was already deeply engraved in people's hearts along the way. So he did not clash head-on, coming out to question Chao family's prestige issue. That way, other people simply would not believe. He would instead become a vile character who defamed the Chao family. Even someone as powerful as Wu Xian would not come out to question the Chao family's prestige either, let alone Yi Yuan, whose words carried little weight. Hence, Yi Yuan found another path. He was going to keep challenging question after question. He was going to make the Chow family be unable to take out so many available essence crystals. Yi Yuan did not believe that at the end, the Chow family still dared to not release people. Yi Yuan dared to do this entirely because of his incomparably formidable strength in alchemy. If it were another person, how would they dare to use this kind of extreme method? When Chao Feng heard Yi Yuan's words, he just took it for a joke and said indifferently, "If you have the capabilities, then make my Chow family be unable to take out so many essence crystals. So many alchemists are watching here. Don't be all talk and no action. Who doesn't know how to talk big?" Many people saw Yi Yuan say such arrogant words, and all could not stifle their laughter. Ha ha! Still young and impetuous. Even if he can really answer Lord Danchenzi's question, how can the problems in front be that easy to resolve? That's right. Being arrogant has to have a limit too, no? These several thousand years, the 1,000-query wall only ACCU. Mulat, this 100 over questions. If he answered all of them, wouldn't the alchemy powerhouses in these thousands of years all be unfit to carry shoes for him? Ha ha! Young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. His attitude can still be understood. Yi Yuan did not refute. He just nodded his head slightly and started examining the number 135 jade slip. Yi Yuan's examining speed was very fast. He practically just gave a brief scan and placed it down. Seeing Yi Yuan's actions, the others felt even more that Yi Yuan was out to posture. The 1,000-query wall's 7th level's questions were all incomparable profound. Even understanding it needed to expend a very long time. Yi Yuan just used several breaths of time before putting the jade slip down. He did not even think about it at all. How could he answer them? Even Wu Xian was also rather disappointed seeing Yi Yuan's actions. In his heart, he naturally did not believe that Yi Yuan could answer these questions. But at the thought of Yi Yuan's performance yesterday, he somehow had some more anticipation in his heart. This was the fundamental reason why he was willing to come. Same as Rindong, Wu Xian also viewed the video which recorded Yi Yuan refining pills anew. Using marvelous work of art was insufficient to describe it. Refining standards such as this, even he, an alchemy sovereign, was unable to achieve them at all. Wu Xian was very curious. What kind of person could nurture such a heaven-defying junior? Very soon, Yi Yuan put down the number 126 jade slip. This was considered him reading finish all the questions. Boy, these 10 questions are all unbelievably difficult. You probably can't even study in detail within a short period of time. The exquisite Jade Pavilion has individual rooms and pill refining rooms. You can experiment while you answer, Wu Xian reminded. He did not believe that Yi Yuan could answer these questions in such a short time. Him asking Yi Yuan before was just wanting to ask if Yi Yuan had any hopes of answering, and not to answer right away. The chairman's question, he himself studied it for a very long time too. He would even take it out to study for a bit occasionally, but he still was unable to find the correct approach. Even if Yi Yuan was any more monstrous, it was not possible to answer so quickly either. But Yi Yuan said with a smile, "No need. Third young Master Chow, invite the consultation team here. I'll answer finish in one shot. Saves the trouble too. As it happens, Master Wu Xian is here too. Be a witness for me then." "What? You want to answer right now? There are over 1,000 alchemists watching here. Don't make a fool out of so many people." Chao Feng was taken aback with shock by Yi Yuan's actions. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "I just want to answer in front of so many people's faces. Otherwise, wouldn't everybody miss out on a great show? Enough nonsense, I'm going to inscribe the jade slips right now. They still need a very long time to evaluate it. Don't drag the time." Chapter 510. The jade slips were prepared ready. Yi Yuan casually picked up a jade slip and started inscribing the solution to number 136. The jade slips were prepared ready. Yi Yuan casually picked up a jade slip and started inscribing the solution to number 136. This kind of inscribing did not need to use up too much time. Yi Yuan finished inscribing the jade slip soon enough. Yi Yuan did not delay either, directly picking up the second jade slip to inscribe. When Chao Feng saw this scene, he sneered coldly inwardly. Even if you are heaven-defying, could you really answer all 10 of these questions? If this was really the case, wouldn't my Chao family putting up this 1,000-query wall become a joke? Come, men. Invite the consultation team's 3 elders here. Chao Feng instructed. Since Yi Yuan wished to be embarrassed, said, then just let him be disgraced. When the 3 elders directly rejected his answer, see what else he has to say. Very soon, 3 alchemy sovereign experts were invited into the main hall. Like this, there were 4 alchemy sovereign experts in the main hall. Furthermore, in the consultation team, there was even a middle-rank alchemy sovereign. Such a lineup could be rated as extravagant. Yi? Wu Xian, why are you here as well? Asked one of the alchemy sovereign experts in surprise. He, Lu Yun, I'm here today for this boy. Wu Xian pointed at the Yi Yuan who was currently inscribing jade slip. Lu Yen trio took a look at Yi Yuan, and their gaze involuntarily turned intense. Who is this young man? To actually challenge 10 7th-level problems in one go? What they were surprised by was Yi Yuan's lavishness and not Yi Yuan's courage. In these 3 people's perspective, Yi Yuan was simply being comical. Except, they could not figure out why Wu Xian, who was an alchemy sovereign expert, would accompany a child to mess around here. 3 elders, he's called Yi Yuan. Merely someone talking big to impress people. It was only on account of Elder Wu Xian's face that I invited 3 elders to move your grand presence to the main hall. That's fine. We received Chao family's appointment, so we naturally have to put in some effort. Old brother Wu Xian is worthy of us moving here. It's just that which family's child is this young man? Playing around too much. Old brother Wu Xian, why are you accompanying him to kick up a row too? Said the middle-rank alchemy sovereign. Old brother Zhu Jiang, don't make an error of judgment. This youth has some capabilities. Answering 10 in one go might be messing around a little, but if one of them, I feel that there is a possibility. Wu Xian said. When Zhu Jiang heard Wu Xian's words, he could not help being slightly stunned. What kind of person Wu Xian was, he was very clear. Wu Xian's conduct was prudent and was also very experienced and vigorous when refining pills. He never did frivolous things. Today, he actually praised a youngster in front of everyone like so. Could it be that this youngster was really out of the ordinary? The other 2 could not help sizing up Yi Yuan too, but they could not perceive the slightest extraordinary aspect. Moreover, Yi Yuan's speed of inscribing the jade slips was too fast. No matter how one looked, it was also like being mischievous. To answer the 7th level's questions, any one of them would need a person to expend massive amount of time and energy. Who would answer the way he did? If Yi Yuan challenged one before and went back to do enormous amounts of research, then came back to challenge again now, that would give no cause for criticism. But answering 10 in one go, was there any other explanation other than messing around? Old brother Wu Xian, this joke cannot be made. What kind of degree the 7th level's questions reached, you're aware. He, a youth still wet behind his ears, can answer them? Zhu Jiang said in disbelief. Wu Xian smiled faintly and said, whether he can answer or not, I'm not certain either. But I have a feeling that maybe he can really answer? Done. Zhu Jiang had yet to ask again, and Yi Yuan's voice came over. Hiss. The alchemists present all drew a cold breath. Wasn't this answering speed a little too quick? This boy is really gutsy enough to make 4 alchemy sovereign experts mess around with him. Wonder what kind of expression Master Zhu Jiang, the 3 of them, will have in a moment. Such a fast speed is completely fooling people. How can the 7th level's questions be answered so quickly? Although this youngster's strength isn't bad, his temperament still needs tempering. Such a way of trying to impress people by sensationalizing things is really too disgracing. Seeing Yi Yuan finish inscribing the jade slip so quickly, those alchemists basically already lost interest in continuing to watch. If not for several alchemy sovereign experts being here, they probably wouldn't even be bothered to look. Young man, are you sure that you're not making a fool out of us few old fellows? Although old brother Wu Xian regards you very highly, you yourself need to have a sense of propriety as well. Zhu Jiang said with a deep meaning. Hoo, how can Yi Yuan dare to beguile seniors? Whether I answered correctly or not, seniors will know after evaluating it for a bit. It's just. Seniors don't go against your conscience to judge them, and that will do, Yi Yuan said with a smile. When Yi Yuan's words came out, Zhu Jiang trio were startled in their hearts. The three of them actually were not subordinate to the Chao family. They were only holding down the fort at this 1,000-query wall on behalf of the Chao family. This was already the Chao family's custom. The consultation team would change once every 5 years. The alchemy sovereign experts invited over had no relations whatsoever with the Chao family. This way, it would ensure the fairness to the greatest limit. It was also precisely because of this relations, Hi+P, that although the Chao family had declined now, it was an immensely powerful faction in this Wufang city and even in the entire endless world. This kind of approach was not wrong. It was just that Zhu Jiang trio received the Chao family's appointment all year round, they would naturally have to take away quite a bit of benefits from the Chao family. Chao Fang troubling them for a bit because of some minor thing, they naturally found it hard to decline. Yi Yuan's words earlier were lightly pointing it out to them. But these few people were all experienced and shrewd with age. They naturally would not show it on their faces. Haha, good. Indeed, heroes come from youngsters. This old man will take a look first to see if your answer makes sense or not. As he said, Zhu Jiang was about to go take the number 136 answer. Old brother Zhu Jiang, this question number 136 was issued by Lord Chairman. Wu Xian is incapable, but I wonder if I can cut in front to examine it first? Wu Xian suddenly called out. Zhu Jiang was stunned, but he nodded and said, since old brother Wu Xian is in such a mood, what's the harm in letting you look first? Zhu Jiang did not care at all, because he totally did not believe that Yi Yuan could answer it. Haha, then I thank old brother Zhu Jiang. As he said, Wu Xian gave Yi Yuan a long meaningful look, and took up the number 136 answer that Yi Yuan inscribed. Wu Xian's divine sense sunk into the jade slip. In the beginning, he still looked calm and composed. But with the passing of time, Wu Xian's brows gradually knitted tightly together. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help becoming curious. Could it be that this boy's answers really still had some knack to it? But Chao Fang sneered coldly inside. These two people's two-man act was really realistic. Even he was fooled too. It was just that one still needed to speak with the truth in the end. What? Old brother Wu Xian, is it possible that this answer really still has some knack to it? Although Zhu Jiang was asking Wu Xian, he clearly still did not believe. Actually, his thoughts were roughly the same as Chao Fang's. It was that Wu Xian and Yi Yuan were acting out a two-man show. Ah, so that's how it is. So that's how it is. All of a sudden, Wu Xian started laughing maniacally, his entire person appearing extremely excited. Chapter 511, No wonder. No wonder it couldn't be refined no matter what. So that's how it is. Ah. When Lord Chairman sees this jade slip, he'll surely be very delighted. No wonder. No wonder it couldn't be refined no matter what. So that's how it is. Ah. When Lord Chairman sees this jade slip, he'll surely be very delighted. Wu Xian suddenly took out a communication talisman and inserted some essence energy. The communication talisman vanished with a swoosh. Seeing Wu Xian's expression, Chao Fang's heart involuntarily palpitated. Could it be that this boy really answered the question number 136? Old brother Wu Xian, is it possible that? Zhu Jiang asked in puzzlement. Only now did Wu Xian come to a realization. He paused, said the jade slip to Zhu Jiang and said, Dear me, old brother Zhu Jiang, apologies. This question is from Lord Chairman. I've researched it for a very long time too. But I keep feeling that there are some places which I don't understand, and it cannot be solved no matter what. Now that I suddenly have a clear understanding, I'm seriously too excited. Hiss. It was really answered? Zhu Jiang was still somewhat suspicious. You'll know when you take a look. Wu Xian could not be bothered to be long-winded with him too. Let him verify himself, and he would naturally know. Zhu Jiang started checking the contents inside the jade slip doubtfully, his brows similarly becoming increasingly tighter. After a long while, Zhu Jiang silently paused, said the jade slip to Lu Yun. Lu Yun paused, said the jade slip to the other alchemy sovereign after checking it. After the three people finished looking, they exchanged glances, and none of them spoke. Chao Feng was long sitting on pins and needles by the side. At this time, how could he still endure it? He could not help opening his mouth and asked, Three masters, just what is the result? Zhu Jiang looked at Chao Feng deeply and slowly opened his mouth to say, Lord Danshenzi's question is rather famous. This elderly self had researched it before too. Just as old brother Wu Xian said, it was just unsolvable in a certain area, unable to break through it. Just now, seeing the description inside this jade slip, we finally see the light. This question number 136 is finally resolved after a time interval of 5 years. Chao Feng's heart seemed to seize violently for a bit as he looked at Yi Yuan disbelievingly. This boy actually really answered it. If Wu Xian still had the possibility of playing out a carefully choreographed dance with Yi Yuan, the consultation team's 3 alchemy sovereign experts absolutely would not lie. How could this boy be so monstrous? A question that even peak alchemy sovereign experts could not answer. He could actually answer it so easily. Although alchemists had no restrictions in realm regarding the stockpiling of knowledge, a person's energy was limited. The corresponding level could generally only understand the alchemy knowledge at the same level. Even if somebody had spare energy to learn other things, it was also at most just a little exceeding the present level. But this Yi Yuan was just a high-rank quasi-alchemy king, and yet, he crossed 2 major realms to answer a peak alchemy king level question. Just how perverse was this? Chao Feng's expression was incomparably ugly. He knew that regardless whether Yi Yuan's questions at the back was answered correctly or not, Yi Yuan's name would shake Wu Fang City with the help of today's events. Third young Master Chao, how much is the reward for this question number 136? Yi Yuan asked with a half-smile. Chao Feng looked like he ate a fly right now. He squeezed out a few words from the crevices between his teeth, 10,000 high-grade essence crystals. Yi Yuan nodded and said smilingly, like this doesn't that mean that not only are my essence crystals back already, I even earned 9,000 high-grade essence crystals instead? This transaction is worth it. This money, keep it on the tab first. After these 10 questions are all cest finish, pay it to me together. 3 seniors, continue then. Zhu Jiang could not refrain from sizing Yi Yuan up a couple of times. He was speculating if Yi Yuan guessed this question or relied on true ability to answer it. If it was relying on genuine capability, then this youth was too terrifying. High-rank quasi-alchemy king strength, and he actually already possessed knowledge Serpa. Sing peak alchemy sovereign. If this was really the case, then alchemist ranks simply had no bottlenecks to him at all. As long as he practiced a powerful soul incantation, he could advance all the way free and unimpeded. Seeing how Yi Yuan had such strength at this young age, the soul incantation that he cultivated could not be lousy too no matter what. Okay. This old man will take a look at this question number 135. As he said, Zhu Jiang sunk his divine sense into the jade slip once more. At the same time, inside a hidden chamber in the Alchemist Association, a communication talisman suddenly lit up. The eyes of Danchenzi, who was currently in close seclusion, lit up, and he muttered, "The Dragon Tiger Mighty Soul Pill that I researched for so many years, I could not find the right approach all along. Now, there is actually somebody who could crack that barrier. I want to see just where this youngster comes from." Finished talking, Danchenzi's figure moved, vanished. Hi+ing from within the hidden chamber. At the exquisite jade pavilion, the crowd already descended into a frenzy at this time. Question number 135 is correct too. Oh my god. Just what kind of background does this youngster have to actually have such skill? If question number 136 were like a dead rat falling into the clutches of a blind cat, then this question number 135 couldn't be described using luck, right? The 1,000 query wall has stood erect in Wufang City for a history of several thousand years. Such a grand occasion most likely has never appeared before. You guys, do you think that he can resolve all 10 of these questions? Are you joking? Answering all 10 questions, just extensive to what kind of degree does this youth's alchemy knowledge have to be? 10 questions being all correct. Seeing Yi Yuan answer 2 questions correctly in succession, this idea popped up uncontrollably in many people's head. Not knowing why, although reason told them that this was something impossible, they kept on harboring some hope in their hearts, and felt that Yi Yuan might really be able to complete them. Time said by the minute. The expression on Zhu Jiang's face became increasingly solemn. Even that initially constantly jolly Wu Xian, the expression on his face right now became extremely fascinating too. Number 134 correct. Reward money 12,000 high-grade essence crystals. Number 133 correct. Reward money 14,000 high-grade essence crystals. Number 126 correct. Reward money 15,000 high-grade essence crystals. Roughly 6 hours later, Chao Feng's complexion was already deathly pale. How is this possible? Question number 126 has already existed for over a decade. A number of middle-rank alchemy sovereigns and above major powers came forward to challenge it before. But not a single person succeeded. How on earth did this brat accomplish it? Chao Feng's brain blanked out. Yi Yuan's performance smashed his confidence bit by bit. Third young Master Chao, the total is 136,500 high-grade essence crystals. Now, can the bill be settled? Yi Yuan looked at Chao Feng and said nonchalantly. When these words came out, everyone looked at Yi Yuan very astoundedly. In these alchemists' view, the significance of answering these 10 questions was far greater than the importance of this 130,000 high-grade essence crystals. This Yi Yuan actually asked Chao Feng for essence crystals at the first moment. This manner of eating him up. Looking at that indifferent look of Yi Yuan's, Chao Feng swore in his heart and said through clenched jaws, "Terrific boy. You really came prepared. Come men, pay the essence crystals to him." The exquisite jade pavilion was indeed immensely wealthy. They gathered 136,500 high-grade essence crystals very quickly. Yi Yuan reached his hand out to receive the storage ring while saying to Linger with a smile, "Thank you, Miss Linger. I'm going to challenge question number 125 now. I'll have to trouble Miss Linger to help out deduct the fees from inside." Linger was frightened until her hands trembled when she heard that, and the storage ring slipped off her hands. Chapter 512 What? He still wants to challenge number 125. What? He still wants to challenge number 125? Today is really an eye-opener. When did such a heaven-defying junior appear in our endless world? Still junior? Your alchemy standards aren't even fit to carry shoes for him, right? Yi Yuan used essence energy to grab it gently. Then storage ring then landed in his hand gently. Miss Linger is a person who trains in martial arts too. Why can't you even hold a storage ring firmly? Yi Yuan said with a smile. I. Linger was long shocked dizzy by Yi Yuan's performance already. Hearing that Yi Yuan still wanted to continue challenging now, she cried even more bitterly without ceasing in her heart. Still want commission, huh? This time, she definitely was going to be beaten up to death by the third young master. When Chao Feng heard Yi Yuan's words, his expression flickered irregularly. At this moment, he finally confirmed that Yi Yuan was not joking with him. This fellow was really going to win away all of the Chao family's available essence crystals. Before this, Chao Feng felt that Yi Yuan was talking big. But now, he was already utterly without confidence. Yi Yuan already answered all 10 questions. Who dared to guarantee that he could not answer the 11th one or the 12th one? Come men. Take down box number 125. Chao Feng said in a grim voice. A staff brought box number 125 in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and casually took up the jade slip. He then sunk his divine sense inside. Everyone held their breaths, looking at the Yi Yuan with shut eyes. Same as before, Yi Yuan finished browsing the contents in the jade slip very quickly, and started inscribing. Before long, through Zhu Jiang and the 4 of their evaluations, Yi Yuan was correct once again. Question number 125 correct. Reward money 20,000 high-grade essence crystals. Looking from the reward money, the difficulty of question number 125 clearly went up another level. The reward monies previously all increased by 1,000 or 500. But this time, it swelled by 5,000 high-grade essence crystals in one shot. But this did not seem to be any different to Yi Yuan from before. He practically used the same amount of time to answer it. Instead, it was Zhu Jiang, the 4 of them, who spent increasingly longer time to assess it. Yi Yuan obviously would not stop. He chose to continue challenging number 124. A period of time later, Zhu Jiang's voice sounded once more. Question number 124 correct. Reward money 21,000 high-grade essence crystals. Question number 123 correct. Reward money 22,000 high-grade essence crystals. Question number 116 correct. Reward money 33,000 high-grade essence crystals. Every period of time, Zhu Jiang's voice was like a heavy hammer, pounding everyone's chest, and making them practically feel asphyxiated. This 1,000 query wall's 7th level, each time a question was answered, it would cause a stir in the entire city. The alchemists present were all extremely excited in the beginning, but by this time they felt a chill deep down in their hearts. Question number 116 had already been placed there for close to 100 years. And, body answered it all this while. This question's degree of difficulty was already not on the same level as Dan Chenzi's problem. But Yi Yuan took his time to answer it from start to end, as if all of the questions were at the tip of his fingers. This youth was too scary. After these 10 questions, Yi Yuan's reward money already accu mulat to a terrifying sum of 260,000 high-grade essence crystals. Under normal circumstances, alchemists were all comparatively wealthy. But an alchemy king's total net worth was at most just several tens of thousands of high-grade essence crystals too. The prize money that Yi Yuan won right now was already 10 times of an ordinary alchemy king. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was still continuing answering. Chao Feng's expression was already black like the bottom of a pot. He truly found it hard to dismount the tiger now. Previously, Yi Yuan said to use the monetary reward to exchange for Sky Maple, and he was unwilling to. Now, in front of so many people's faces, did he have to beg Yi Yuan to take Sky Maple? This slap of his slapping down, how would he have a foothold in Wu Fang City in the future? But if he did not release Sky Maple, Yi Yuan would really bankrupt the Chao family. 400,000 high-grade essence crystals was merely a hair from 9 oxen to the entire Chow family. But the problem was that the monetary reward at the back was increasingly terrifying. Continuing like this, the Chow family really would not have available essence crystals to pay it off. Moreover, if Yi Yuan really kept winning all the way, it would be a tremendous blow to the Thousand Query Wall's fame and prestige. This was an outcome that the Chow family could not bear. If old patriarch knew what happened here, he would surely fly into a great rage. What to do right now? Right at this time, Ahoa! RSE, an aged voice reverberated throughout the entire main hall. Apologies. The Thousand Query Wall is temporarily closed today. Fellow men of the same line present, each person can draw 10 pieces of high-grade essence crystals from the exquisite Jade Pavilion's front door to show my Chow family's apologies. A figure suddenly appeared beside Chow Fong. When those alchemists saw that figure, their pupils involuntarily constricted. This person was none other than precisely the Chow family's old patriarch, a middle-rank alchemy sovereign, Chow Jing. Grandfather! When Chow Fong saw the arrival, he could not help being overjoyed. Chow Jing showing up, those alchemists knew that this show today could not carry on anymore. These alchemists were just about to bow out when Yi Yuan said leisurely, "I heard that the Chow family keeps a foothold on this earth with the word impartial. But why are you carrying out this bias matter today?" Chow Jing did not think that Yi Yuan would dare to be so unbridled in front of him too. His expression could not help darkening as he said, "The exquisite Jade Pavilion is only closing for a day. How is it something bias?" When those alchemists sensed the thick smell of gunpowder, they could not help stopping. Yi Yuan looked at Chow Jing and said neither obsequiously nor haughtily, "Although the Thousand Query Wall originated from the Chow family, through thousands of years of development, it has already become the Wu Fang city and even the Endless World's symbol. Hence, even though this Thousand Query Wall is still maintained by the Chow family, it's no longer owned by the Chow family. Every alchemist has the right to raise and answer questions here. Presumably, there has never been such an act of closing shop since the Thousand Query Wall was established until today, right? Could it be just because this junior answered a few 7th levels questions, senior is going to close shop? Isn't an action such as this, depriving all the alchemists in the world of their right to a pilgrimage? Isn't it something bias?" Hearing Yi Yuan's words, all the alchemists secretly cheered in their hearts. They were different from the Chow family. They naturally wished to see these 7th levels questions be breached one by one. Such a grand occasion was hard to encounter even once in 1,000 years. How could they miss it? Although they all knew that this was the Chow family wanting to ensure the Thousand Query Wall's prestige and stature, this indeed damaged everybody's interests. Chow Jing's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard that. A faintly discernible killing intent gradually washed over towards Yi Yuan. "This Rin will be a peacemaker today. Everybody all disperse." Right then, another voice sounded out. An elderly man appeared in the crowd. Everyone's faces changed. Chow Jing looked at the arrival rather surprisedly, and he gave a slight bow, saying, "To think that today's matter actually alarmed City Lord. It's this Chow's fault." But Ren Xingchuan did not bother with Chow Jing and yelled, "Since Lord Chairman came as well, why not show yourself?" All the alchemists were shocked inwardly. This line-up today really became progressively greater. Chapter 513 Her. To think that City Lord actually came here personally. Her. To think that City Lord actually came here personally. A figure floated down and landed. Who could it be but Danshenzi? Ren Xingchuan did not follow up, but he said in a solemn voice, "You guys aren't withdrawing yet. Could it be that you want me to make a move personally?" Those alchemists were startled when they heard that and hastily withdrew from the main hall. The irrelevant people all left. The atmosphere here became rather odd. Ren Xingchuan, Danshenzi, Chao Jin, Zhu Jiang and the rest, their gazes all gathered on Yi Yuan as if trying to see through Yi Yuan. Facing the gazes from a group of leviathans, Yi Yuan was not the slightest bit fearful and said indifferently, "Is it possible that seniors want to join hands to bully a junior like me?" The expression on everyone's faces became strange. Junior was it? To be able to answer 20 questions from the 7th level so effortlessly, could such an individual really be considered a junior? Hoo, where did that come from? Little brother Yi, I received Wu Xian's summons and specially came here to express thanks to you. This Dragon Tiger Mighty Soul Pill, I've researched it for several decades but keep on being unable to find the breakthrough point. Didn't think that I would actually get the solution from your hands today, Dan Chenzi said with a gentle smile. Lord Chairman don't need to be polite. You raised the question, I received the reward. We're both even. No need to say the word thanks, Yi Yuan said coolly. When these words came out, everyone drew a cold breath. Daring to speak like this to Dan Chenzi, apart from Ren Xingchuan, there was probably only this one before their eyes, right? But Yi Yuan did not care. His gaze looked towards Ren Xingchuan heatedly, but his tone became cold. City Lord invited me to come to Wufang City, but couldn't even protect my sex elder properly. Now that I came to ask for people, City Lord came to cause trouble. Is this your Wufang City's hospitality? But Ren Xingchuan was not a good-natured one. Hearing Yi Yuan said so, he immediately became enraged. You, this punk, are exceedingly rude. The 1,000 query wall is my Wufang City's totem-like existence. Your way of doing things is a little too over the top. Heh, over the top is it? I gave him a chance. It's he who didn't want it. Since that's the case, he will have to pay a corresponding price for this. Yi Yuan, don't stir up trouble for nothing, but I'm not afraid of trouble either. Yi Yuan did not budge an inch. When the other early-rank alchemy sovereigns and middle-rank alchemy sovereigns heard Yi Yuan's tone of speaking, they all secretly broke into a sweat. Dan Chenzi and Ren Xingchuan were both the endless world's peak existences. Yi Yuan offending all of them, how nerve did this need? What a fine not afraid of trouble. Your tranquil cloud sect forcibly occupied my Wufang City's territory. I didn't even find you to settle the score, and you come to be unbridled with me instead. Ren Xingchuan's fury became greater and greater. As he spoke, it deviated off topic already. Wu Xian saw the situation and felt anything but assuring, so he hurriedly urged, City Lord, this matter is still within the scope of control. The both of you each take a step back. Humph. This punk is conceited and insolent on account of his ability. Even making light of this old man. Seriously too arrogant. I treat him as an honored guest, and he's actually so overbearing. Truly a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yi Yuan said coolly, Heavenly evil sect committed evil deeds everywhere, but your Wufang City turned a blind eye to it. That's helping the wicked perpetuate wicked deeds. I helped you guys eliminate the evil and were in the wrong instead? People who train in alchemy should have benevolent thoughts. This Wufang City is hailed as the alchemy holy city. Isn't it overshooting the truth? Chao Zheng was stupefied listening by the side. Their Chao family did not say a word, but City Lord and this brat started seizing each other by the throat. What was going on here? Everyone was rather bewildered too, not knowing why these two people were so hot-tempered. Finally, it was still Dan Chenzi who came forward to be a peacemaker. Gentlemen, calm your anger first. Actually, the 20 problems that little brother Yi resolved has immense contributions to my Wufang City's alchemy path's prosperity. It's just that the sense of propriety was not grasped well. Little brother Yi, facing a great enemy at the moment, isn't us having internal strifes aggrieving our own and gladdening the enemy? In my opinion, the Chao family let that tranquil cloud sect elder go, and consider this matter pious said too. How can it be so easy? The Chao family must apologize to Grand Elder Sky Maple. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. No way. He can be released. But an apology is impossible. Chao Jing refused straight away. What a joke. How could a colossal family clan like the Chao family apologize to a third-grade tiny sex elder? Not apologizing works too. I don't need you to release the person. You all can close shop today. Could it be that it will be closed every day in the future? From today onwards, I'll come here to solve questions every day, all the way until all of the questions on the 7th level are all solved finest. Plus, Yi Yuan said with a cold sneer. Shameless boasting. Do you really think that by answering 20 questions, you will be able to answer all of the questions? Questions ranked further to the front, the greater the degree of difficulty. Conundrums that N.O. body could resolve in several thousand years can be resolved with just the likes of you? Chao Feng said disdainfully when he heard that. You can very well give it a try. Yi Yuan said coolly. This sentence directly aggravate internal injuries in Chao Feng. He questioned Yi Yuan previously. The result was that Yi Yuan directly answered all of the final 20 questions. Now Yi Yuan was still BRIMMING with confidence. Was it possible that he really had such capabilities? Impossible. Question number 1 was simply heaven-defying to the max. Even Lord Chairman and City Lord were at a complete loss when they looked at it, let alone Yi Yuan. Danshenzi and the rest naturally did not believe that Yi Yuan could answer all of the questions as well. But being deadlocked here right now wasn't a solution either. Little brother Yi, everybody each takes a step back. The Chao family releases the person, and compensate your household's elder 100,000 high-grade essence crystals. This got to be okay, right? Danshenzi said. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I only want an apology. Essence crystals, as long as I want, I can have countless. Everyone was directly speechless. This Yi Yuan was simply impervious to neither hard nor soft tactics. That Sky Maple answered the question wrongly and even slandered my Chao family's reputation. I didn't kill him directly is already showing leniency. You actually still want us to apologize? Chao Feng challenged. Yi Yuan suddenly beamed and said, Is that so? Then how about we invite Grand Elder out to confront in court? If Elder Sky Maple answered wrongly, I, Yi Yuan, will return this 400,000 essence crystals intact, and apologize to your Chao family. But, if Elder Sky Maple's answer was correct, what then? With this, Chao Feng was thrown into a FLU, Esther. He never would have imagined that the matter would develop to such a state. Now, it could not be controlled any longer. Right then, Zhu Jiang suddenly sighed with melancholy and said, Sigh, brother Chao Jing, this matter is the fault of the three of us. To think that it would stir up such a mighty uproar. This 1,000 query walls consultation team elder, I, Zhu Jiang, have no face to carry on holding the post. Brother Chao better find somebody more competent. With Zhu Jiang saying this, Lu Yun and the other person also requested to resign from Chao Jing. The news that Chao Jing got was that somebody was causing trouble in Exquisite Jade Pavilion. But he was not clear about the whole story of the incident. Hearing Zhu Jiang's words at this time, how could he still not understand what was going on? Only to see him casually fling a hand, landing a slap on Chao Feng's face as he said coldly, You wicked son! Turns out that everything was stirred up by you. You actually used the Chao family's reputation to do this kind of low-grade thing. I'll exterminate you. Chapter 514 Chao Feng was sent flying out directly. By the time he crawled up, half of his face was swollen like a pig's head. Chao Feng was sent flying out directly. By the time he crawled up, half of his face was swollen like a pig's head. Yi Yuan looked at this scene with a cold smile, and was very disdainful in his heart. That slap looked very impressive. Actually, it did not employ essence energy at all. Chao Jing merely used the strength of the physical body. Hence, Chao Feng's face looked scary, but it was just receiving some superficial wounds. Of course, not only Yi Yuan saw through it, the other big shots naturally could discern it too. It was just that at this sort of time, there was obviously no one who would come forward to expose it. Grandfather, Chao Feng hugged his face and was just about to speak, but he was cut off by Chao Jing, who said, "Why aren't you quickly releasing the person yet and apologizing to little brother Yi? The heavenly evil sex matters. Even City Lord didn't say anything. Is there a need for you to care about other people liking salty carrots? Go back and face the wall to reflect. Cause trouble for me again and you better be careful. I'll waste you." Same as Rin Dong, Chao Feng grew up under Chao Jing's protection since young. Chao Jing had never hit him like this before. This made Chao Feng feel very wronged. However, although Chao Jing's words were said out very viciously, it actually did not hurt nor itched. It even sowed discord between Ren Xingchuan and Yi Yuan's relations. Hi plus pa little without leaving any traces. Ren Xingchuan, this person as the city lord, what he relied on was not scheming and plotting, but it was incomparably tyrannical methods. Not only was his alchemy path strength preeminent, but his attainments in the martial path were also exceedingly high. He belonged to a different CLA's of existence among alchemists. In Wufang City, all those who refused to give in to him, he had always used BLOODY methods to suppress them. Actually, he originally planned on being a mediator coming here today. Little did he think that because of his fiery temper, he would actually clash with Yi Yuan. In truth, Yi Yuan being able to answer the 1,000 Query Wall's 7th level's questions was immensely beneficial to them, fellow alchemists. But Yi Yuan's means were too domineering. This kind of directly dropping in to smash the place action would directly affect the Wufang city's position in the alchemist's heart. Ren Xingchuan as the city lord had no choice but to come forward to stop Yi Yuan. But how could Yi Yuan be so easy to get along with? It was fine if he talked nicely. Yet, Ren Xingchuan just had to have a commanding tone, directly aggravating Yi Yuan's opinion of him. Before long, Sky Maple was finally brought out. When Yi Yuan saw Sky Maple's slightly miserable-looking appearance, he knew that Sky Maple most likely suffered considerable hards. Hi plus PS in this short while. The fury in his heart involuntarily soared higher. When Sky Maple saw a bunch of alchemy sovereign experts present, he could not help sucking in a deep breath and came to Yi Yuan's side. Hee, my tranquil cloud sect came to Wufang City for the sake of the endless world's safety, but we received such a treatment. Looks like we were hallucinating that the other party is willing. Forget it. Your Chao family's apology, I don't need it either. Grand Elder and I will leave Wufang City right away to avoid being an eyesore to everyone. Grand Elder, let's go. As he said, Yi Yuan pulled Sky Maple and was just about to leave. When Ren Xingchuan saw this scene, he wanted to stop Yi Yuan but was stopped by Danshenzi. Danshenzi shot Wu Xian a look, signaling him to make a move. Danshenzi then said to Ren Xingchuan, "Old man Ren, you don't add more to the discord. This boy is clearly somebody who can be persuaded by reason, but he's not a person to be cowed by force. You continue like this and the endless meet in 2 days most likely can't commence anymore." Hearing these words, Ren Xingchuan's slowly rising fury was ultimately pressed down. And in this short while, Yi Yuan already left the exquisite jade pavilion. Wu Xian followed out closely behind too. He darted a look at Danshenzi and said vigilantly, "You this old punk, what devious ideas are you planning again? Your alchemist A.S. Association stands aloof above worldly considerations. Even if the fierce Gale world really attacked over here, they wouldn't dare to do anything to you either. Don't say that you're doing this for the sake of the endless world too." Danshenzi let go of Ren Xingchuan and said with a faint smile, "For it is good, not for it is fine as well. Could it be that you aren't interested in this young man? In my opinion, his knowledge in alchemy likely far surpa. Ses yours and mine." Ren Xingchuan gave a cold snort and said, If now isn't extraordinary times, this old man would definitely interrogate this stinking brat with torture well. Even if his alchemy knowledge is any greater, he's merely a sea transformation realm. Could he still overturn the heaven? Danshinzi said with a smile, "You this old fellow always being hot-tempered. You don't just look at this boy being unbelievably obstinate. If it wasn't this special period at present, he might not be so high-profile either. This boy is soft and gentle even with his rough ways that he showed us. At the same time, he isn't easy to get along with." Ren Xingchuan snorted coldly, but then he turned to Chao Jing and said, "What a splendid thing your Chao family did. I don't care about you guys, SMAs. HI+ing your signboards. But if it threatens Wufang City, don't blame this old man for turning hostile on you." Chao Jing's expression was slightly kind of ugly as he nodded and said, "City Lord rest assured. This incident, the Chao family will definitely deal with it well." Although the Chao family's bedrock was incomparably solid, under Ren Xingchuan's rule, Chao Jing had to tuck his tail between his legs to behave properly too. Infuriating Ren Xingchuan and body would gain anything good out of it. In this Wufang City, it had already been very, very long since anyone dared to challenge Ren Xingchuan's authority. Looking from this angle, Yi Yuan could already be considered Wufang City's #1 person. "Yi Yuan, please wait, please wait." Wu Xian chased after Yi Yuan out as he yelled at the top of his voice. Yi Yuan halted his footsteps when he heard that and gave Wu Xian an bow and said, "Today, many thanks to Master Wu Xian for helping me out of my predicament. This kid bears it in my heart. Next time, if there's the opportunity, this kid will definitely repay generously." Today, if not for Wu Xian being present, how the outcome would be was really hard to say. Wu Xian laughed and said, "Hoo, you're too serious with your words. If not for coming to the exquisite Jade Pavilion today, I'll most likely regret it for the rest of my life. Seeing you refined pills yesterday, I even gave rise to the thought of taking a disciple. Only seeing your means today did I know that I was rash. In front of you, how can I bear the word master?" Only when he saw Yi Yuan's performance today, did Wu Xian know why Yi Yuan was completely uninterested in him yesterday. What he knew, Yi Yuan knew all. What he did not know, Yi Yuan knew too. What would he use to teach Yi Yuan? Recalling it now, yesterday was really making a really big joke. Master Wu Xian is an alchemy sovereign expert. Master, this word is naturally deserving, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Actually, in front of Yi Yuan, who could be deserving of this word? It was just that Wu Xian helped Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan would naturally show appreciation. Wu Xian hurriedly waved his hands and said, "Haha, if you don't mind, just call me elder brother. Master, this word is absolutely undeserving." Yi Yuan was not pretentious either and nodded with a smile as he said, "Since that's the case, Yi Yuan will accept deferentially then to decline courteously. Elder brother Wu Xian, Grand Elder, and I will return to the Tranquil Cloud sect right away. If you have time, you can come and visit often." Wu Xian hurriedly said, "Younger brother Yi, City Lord just has this temper. You don't try to gain face back with him. Speaking of which, he made Suzy Hui fuss around you these few days. It's also considered to be very considerate already. Moreover, if it wasn't for Suzy Hui coming to find me today, I couldn't have arrived in time either, don't you agree?" Yi Yuan nodded his head. He was actually just putting on a show to take that old man down a notch. He obviously would not really leave. Fine then. This is on account of elder brother's face here. Yi Yuan hesitated for a bit and said, Chapter 5:15, haha. That's how it should be. Come to my place to have a chat. Elder brother there has the highest grade immortal remembrance jade brew. Today, us brothers shall not return without getting drunk. Haha. That's how it should be. Come to my place to have a chat. Elder brother there has the highest grade immortal remembrance jade brew. Today, us brothers shall not return without getting drunk. Wu Xian put his arm around Yi Yuan and pulled him hard, like really becoming good friends despite a great difference in age. Yi Yuan had no choice and could only say goodbye to Sky Maple and leave with Wu Xian. As an alchemy sovereign expert, Wu Xian's residence was naturally very luxurious. Wu Xian brought Yi Yuan to a small courtyard, took out 2 jade small wine bottles, and showed them off. He said, "This immortal remembrance jade brew is of the highest grade among wine. In this city, only Fu Yunjing, that old man, knows how to brew it. I pestered him endlessly before getting 6 bottles from him. Today, if not to entertain this younger brother, elder brother, I wouldn't bear to drink." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Elder brother entertaining like this, wouldn't it put Yi Yuan to shame? Hey, what's there to be ashamed around? To be able to make friends with younger brother, I'm more than happy. Come, come, come. Quickly taste it." As he said, Wu Xian was just about to pour the wine for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was stupefied and said, Drinking it like this?" This time, it was Wu Xian's turn to be in a daze. He asked, "Not drinking like this? How else can it be drunk?" Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Old brother secured this immortal remembrance jade brew, but you don't know its drinking method. Isn't it a waste?" Wu Xian said in surprise, Hearing the meaning of younger brother's words, "You've drunk this immortal remembrance jade brew before?" "According to what I know, in this endless world, it seems like only Fu Yunjing, that old man, knows how to brew this wine. Hang on, you talk about how this wine should be drunk first." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "The immortal remembrance jade brew has a total of 5 grades. Low grade, middle grade, high grade, top grade, as well as the highest level heaven grade. According to the difference in level, the wine will not be entirely the same too." Yi Yuan brought the tiny wine bottle to his nose and sniffed before continuing, "This bottle of immortal remembrance jade brew should be a low grade. It should be matched with wine cups made from southern sandalwood to be able to bring out the taste." "Oh? Why is this so?" Wu Xian had a curious look, as if he had discovered a new continent. As far as he knew, Fu Yunjing, that old punk indeed, still had even better immortal remembrance jade brew, but had never been willing to take it out to show others, let alone say asking for it. After Wu Xian drank a low-grade immortal remembrance jade brew once at Fu Yunjing's place, he could not forget that taste anymore. Hence, he ran over daily to beg Fu Yunjing for a few bottles. At first, Fu Yunjing still did not agree. Later, through Wu Xian's hard and soft tactics and his incessant pestering, he finally could not take it and Wu Xian 6 bottles. Yet, he had never heard before that drinking this immortal remembrance jade brew actually had so many details to pay attention to. The fragrance that southern sandalwood gives off when mingled together with this wine will make the flavor even stronger when it enters your mouth. Furthermore, low-grade immortal remembrance jade brew still has some impurities. Cups constructed out of southern sandalwood can slightly cleanse these impurities, making the taste of the immortal remembrance jade brew even more fragrant, Yi Yuan explained. There's actually such attention to detail? Cups made from southern sandalwood, I actually have them here. It's just that I thought all along that jade material wine cups are more suited for the immortal remembrance jade brew, and that wood material cups will spoil the taste of the immortal remembrance jade brew. Hence, I've never used it to drink. Today, hearing younger brother say this, I really have to give it a try." Wu Xian ran into the room. Soon enough, he really brought out 2 wooden cups. Pouring the wine in, Wu Xian moved the cup in front of his face and sniffed. His eyes involuntarily lit up. "It's really more fragrant compared to before." Following that, he sipped a mouthful of wine. A look as if he was walking on clouds immediately appeared on his face, like he was really comfortable to the max. Wu Xian did not speak. He just took a sip one after another in this manner and drank this cup of wine entirely in just a short while. Yi Yuan smiled. Likewise, he picked up his cup but downed it all at once. This low-grade immortal remembrance jade liquid, Yi Yuan simply could not be bothered to savor the wine. In his previous life, What Yi Yuan drank were all heaven-grade immortal remembrance jade liquid. The taste was on a completely different level from this low-grade one. He placed the cup on the table, and gave Yi Yuan a big thumbs up as he praised. Using southern sandalwood cups to hold the wine, the taste and flavor improved at least 10% from before. Younger brother, you're truly impressive. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Elder brother, don't make fun of me. Little brother, I merely just happened to know it, that's all. But Wu Xian said with a laugh, as far as I know it, in this endless forest, only Fu Yunjing alone knows how to brew this wine. He also accidentally obtained this secret recipe in a cave somewhere when he was wandering the endless forest in his early years. That secret formula also stated that the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew is divided into 5 grades. It's just that the secret recipe only had the brewing method for the low grade on it. The middle grade's brewing method was incomplete. I see that younger brother seems to be very familiar with this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. Could it be that you've drunk this wine before in the past? Yi Yuan knew that Wu Xian was trying to understand his background by beating around the bush, so he said with a smile, Not only have I drank it before, I even know how to brew it. If elder brother is interested, I can pass this low-grade brewing method to elder brother. Wu Xian nearly jumped up when he heard that and said excitedly, Is younger brother for real? Yi Yuan said with a smile, Look at what you're saying. Would I scam elder brother? That's great. Ha. Fu Yunjing, that old fellow, is always showing off his Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew in front of me. Wait until I brew this Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. See if he still dares to show off in front of me. Wu Xian was like a kid in a fit of pique right now, Wisconsin plussing to run in front of Fu Yunjing to posture around right away. Seems like Wu Xian had most likely been nursing grievances in front of that Fu Yunjing for a very long time. Thinking about it, that was right. This low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew was naturally not considered much in Yi Yuan's eyes. But in the endless world, it was a top-grade fine wine. Fu Yunjing possessing such a secret recipe and showing it off a bit in front of his companions was also human nature. Furthermore, it seemed like that Fu Yunjing and Wu Xian were both people who loved alcohol greatly. Otherwise, Wu Xian could not possibly have southern sandalwood wine cups here. This low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew's brewing method seems to have some flaws. The taste doesn't seem to be very orthodox. Elder brother, when you use my method to brew this wine, I presume that the taste should be able to be improved tremendously, Yi Yuan said with a smile. While Yi Yuan and Wu Xian, the two of them, were drinking wine and having a good talk, Chao Feng currently had his nose pointed at by Chao Jing, and the former was being scolded severely. You fool! You knew perfectly well that that boy is the honored guest that the 3 sects and Ren Xingchuan invited, and you actually dared to use this kind of method to provoke him. Are you going to squander away all the reputation that my Chao family has garnered for thousands of years? If the 1,000 query wall collapses, my Chao family will no longer have the opportunity to rise up again. Do you understand? How many times have I told you, don't hang out with those riffraff friends. Place your sights on Rendong. If you're unable to surpass him, my Chao family will continue to be suppressed by the Ren family. Chao Jing had a face like he had expected better from him. Clearly, he was greatly exasperated by Chao Feng. The swelling on Chao Feng's face had long subsided. But that 5-fingerprint mark still remained on his face. Being reproached badly by Chao Jing at this time, how could he dare to talk back? Chao Jing scolded for a long time before saying fiercely, Tomorrow, you bring along gifts and personally go to Fengye Pavilion to apologize to Yi Yuan. You must get his forgiveness. Otherwise, if he throws a tantrum and doesn't take part in the endless meet the day after tomorrow, you'll be smacked to death by Qin Hongtao, the 3 of them. Chapter 516 At the City Lord Manor. At the City Lord Manor. A bout of wild laughter came from inside Rendong's pill refining room. Ha ha ha. I finally succeeded. I finally succeeded. Rendong looked at a transcendent grade Tier 1 medicinal pill in his hand in a frenzied state. Turns out that lesser phaseless art can really refine transcendent grade medicinal pills. Looks like I, this high-rank quasi-alchemy king, am utterly unworthy of the title. Even the lesser phaseless art can refine transcendent grade medicinal pills. It can be seen that along the way I've missed out too many things. Yi Yuan, you this master, I'm acknowledging you for sure. Rendong sucked in a deep breath and muttered under his breath. Bang! Rendong opened the pill refining room's door and ran out like a gust of wind. Little Dong, where are you doing? A kind-sounding voice was heard, stopping Rendong. Aunt, I'm going out to do something important. I'll come and pay respects to Aunt after I return. I'm going first. Rendong's footsteps did not even stop and directly dashed out far away. This child. The woman gave a melancholic sigh. If Yi Yuan were here, he would surely be happy. This woman was exactly the mother that he yearned for day and night, Ren Hongling. Sigh. I also don't know how Yuan is like as of late. He's no longer who he was now. He should be living very well, right? Ren Hongling murmured to herself. Ren Hongling was grounded by Ren Xingchuan and was only permitted to move about within the tall walls. There were only two people on her mind. One was the Yi Hang who was imprisoned by Ren Xingchuan. The other was naturally her son, Yi Yuan. In her home, the person Ren Hongling liked the most was Rendong, this nephew. Because every time she saw Rendong, it was as if seeing Yi Yuan. She came to find Rendong today because she wanted to make him go and beg her father, Ren Xingchuan, again, to let him spare Yi Hang, who knew that Rendong was in a rush and directly ran off. Ren Hongling was helpless and could only go back. Chao Feng followed the servants into Feng Ye Pavilion one step at a time. When he had just entered the backyard, he heard a hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! With this recipe, the expression on Fu Yunjing, that old punk's face, will definitely be very interesting to look at. He keeps the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew recipe like a treasure, showing off in front of me every day. This time, I'll see how he still show off. Wu Xian said with a big laugh. Hearing Yi Yuan say that he had the recipe, Wu Xian directly drank and finished the 6 bottles of low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew with Yi Yuan yesterday. He came to find Yi Yuan today to get the recipe. Elder brother, this low-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew isn't considered much. It only needs half a month to finish fermenting. But it won't do for brewing the middle-grade one. For the middle-grade quality, it needs half a year. Anyhow, you gather the ingredients according to the recipes that I gave you. After half a year, forget about that Fu Yunjing, even Lord Chairman will probably come to request from you as well, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Upon hearing this middle-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew, Wu Xian's saliva almost drooled down. According to what Yi Yuan said, the taste of the middle-grade Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew Serpa as said the low-grade one by 10 times. The low-grade was already so delicious. What will the taste of that middle-grade be like? Thinking about it made people long for it endlessly. Young Master Yi Yuan, the Chao family's 3rd young master, is here. And let him come in then. Call Grand Elder Sky Maple over too, Yi Yuan casually instructed. Chao Feng came before Yi Yuan with a nasty look. He never could have thought that Yi Yuan would actually address Master Wu Xian with such great familiarity. Wu Fang City was an alchemy sovereign expert. His status in Wu Fang City carried weight. He himself always observed a pupil's manners in front of Wu Xian, but Yi Yuan could already address him like brothers. Yi Yuan, Yesterday's matters, it was my wrong. Please forgive me. Chao Feng contorted his face and stammered as he said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan shot him a glance and said indifferently, You didn't do anything to me. Whether I forgive or not doesn't matter. As long as Grand Elder Sky Maple can forgive you, I have nothing to say. Every injustice had its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. Yi Yuan was not a petty person. He only wanted to get justice on Skymaple's behalf. If Skymaple really suffered some serious injuries, Yi Yuan naturally would not let Chao Fang off easily. But Skymaple only suffered some hards. HI+PS yesterday, and did not receive any substantial wounds. Since Chao Fang paid a visit to apologize, this matter was also considered to have pas said. Of course, it was also Yi Yuan reaching there in a timely manner. Or else, if he were too late, what would have happened was really hard to say. While talking, Skymaple just happened to be called out too. The main guy is here. Whether he forgives you or not will depend on your sincerity, Yi Yuan said coolly. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Skymaple immediately understood what was going on. He could not help looking at Yi Yuan in surprise. A colossal giant like the Chao family would actually apologize to a little alchemy king like him. This had to be said to be immense face for Skymaple. Chao Fang gritted his teeth and lowered his head as he bowed towards Skymaple. He said, Chao Fang was impulsive yesterday and offended Elder Skymaple. Elder, please don't blame. As he said, Chao Fang held a storage ring in his palm and said, inside this storage ring are 100,000 high-grade essence crystals and also some healing medicinal pills. Chao Fang hopes to compensate for the mistake made yesterday. Skymaple looked at Yi Yuan. He saw Yi Yuan nodded slightly. Skymaple then said, forget it, this matter is over. Chao Fang was overjoyed when he heard that and could not help turning his head to look at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan took over the storage ring from Chao Fang's hands and said, Third young Master Chao, don't blame me for shooting my mouth. People like Mao Yuanji, you'd best hang out with them less. Otherwise, there will come a day where you'll suffer a huge loss. Chao Fang nodded repeatedly and was just about to withdraw, but he saw Rendong dash inside like a gust of wind. Master! I did it, Master! Rendong's person had yet to arrive, and his voice reached already. While talking, Rendong already came before Yi Yuan and said with an excited look, Master, I did it! I did it! Now you can take me in as a disciple, right? Chao Fang could not help jumping in fright when he heard Rendong's words. What? You want to acknowledge him as your master? When Rendong heard that, he was stunned too. Chao Fang, why are you here too? Chao Fang had yet to speak when Rendong's expression changed as he said, You aren't trying to acknowledge Yi Yuan as your master too, right? You're not allowed to vie for master with me. Humph, I'm telling you, even if master agrees to take you in, I'm also your senior. Chao Fang was thrown in confusion by Rendong. Even his brain was somewhat short-circuited. Rendong's strength was even greater than his, and he even had a peak alchemy sovereign grandfather. He actually wanted to acknowledge Yi Yuan as master? Yi Yuan scolded with a smile when he heard that. What nonsense is this? Chao Fang came to find me for other matters. You said that you can do it, but seeing is believing. However, this Fengye pavilion doesn't seem to have pill refining rooms. Elder brother Wu Xian, is it fine to borrow your pill refining room to use? Wu Xian was also secretly alarmed by the side. A few days ago, Rendong was still at loggerheads with Yi Yuan. Now, he actually wanted to acknowledge him as his master. Wu Xian's thinking was around the same as Chao Fang's. Although Yi Yuan's talent seemed to be very monstrous, Rendong had a peak alchemy sovereign grandfather behind him. Could it be that he still needed to acknowledge other people as his master? Hearing Yi Yuan's request, Wu Xian nodded and said, No problem. Wu Xian was also very curious how Yi Yuan was going to test Rendong. Chapter 517 Inside Wu Xian's pill refining room, it was already packed with people currently. Inside Wu Xian's pill refining room, it was already packed with people currently. When Xiao Rian heard that Yi Yuan was going to test Rendong, she was full of reluctance but insisted on following over no matter what. Meanwhile, Chao Fang was also very curious, following over at the behest of supernatural power, causing him unable to resist. Yi Yuan naturally noticed it but did not say anything either. When Wu Xian saw the materials Ren Dong picked, he could not help being stupefied. He said, "Younger brother Yi, why did he choose all Tier 1 medicinal herbs? Isn't the threshold of your acceptance test too low?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Elder brother, you watch first. You'll know in a while. This Ren Dong still has some comprehension abilities. To think that he could achieve it so quickly. Looking at how both of his eyes are bloodshot, presumably, he didn't even shut his eyes these few days. How could the acceptance test that Yi Yuan set up be achieved so easily? Even for the lowest level lesser phaseless art, wanting to reach the standards of refining transcendent grade Tier 1 medicinal pills, those with slightly better talent also needed around half a month's time of bitter training. Those with poorer natural endowments might not even find the knack to refining at all. Just as Yi Yuan predicted, Ren Dong did not rest for a single second these few days. From morning to night, he was immersed in the pill refining room, for the sake of completing the acceptance test as soon as possible. Furthermore, for this lesser phaseless art to reach the level of refining transcendent grade medicinal pills, it was not achievable with just bitter training as well. If there were not Yi Yuan's demonstration, Ren Dong could not possibly find the trick to it so quickly either. He had been recalling the scenario of Yi Yuan refining pills barehandedly these few days, contrasting it continuously. That was why he could understand the secret so quickly. It was just because the lesser phaseless art was too simple and practically did not have much skill content. That was why Ren Dong could reach such standard in a few days. But for Ren Dong to be able to reach this level, it also showed that his talent surpassed, as said others. In Yi Yuan's perspective, Ren Dong's alchemy talent should be even higher than Xiao Rian's. Everyone all looked at Ren Dong very curiously, wanting to see just what of thing this acceptance test was. Although Ren Dong was very tired, he was currently in a state of extreme stimulation. Yi Yuan opened a window for him, letting him see a great path linking to the heaven. To alchemists there was nothing more exciting than this. All the preparations were in place. Ren Dong said to Yi Yuan with an excited face, "Master, watch closely." When Ren Dong made his move, everybody could not help staring wide-eyed. Lesser phaseless art? Younger brother, what kind of medicine are you selling in your gourd here? Wu Xian was completely baffled. Using the lesser phaseless art as the acceptance test. How low was this threshold? Even alchemy grandmasters when taking disciples could not possibly use this as the evaluation too. Hoo, elder brother, carry on watching. This boy is quite interesting, Yi Yuan said as he behaved like a senior. It was naturally quite interesting. Ren Dong only used 3 days and actually touched upon the threshold of the legendary realm. Looks like his conditions were really decent. The legendary realm was only normal to Yi Yuan. But to others it was not something that simple. Furthermore, it was simply not possible for there to be people who would devote time and energy into the lesser phaseless art to reach the legendary realm. Any refining technique would have very impressive effects after reaching the legendary realm. The lesser phaseless art was no exception either. Of course, that effect was only aimed at Tier 1 medicinal pills. Chao Feng looked at Ren Dong with a face full of contempt. This fellow's brain isn't spoiled, right? That Yi Yuan is clearly fooling him. He actually took it seriously. A quasi-alchemy king acknowledging another quasi-alchemy king as his master. He really comedic enough. Chao Feng was criticizing Ren Dong incessantly in his heart. Chao Feng did not doubt Yi Yuan's alchemy standards, because his performance in front of the 1,000 query wall already indicated everything. At least, Yi Yuan's theoretical standards were pretty high. Making disciple acceptance test Tier 1 medicinal pills and Tier 1 alchemy techniques. What was this if not being a joke? Refinement of Tier 1 medicinal pills did not take too much time. Ren Dong finished refining very quickly. Condense. Ren Dong gave a light cry. The medicinal pill was done. Master, you come and evaluate it? Ren Dong came in front of Yi Yuan and said fawningly. Yi Yuan nodded with a smile and said, "Not too bad. But the lesser phaseless art is just an entry-level alchemy skill. There are still many areas that you need to learn. Next, your task is to use the greater phaseless art to refine a transcendent-grade medicinal pill." Ah? Greater phaseless art? Rendong still did not come around for a moment. But Xiao Ruyan could not carry on watching by the side silently. She reproached Rendong daintily, "You dunce head! Still not hurrying over to acknowledge master?" Rendong came to a realization. His face revealed wild elation as he kneeled on the ground with a thud. He exclaimed, "Master is high above. Please accept a bow from disciple. Get up. In the future, Ruyan is your senior apprentice sister. I don't have many rules under me. But there are several points that you have to remember," Yi Yuan said coolly. "Master, please say." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Mustn't defy orders and be unfilial. Mustn't commit crimes in violation of the law. Other things, free rein. If I discover that you all did something that goes against the heaven and reason, I'll personally cripple you guys. Ruyan, same for you too." "Yes, master. Disciple will definitely bear it in mind," Rendong hurriedly said. "Disciple understands." Xiao Ruyan also did not dare to have a cheeky smile when she saw how solemn Yi Yuan said it. Being around Yi Yuan for a long time, Xiao Ruyan more or less also grasped Yi Yuan's disposition a little clearer. Majority of the time, it was fine no matter how she joked around. But once Yi Yuan became serious, then it was not that fun anymore. However, Xiao Ruyan did not have much evil thoughts in her heart. Such rules were actually dispensable to her. She did not take it to heart too much either. "Younger brother Yi, you were saying earlier. Using the lesser phaseless art to refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills?" It was only after seeing that they finished acknowledging master-disciple relations. Hi+P did Wu Xian ask Yi Yuan in amazement. "That's right. This was the entry test that I gave Rendong," Yi Yuan said smilingly. "Hiss. Let me take a look." Wu Xian opened the medicinal cauldron and took out that medicinal pill. It was indeed transcendent grade without a sham. Using lesser phaseless art can actually refine transcendent grade medicinal pills. Except, what use does this have? Wu Xian asked puzzledly. Transcendent grade Tier 1 medicinal pills could be refined using high-tier alchemy skills too. There wasn't anything impressive. Although using lesser phaseless art to refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills exceeded Wu Xian's expectations, in his view here, it was pointless. With so much time to research a Tier 1 alchemy skill, why not spend the time on higher-tier alchemy skills? Chao Feng was also very disdainful inwardly. It was just that he did not dare to make a sound. Hearing Wu Xian question at this time, he perked his ears up too, wanting to hear how Yi Yuan was going to explain. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "One will never achieve their goals without doing things one step at a time. This lineage of mine, what it attaches the highest importance to isn't garish alchemy skills, but it is laying a solid foundation. Don't look down on Tier 1, Tier 2 alchemy skills. Even high-tier alchemy skills were born from these low-tier alchemy skills too. Researching low-tier alchemy skills thoroughly, then cultivating high-tier alchemy skills, will have the effect of half the effort and twice the result." Wu Xian shook his head and said, "It just that this way it will expend huge effort. The loss outweighs the gain." Yi Yuan did not answer Wu Xian's words, but he asked Rendong, "Do you feel that the loss outweighs the gain?" Rendong shook his head very affirmatively and said, "Absolutely not." Chapter 518 Rendong was not sucking up. Rendong was not sucking up. When he trained the lesser phaseless art close to the legendary realm, he actually discovered that he had many new comprehensions. Back then, when he had just come into contact with alchemy, he had many things that he did not notice. All the way until today where it suddenly dawned upon him. He discovered just how unstable his own foundation was. Yi Yuan being able to freely refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills was indeed not coincidental. Recalling the words that Yi Yuan said when he was acknowledging him as his master, Rendong only came to realize the truth now. Rendong believed that as long as he continued walking down the path which Yi Yuan designated, he would definitely discover a new continent. Of course, to most people, doing this was a pointless effort, because they did not have a master like Yi Yuan. Without Yi Yuan's personal demonstration, Rendong could not possibly have touched upon the threshold of the legendary realm too. The lesser phaseless art was just the most basic entry-level refining technique. The higher the tier of the refining technique, the more challenging it naturally was to want to reach this step as well. Without the guidance of a great teacher who had a profound understanding, they might never find where the legendary realm was throughout their lives. Chao Feng curled his mouth. He was clearly very condescending towards Rendong's excuse. Wu Xian knew that it was not that there weren't people who wanted to train the basic alchemy skills to an extremely high realm, but without any exception they all took too many detours. Those alchemists who were originally around the same realm as them had flung those people who researched alchemy skills that way several streets behind. Wu Xian initially wanted to persuade Yi Yuan a little, but upon recalling Yi Yuan's performance, he swallowed the words at this throat back down. Yi Yuan, this alchemy emperor, naturally had more authority to speak regarding laying down a foundation or speedwalking this sort of issue. He knew that Wu Xian and the rest all did not believe. But the moment when Rendong soared to the skies in a single leap, they would surely have a completely new appraisal of this matter. With Rendong's talent, this day might not need too long. The following 2 days, Rendong practically immersed in studying beside Yi Yuan, while Yi Yuan did not hide anything either. He demonstrated the greater phaseless art's legendary realm once for Rendong to see. Rendong's talent was indeed remarkable. He actually comprehended some knack to it very quickly. But, very clearly, the speed of him comprehending the greater phaseless art was no longer as quick as the lesser phaseless art. And right at this time, all the Titans in the northern domain finally gathered at Wufang City. The endless meet officially convened in the City Lord Manor. In the main hall, all seats were occupied, and those people who were seated, the weakest had middle-stage divine traversing realm strength. 4 seats were arranged on the left-hand most side. Sitting there were respectively Ren Xingchuan and the 3 sects' old ancestors. They were evidently the northern domain's pinnacle existences. And sitting to their right were not those late-stage divine traversing realm experts but an unknown sea transformation realm youth. This youth was naturally Yi Yuan. The big shots present, quite a few people brought the juniors that they were most proud of over. It was just that those juniors all stood behind them with their hands by the sides. Very clearly, in such an apex meeting they did not have a chance to speak. Even Qin Yen, Guotaochuan, and Yin Yanhua were all by the side too. Only Yi Yuan, this young person, sat very conspicuous. Many people had not met nor heard of Yi Yuan before either. Him sitting naturally incurred many interested gazes. Regarding this kind of focused looks, Yi Yuan was very calm. The previous life's Ji Qinyun had experienced countless great spectacles. Such a small occasion was simply too substandard to show in public. Everyone got in their seat. Ning Yixian was the first to speak. Everyone, time is tight. This Ning won't blabber any more nonsense either. Today we convened everybody to discuss the major issue of how to respond to the fierce Gale World's invasion. Several thousand years ago, the Endless World had the Grand Yen True sect, this extraordinarily powerful sect, to seal the realm Pa's sageway. But now, not that this Ning is belittling our capabilities, but we might not be the Grand Yen True sect's match even by combining our 3 sects' power. Hence, our situation has already reached an extremely grim state, and the most terrifying thing is that we know absolutely nothing about the fierce Gale World. Their strength, their plans, their habits, we don't understand anything at all. Now everybody state their views. What else can be done? When soldiers come, use a general to hold them off. When the water rises, use dirt to keep it back. I don't believe that their fierce Gale World martial artists can still have 3 heads and 6 arms? Exclaimed someone immediately the moment Ning Yixian's voice faded. And those with such views were not in the minority. Once these words came out, there were people concurring straight away. I've seen before some fierce Gale World records in some ancient records. It's said that that small world has gale winds blowing all year round. It's completely a place where not even grass would grow. This kind of barbaric land, how many experts could there even be? That's right. Our endless world is abundant in resources. The martial artist's strength and realm are also extremely formidable. To really compete in martial strength, it's impossible for us to lose to them. Haha. Just a bunch of motley crew. In my view, our northern domain's various sects should join hands and send a group of elite forces and directly take down the southern domain. Don't they have a boundless realm expert? As long as we take down the southern domain and send array masters to secure the realm Sageway, and not let them reinforce the array formation, the endless world will be safe and sound. Speaking to the back, the fierce Gale World martial artists directly became a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. It was seemingly like SLAs. Plussing a blade over and everyone's heads would hit the ground. When Yi Yuan heard these words, he seriously could not hold back and let out SN. 1 GGER. With this SN. 1 GGER, there were immediately people who were unhappy. Where are you from, boy? To actually dare jeer at us? Said a middle-stage divine traversing realm sect master with an unkind look. He also knew that such an occasion absolutely would not arrange the seats wrongly. This sea transformation realm boy surely had an extraordinary background, but being derided by a junior like this, he was still rather displeased. It was just that he was more reserved when speaking and did not dare to overly offend those 4 on top. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a laugh, "Earlier, old ancestor Ning already said, we're absolutely ignorant about the fierce Gale world. Also don't know where your confidence came from, to dare belittle them like so? If there weren't an endless forest obstructing there, we'd probably have lost half of the world already. You guys are actually still in the mood to brag here. Truly don't know what you're talking about." That sect master being mocked by Yi Yuan could not quite preserve his face. If it weren't because of the faces of the 4 people on top, he would most likely fly off the handle long ago. But at this time, he said solemnly, "This war has yet to be fought, and you're boosting other people's morale and lowering your own? According to what you say, could those fierce Gale World people really have 3 heads and 6 arms? Not to the extent of 3 heads and 6 arms. However, to talk about combat strength, they mustn't be underestimated. If it's as you all said earlier, the endless world won't be far from annihilation either," Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Talking as if you've seen it with your own eyes. Doesn't that fierce Gale World have just one boundless realm expert? As long as we don't let him come over, how strong can they get? Yi Yuan said with a smile, "You nailed it. Not only have I seen before fierce Gale World martial artists, but I've also even been to the fierce Gale World. Not even preparing a draft when you brag. With just your meager strength, you can still return unscathed after really going to the fierce Gale World?" said that sect master with a cold smile. Those 4 on top did not seem to hear anything and let Yi Yuan and the rest bicker at their own discretion. Chapter 519. Everybody seemed to have discovered the 4 titans, unpartic.i.p.ativ.atti.tudes. They all could not refrain from criticizing Yi Yuan one after another. Everybody seemed to have discovered the 4 titans, unpartic. 1p ativ atti.tude. They all could not refrain from criticizing Yi Yuan one after another. "Don't know what you're talking about. The 2 worlds only Sageway is guarded by the fierce Gale World. With just the likes of your strength, you can escape from the fierce gale world? Young man, don't come out to posture just because you have some strength. Some bragging shouldn't be done. It's easy to unravel the truth. Turns out that you've been to the fierce gale world. I wonder if you brought back some local specialties from the fierce gale world? Ah! The group of people chortled loudly, mocking Yi Yuan bragging too substandardly in succession. When they saw Yi Yuan sitting in that position, they originally felt displeased already. At this time, they happened to catch one of Yi Yuan's slip-ups and was naturally unwilling to let it go. Right then, the profound Sun sect master, Wu Rong, opposite Yi Yuan said with a smile, "This little brother, one mustn't joke around in this occasion today. You said that you've been to the fierce gale world. You got to prove it a little, right?" "Mere lip service, I can also say that I've been to the fierce gale world. Would you believe me?" The profound Sun sect was a great sect second only to the three sects. Wu Rong's strength was extremely daunting as well. If Yi Yuan were not here today, it should be Wu Rong sitting in his position. The one who previously found fault with Yi Yuan was actually the profound Sun sect's subsidiary faction. The northern domain's sects stood in great numbers. There tend to be subsidiaries between factions. To want to cast off the fate of being a subsidiary, there had to at least be a late-stage divine traversing realm expert holding down the fort in the sect. And this Wu Rong was a 9th-level divine traversing realm expert. Compared to the great circle divine traversing realm old ancestors from the three sects, he was also just marginally weaker. But this difference of a margin was as far apart as heaven and earth. In a small world like the endless world, after cultivating to the divine traversing realm, every step trod out was tremendously arduous. From the 9th-level divine traversing realm to the great circle of divine traversing realm did not seem to have a big gap, but this step was immensely hard to stride out. This was the restrictions of heaven and earth regulations. Mortals had no way of transcending, and from the great circle of divine traversing realm to shattering the void and achieving boundless, this step was even as hard as ascending to the heavens. Hence, while the endless world's divine traversing realm experts were many, those who could genuinely ascend to the divine traversing realm was scanty few. Even for the level of experts like the three sects' old ancestors, wanting to stride out this step was extremely difficult too. Wu Rong not daring to say much to the three sects' old ancestors and Ren Xingchuan did not mean that he did not dare to make things difficult for Yi Yuan. Just a junior. Could it be that the three sects really dared to make a move on him? Let alone, this junior simply had no idea what he was saying. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "You guys laugh at me for saying nonsense, but I laugh at you for being innocent and clueless. If they didn't have confidence, how could the fierce gale world dare to take such actions? You people want proof, right? I'll show you." Lan Feng's figure suddenly appeared beside Yi Yuan. Everyone's faces changed when they saw the situation. Spatial spirit artifact. Even Wu Rong, when seeing this action of Yi Yuan's, his gaze revealed a burning heat. However, his fervent heat subsided very quickly. Since Yi Yuan dared to take this out in a flagrant manner, he was obviously not afraid of them. Snatc, hing it away. There was even the possibility that this spatial spirit artifact was given by one of those four beside him. This person is the slave I took in when I was in the fierce gale world. Everyone is a divine traversing realm expert. You just have to slightly inspect his divine soul, and you'll know, Yi Yuan said coolly. These people investigated Lan Feng's divine soul and discovered that it was indeed slightly different from endless world martial artists. They could not help becoming astonished. Although these people knew that the fierce gale world already occupied the southern domain, they had yet to see fierce gale world martial artists before. Seeing Lan Feng at this time, they all could not help sizing him up curiously. Is this a fierce gale world martial artist? Looks very normal, what? Yeah. What can a puny little 4th level C transformation show? Hoo-hoo, look at his manner of dressing up. Simply be you. Mpkin to the Mac. If fierce Gale World martial artists are all like this, then wouldn't our endless world win for sure? Another wave of loud laughter. But Yi Yuan did not smile. He just said nonchalantly, "Everybody is a leader of a sect and naturally look down upon a puny little fierce Gale World sea transformation. However, I released Lan Feng out to let you all witness the strength of a fierce Gale World martial artist." Yi Yuan briefly swept a glance over these divine traversing realm experts and asked, "I wonder which senior's progeny just happens to be at the 4th level sea transformation realm? You can come up to exchange moves with Lan Feng." Yi Yuan's momentum was pressuring. The intent of provocation was very clear. 4th level sea transformation versus 4th level sea transformation. And body could find fault. Wu Rong saw the situation and gave a look to a middle stage divine traversing realm subordinate influence. That person understood and opened his mouth to say, "Fei, you go up to accompany him to play then. Remember, go easy." A young man behind him fell out of the ranks and said with a haughty look, "Yes, martial ancestor. Finest." Plus-ing talking, the young man came before Lan Feng with a bound. This youth's name was called Song Fei, similarly a 4th level sea transformation. His strength was also at the top of the list within his sect. To be able to be brought by old ancestor by his side this time, his position could be imagined. Lan Feng still had that attire from the fierce Gale World, vastly different from the endless world. Furthermore, just as those people said, simply abu, mpkin to the Mac. One look and it was like from an unorthodox background. How could he be comparable to a sect's elite disciple like Song Fei? I want to take a look if the fierce Gale World's martial artists are really as formidable as he says. Song Fei said with a cold laugh. Lan Feng had a blank look and completely did not take Song Fei's provocation to heart. He said indifferently, "Just try and you'll know." Finished talking, Lan Feng's figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. Song Fei's expression changed. He did not think that Lan Feng's speed was actually so swift. He wanted to make a move, but it was already too late. He could only hastily put up a passive defense. Boom! Song Fei was smashed flying out several hundred feet by Lan Feng's one punch. No long-winded words nor any complacency either. Lan Feng was unforgiving when he gained the momentum, his fists pummeling towards Song Fei like a torrential storm. The match between Sea Transformation Realm was totally not worth mentioning in the eyes of these big shots. But at this very moment, their brows involuntarily knitted together tightly. Although Lan Feng had the suspicion of surprise attacking, those skills were not fake. His speed was abnormal, and his fist art was exceedingly swift and fierce and bizarre. Absolutely proficient in combat. The two people exchanged over 100 moves in a twinkle. The more these big shots watched, the more alarmed they became, including those 4 people above. This was also Ning Yixian's and the others' first time seeing Lan Feng. They didn't think that a slave which Yi Yuan brought under control actually had such combat power. These people's horizons were usually high. Through these two persons' face-off, they could tell that Lan Feng's concept comprehension was a little worse off compared to Song Fei. But his combat experience was exceptionally abundant. Moreover, regarding the utilization of concepts, the concepts were integrated into his bones. After 100 moves, Lan Feng relied on that initialmost advantage and steadily took the upper hand. Lan Feng's combat experience was exceedingly plentiful and totally did not give Song Fei any chance at all. Compared to Lan Feng, Song Fei was like a fledgling who was still lacking some level of attainment towards combat. Boom! Another 100 over moves said. Lan Feng finally caught one of Song Fei's dead spots and blasted Song Fei flying with one punch. Chapter 520. All those present were dead silent. All those present were dead silent. Lan Feng's performance utterly shocked these divine traversing realm experts. That match earlier, apart from that surprise attack in the beginning, there was not the slightest bit of resorting to trickery. And Song Fei himself not being focused was a great taboo in combat by itself. And, oh, body would pity failures. Song Fei was an elite from a very formidable sect in the northern domain. He actually lost to this Bu Mpkin, to the Max Fierce Gale World martial artist. Could it be that the strength of the Fierce Gale World's martial artists were all so formidable? These big shots all had tightly locked eyebrows. The expression on their faces had unspeakable graveness. Who can't even beat my slave, just who is boasting? Are you people sure that you can beat back those divine traversing realms from the Fierce Gale World with just the likes of you people? Yi Yuan derided. This time, that group of people who taunted the most enthusiastically at first all sensibly shut their mouth. They were still clamoring previously, saying that the Fierce Gale World martial artists would crumble in one blow. And now, this slap was flung really resoundingly. But Wu Rong was unresigned and said in a solemn voice, "Was this slave of yours tampered with, or perhaps he's an extremely powerful existence among the Fierce Gale World martial artists?" Wu Rong's question was also the question that everybody was concerned with. A martial artist being powerful was not scary. What was frightening was everyone being this powerful. If the Fierce Gale World martial artists were all this formidable, then the Endless World was really in danger. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Although this slave of mine has some strength within the same realm, he's absolutely not considered powerful. At the very most, he's also just average standard. If you don't believe, you can feel free to carry on with those plans earlier and directly charge over to exterminate the Southern Domain's Fierce Gale World martial artists." Yi Yuan's words were like a series of thunders, plussing everybody's hope. Yi Yuan was not exaggerating just to scare people. Lan Feng's strength did not count as too impressive in the Fierce Gale World. The Lan family brothers not being able to withstand a single hit in front of Yi Yuan did not mean that they could also be finished off in one blow in front of the other Endless World martial artists. Back then, in the mystic realm, Mei Zhen and the Heavenly Sky Sect's Wu Zhao were both not the Lan brothers' match. And Mei Zhen's and Wu Zhao's strength were absolutely not the slightest bit inferior compared to this Song Fei. Hence, Song Fei losing was also something within reason. Yi Yuan, your meaning is that the Fierce Gale World martial artist's strength as a whole is a level higher compared to our Endless World? Ning Yixian asked gravely. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "What everyone said earlier wasn't wrong. The Fierce Gale World is scarce in resources. Regions with powerful gale winds, even the Wind Emperor won't dare to enter. But it's also precisely because of this kind of environment that resulted to the Fierce Gale World martial artists' might." Yi Yuan spoke with fervor and assurance, picking out some of the Fierce Gale World information to say, leaving their brows locked even tighter. In accordance with what Yi Yuan said, the Fierce Gale World martial artists' comprehension towards the concept of wind was innate. Practically every martial artist would have very deep comprehension in the concept of wind. Hence, the Fierce Gale World martial artists' movement speed was much greater than the Endless World. Furthermore, with the tempering of the gale winds, the martial artists' essence energy were purer. Adding in the barbarousness, the Fierce Gale World martial artists' collective strength was much stronger compared to the Endless World. Under such circumstances, if the Endless World chose to clash head-on, it was simply without any chances of success. Ning Yixian, the four of them exchanged glances, and all saw the seriousness in the other party's eyes. They had a simple exchange with Yi Yuan yesterday and knew that the Fierce Gale World power was great. But it was also just a rough idea, far from as great as the impact from Lan Feng and Song Fei's match earlier. It was precisely because they knew that the Fierce Gale World was formidable that the four of them deliberately let Yi Yuan stir up these sects' leaders a little to make them not underestimate the enemy. Who knew that even they themselves were astonished too. For Song Fei to be able to become a sect's elite, his strength was not considered weak. But he still lost to Lan Feng. Lan Feng grasped the battle situation precisely, making everyone feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. This martial artist was simply born for fighting. If the fierce Gale World's folks were all like this, the matters at the back, they somewhat did not dare to carry on thinking. The fierce Gale World martial artist's strength, I believe that everybody already has a very direct understanding. Yi Yuan did not deceive everyone. He really entered deep into the fierce Gale World before in order to rescue his fellow sect members. Now, to talk about who understands the fierce Gale World best in the entire endless world, it's none other than him. Moreover, I know that many of you view the southern domain as a barbaric land and are completely indifferent to the state of affairs there. But I want to tell you that Yi Yuan once led the southern domain's Tranquil Cloud sect and defeated the Purple Mansion sect thrice, killing 3 of the Purple Mansion sect's Soul Sea realms. This effectively slowed down their invasion. Only because of this that we managed to have our northern domains meet. Or else, some of those present would probably have their sects eradicated already. Ning Yixian's voice enlightened the benighted, striking everyone's hearts. Only now did these sect leaders knew that there were still so many twists and turns in between all this, and also knew what kind of person Yi Yuan was. The southern domain's matters, they might be unconcerned, but the Tranquil Cloud sect's great name, many among them already came to hear of it. The Tranquil Cloud sect eradicating the heavenly evil sect domineeringly and a sea transformation realm boy killing the Soul Sea realm Mao Yuanji. This news already spread like wildfire. Those present were all the northern domain's respected figures who were very well informed. They naturally knew this information. It was just that they never thought that that Tranquil Cloud sect's youth was actually this one before their eyes. It never occurred to them that Yi Yuan already did many things for the endless world without them knowing. Defeating the Purple Mansion sect thrice. How did this boy accomplish it? Truly an enigmatic existence. But Wu Rong frowned and said, "Isn't this talk a little too alarming to cause a sensation? Even if the fierce Gale World martial artist's strength is formidable, we have our advantages too. These sects aren't soft persimmons that they can knead as they want either." In truth, Wu Rong's words were lacking some confidence. But a sea transformation realm boy riding on top of his head still made him brood over it. But this time, Jing Xian said coldly, "Alarming to cause a sensation? Old man Wu, do you believe these words that you said? As far as I know, the fierce Gale World already sent out 5 peak divine traversing realm experts into the southern domain. Whether it's exaggerating things to raise the alarm or not, everybody weighs it yourselves. What? 5 peak divine traversing realms? How is that possible?" Jing Xian's words immediately caused a stir in the crowd. Wu Rong looked at Jing Xian with a face full of disbelief. 5 peak divine traversing realms. Such strength was too scary. One had to know that the northern domain only had the 3 sects' old ancestors who were peak divine traversing realms. Was the current situation 3 versus 5? Ning Yixian gave Wu Rong a scornful look and said coolly, "Not possible? Do you think that these few days the 3 of us were sitting at home doing nothing? Furthermore, the southern domain did not blockade information. Wanting to investigate this news isn't hard. It's just a pity that Old Hai has already been missing for a long time, and there's no news up until now. While Old Man Duan is a recluse with no fixed abode, and also secretive about his whereabouts. If the 2 of them are present, our chances of success will be much higher." Chapter 521. Hearing Ning Yixian's emotional sigh, everyone's mind quivered. Hearing Ning Yixian's emotional sigh, everyone's mind quivered. The Old Hai and Old Man Duan from his words were peak divine traversing realm experts. With them around, the endless world's confidence would be much greater. Although bottom-level martial artists could unleash tremendous effects in a great war between 2 worlds, the high-level combat strength was the deciding factor which determined the direction of the war. If the fierce Gale World did not have Zhao Tianyin, the endless world would not be so fearful of the fierce-scale world either. Zhao Tianyin alone could sweep across the entire endless world. Such combat power simply made people despair. This was Yi Yuan's first time hearing that the endless world still had two of such experts who existed. He could not help becoming very curious. If the endless world really had 5 peak divine traversing realm experts, it more or less could be considered to have some self-preserving strength. Talking about this, Yi Yuan suddenly recalled a matter. In a small world, every world had a realm lord who existed. Zhao Tianyin was naturally the fierce Gale world's realm lord. Yi Yuan had stayed in the endless world for such a long time but did not know who this endless world's realm lord was. Was it possible that he was one of these two? These years, most of Old Hai's time was spent in the endless forest. Also, I don't know what is he busy with. Now that such a major incident happened, he can't possibly watch indifferently without lending a hand, right? Jing Xian said. Yeah, Old Hai has always stayed away from scenes of contention. But the incident this time concerns the entire endless world's safety. If he deserts us on the eve of battle, that will chill the heart too bitterly, Ning Yixian said. Right at this time, an aged voice sounded out faintly, reverberating throughout the main hall. You punks! Talking behind people's backs all day long. No wonder this old man, I am always sneezing. Achoo! As he said this, that old man really gave a sneeze. Upon hearing this voice, everyone guessed who came. Who could it be but this old Hai? It was truly speaking of the devil. An old man wearing tattered hemp clothing walked into the main hall like this slowly, looking very much like an ordinary old man. When the 4 people on the seats of honor saw this old man, they exchanged glances, and all became extremely excited. This old man's appearance gave everybody's mind a shock. Ha ha! Old Hai, it's really you, said Qin Hongtao once he saw Old Hai. He laughed loudly. Old Hai, you finally came back in the nick of time. Otherwise, the few of us really can't quite support the situation, Ning Yixian said. Jing Xian and Ren Xingchuan did not speak. But these 4 people's behavior actually faintly treated Old Hai as superior. And these people did not notice that at this moment, Yi Yuan was still in a state of immense shock, and did not recover for a very long time. When Old Hai entered, his gaze darted at Yi Yuan imperceptibly and even gave him a faint smile. At that time, Yi Yuan was dumbfounded, because he had seen this old man before. This old man was none other than precisely the stall vendor old man, Qi Hai, that Yi Yuan encountered in Breaking Dawn City. At this point, Yi Yuan could virtually confirm that Qi Hai was definitely the endless world's realm lord. Yi Yuan's sense was very sharp. He could faintly sense that the power emitting from this Qi Hai's body was even stronger than the power from Ning Yixian trio. Only the ruler of a world could reach such an extent by gathering the destiny of a world. Very likely, this old man Qi Hai already had half a foot into the boundless realm, and was only a final goal shot away. Ning Yixian trio actually faintly regarded themselves as juniors. Looks like this Qi Hai's seniority wasn't an ordinary kind of big. Come men. Add a seat for Old Hai in the center of the left-hand side, Ren Xingchuan instructed. Qi Hai waved his hand and said, No need to be so troublesome. I, this old man, am not that particular after many things. I'll just seat here. Young chap, we meet again. You're fine if we squeeze a little, right? When these words came out, everyone's faces changed. Old Hai actually knew Yi Yuan. These divine traversing realm experts present, each one of them wanted to cozy up to Old Hai. But his elderly self's whereabouts were elusive. So they completely could not cozy up to him. Just how many days had Yi Yuan been in the northern domain? He actually knew Old Hai. Furthermore, Old Hai actually lowered himself to squeeze together with Yi Yuan. It could be seen that his impression of Yi Yuan was pretty decent. Just what was going on here? Yi Yuan forced a smile and said, Old Hai's instructions, how can Yi Yuan dare to refuse? It's just that Old Hai really concealed too deeply. back then, when Old Hai saw us in peril, you actually did not even extend a hand to rescue. Chi Hai sat down beside Yi Yuan carelessly and said smilingly, back then, when I sold the daughter green GRAS to you, I already saw your extraordinariness. In this endless world, I've yet to encounter anybody who recognized the daughter green GRAS. Later, when I saw you exterminate the Jean family father and son ruthlessly, I regarded you even more highly. That Soul Sea realm I was originally planning on finest. I plussing him off conveniently when leaving. But I didn't expect that you actually forced him out. I was watching the fight all along back then. If any accidents were to really happen, I'd naturally lend a help. Except, I never expected you could actually already execute condensing gathered essence into form at such a young age. It was truly an eye-opener for me. When Yi Yuan heard these words, he exclaimed in surprise instead, so you knew that was daughter green GRAS long ago? Chi Hai burst into laughter and said, ha ha. Of course I knew. Otherwise, do you really take me for a black-hearted merchant? One stalk of quasi-tier 4 medicinal herbs selling for 100 middle-grade essence crystals? The daughter green GRAS is extremely rare. You could actually bear to sell it to me? Yi Yuan asked doubtfully. Quasi-tier 4 medicinal herbs, no matter how rare, doesn't have much use to me either. Rather, you clearly needed it more. I'm very curious though, what were you planning on using the daughter green GRAS for? Chi Hai asked with a smile. Yi Yuan smiled too and replied, buying medicinal herb is naturally in order to refine pills. Can't be like that Jean Pung, swallowing it down, right? Finished talking, the two people exchanged a look, and both chortled with laughter. On the left-hand side, Ning Yixian cursed inwardly. These two people, one old fox, one young fox. Both people who are not to be trifled with. Old Hai wanted to feel Yi Yuan out, but Yi Yuan lightly skated over it. This boy is really astute. However, these two people revealed a great amount of information. Turns out that when the Tranquil Cloud sect was moving north, such a major thing actually happened before. And Old Hai personally witnessed Yi Yuan battling a Soul Sea realm. Towards such a monstrous youth, he naturally kept him in mind. Didn't think that Old Hai had long taken action already, touring one round to the southern domain and back. Ning Yixian said with an emotional sigh. Chi Hai scolded with a smile. You little punks, wagging your tongues all day behind people's backs. Such a major thing happened to the endless world. How can I, this old man, only care about myself without care for others? This trip to the southern domain, not only did I inquire some information, I even dragged old man Duan here as well. That old punk, at first, he was still unwilling to leave retirement. After being pummeled by me, he finally yielded. Chi Hai said it carelessly, but everyone was secretly alarmed when they heard it. Old man Duan was a peak divine traversing realm expert. Old Hai actually beat him up as he liked to.